live!
Ladies and gentlemen, Illumineers, welcome to the second annual Diet Coke Invitational here in Fort Worth, Texas. I'm Liam from the Illumineers, and I'm joined by Courtney from Enchanted Chatter.
Hello.
Courtney, how are you?
I'm good. How are you today?
I'm so excited to be here. I watched this event last year with so much excitement and jealousy, and you
now
all
you
get to
get
be here.
a part of it.
I know, and I'm very excited. And I'm very excited to be in the booth here with you.
I know. I'm so excited. This is our first time in the booth together.
I know. We got to do some live streams and stuff together, like on the YouTubes, but this is next level.
Now we get to be together and not a few hours away.
I know. So for those who don't know, I live down in Austin, and Courtney and Bree are up here in Dallas in the Fort Worth area, and or Fort Worth, not Dallas. I always get in trouble for that.
So I'm not originally from Dallas or Fort Worth, so I take no offense to it. I'm originally from Chicago, so I claim that.
So we're not okay. But I always get in trouble when I say like Dallas, and they're like, no, it's Fort Worth, or vice versa. But okay, so this event happened last year. It's amazing. The entrance fee is a Diet Coke. You're gonna hear all about it, or a 12-pack of Diet Coke. We're gonna hear all about it today. But we're getting ready to go live. Courtney, after experiencing this last year and seeing the players out there, what can we expect to see here today?
I think you're going to see a really competitive event. There's going to be a strong meta presence, but you'll also see a little spice thrown in there. Local players that play their typical decks will also show up to this event. So it's, I think, a really good, the way I described it to a lot of locals, is a great competitive starter event. So if this is the first time maybe they're looking to dip their toe into the competitive sphere, this is a great time to do that because it is a pretty friendly environment.
That's one of the things that I actually love about the Fort Worth scene, because we've been to a lot of events up here. In fact, we were just up here for Pro Play Summit Fort Worth a few weeks ago. And you have a very competitive scene here in Dallas, Fort Worth
yes.
area.
It is very competitive. I always feel very prepared for any event that I go to because we don't have fun league, we have competitive league.
That is the fun. That is the fun league. But then also you have a very welcoming environment with a lot of game stores and communities and people like yourself who are welcoming people of all competitive levels, families into the scene as well.
We have a couple of players. I know one player who plays League with us locally. This is her first competitive event, and she was really nervous coming into it today. And she's like, "What do I do? When do I need to be there?" And I was like, "Here's when you need to be here. You need to submit your deck online. But also, if you have a question, just call a judge or call me, and I will come out and help you." So I think that's one of my favorite things about the Lorcana community is everyone is like so welcoming and just wants everybody to have a good time.
Yeah, I appreciate that so much. And so I appreciate what you all do for the community here, including throwing events like this. And speaking of events like this, we're getting a note from production that we are ready to go to table 1 and watch this game. Hopefully we're all seeing it now. I see a player that I All right, there's
Just make
One,
noise
two,
so I
three.
know.
1, 2, 3,
what's
4. I am talking. I'm going to keep talking until you tell me to stop talking because I know that's what you need right now.
Okay.
I have mic checked
All
before.
right, are we ready to go live? I think
Yep.
we might be back.
all right.
Right.
All right.
Going live in 3, 2, 1.
And we are back from a little technical. Look, this is fun doing this live. Sometimes we have technical issues. Thank you all for bearing with us. Hopefully now we're going to catch really quick up with this game and see where we're at. Courtney, I see Amethyst Steel doing Amethyst Steel things over there. Steven,
You are 100% correct.
Yeah.
All of the Amethyst Steel things are happening. We've got Josh on Ruby Steel, and he was also doing some Mushu craziness before while we were off stream, but I think we should be good now and everybody should be able to catch up. So at first we saw Josh kind of take control of the board a little bit, but now that card draw in Amethyst is really taking a toll, and we have Steven, I feel like, building back up that board presence and taking control of the game again.
Yeah, I mean, this is Amethyst Steel doing Amethyst Steel things. We see the Cobra in play. He hit the dock at the right time. We have the card draw off the Genie and the Dumbo. And unfortunately for Josh, so I've been looking at these Ruby Steel lists. We actually have quite a few of them here today. Josh isn't the only one bringing this in. The 20 Lore Pro crew are each playing a version of this deck. And unfortunately, this deck relies on a lot of character-based removal. There are some cards, like we see Bee King Undisputed being played there. There is Strength of Raging Fire as well, but there's a lot of cards in this color combo that allow you to challenge ready characters, and so if your opponent manages to keep your board state down low, where you only have 1 or 2 ready characters, like Josh has, it's kind of a struggle, perhaps, to stay in the game against a deck like Amethyst Steel, which wants to go wide. We do see a Pirate's Life there, which will help a little bit, and even though I talked all about how this deck may struggle a little bit, Josh is currently in the lead at 7 lore.
That is correct. So we'll see if Steven can build the presence back up and start questing and gaining control of the lore count as well.
And a dock coming in there at the perfect time. Again, Josh emptying his hand, playing the dock, drawing 2 cards. He says, I see your dock, Steven. I have one too. We'll draw 2 cards here. Fun card there in hand. I see One Last Hope there. And we're going to play it now. It's this epic version.
Too.
Delightful. And this is a great combo here. So One Last Hope, if it's a hero, allows you to challenge ready characters, and that Stitch going to make short work of that Forceful Duelist there, who's great on the challenge, not so great on the receiving end, and you get some bonus benefit from that Stitch when he challenges and banishes another character, which I have to remind myself of right now, because I haven't seen this card played in competitive play for a while, if ever.
That's very fair.
Yeah, there we go. So during a turn, whenever this character banishes another character in a challenge, you may draw a card and gain 1 lore. So One Last Hope there, allowing Stitch to do some work. He's going to get resist out of it as well. And then benefiting from that hero synergy, and then getting a card and a lore off that. So Cobra coming back in, challenging the power line, getting that off the board, and Steven, having seen the shenanigans that Stitch can do, sending his Genie in to finish off that Stitch.
And it does look like Steven also has a Pete, and as he's playing out here, that Elsa, my brain just totally blanked on Elsa's name for some reason. So I think right here, this is where we're going to see a pretty big swing.
I do have to check. So interested in the challenge there, because I may have missed a card, because Stitch should have resist from the One Last Hope until the start of the next turn. So hopefully we counted for that. But yeah, if we did, Josh sitting there with an empty board now, and Steven, I think, firmly in the driver's seat.
I do think he did account for it, because it looks like I think both Dumbo and Elsa went into the dock.
Okay. Sneaky little dice there. Okay, excellent. Now let's see what Josh can string together here to try to stay in this. There comes power line.
Oh wait, are we going back? Oh no, counting.
Just taking a little bit of a check, seeing what's in there. How many Floodborn power line, perhaps? Yeah, this is tough. And so fun seeing Steven work in Pete here. Pete is a card which kind of fell out of favor for a while once a lot of songs and actions banished during rotation, but Amber Steel, I think, was the first to work them back into their list, which is why I think Amber Steel represented so well in Denver. And Amethyst Steel here following suit. Stephen working that back in.
Absolutely. I think we, so full transparency, Stephen is also on my team. So I think we had some conversations about how Pete could really help with those, seeing some of those songs come back in and keeping board presence when your opponent is trying to clear your board.
And I think it's a great point of great observation. I think we're going to see it worked in a lot more now, especially with the rise of Emerald Sapphire. But doing work here, Steven making maximum use of that Dumbo there, drawing cards with quite a few of his evasive characters, getting that lore as well, getting a little quest in with the Pete, and it's just a really wide board now. I don't know, Courtney, is that game on board?
I think it's pretty close.
6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it is. It is game on board this turn, unless Josh can clear some stuff up, and we know that there are some answers. There's some definite removal cards in Steel and Ruby, as well as cards that allow them to challenge ready characters. So certainly not over yet, but it's definitely an uphill climb here. You missed that be prepared right about now.
Yes, absolutely. Now would definitely be the moment that any Ruby player would be hoping to grab that.
All right, let's see. There's a couple songs in hand. Oh, it is.
Ooh, an enchanted power line.
Power line coming down, but unfortunately not shifting and not able to do anything with him this turn. And unfortunately, I think that's going to be it.
Yep.
I would love to see that power line do his mashup thing.
Yes.
Maybe we get to see that next game.
Hopefully.
Now, I didn't see who was. I think Steven was on the play, right?
I'm not sure. I apologize that I did not have that. Do we know who was on the play for that first one? Nope, we don't. Production didn't.
I vaguely remember. I think it was Steven. In any case, we'll get to see Josh on the play here, and we'll get to see hopefully what this Ruby Steel deck can do. There's a lot of fun like synergies and combos in this deck. A lot of cards that allow you to challenge ready characters and things like One Last Hope, and so with hero synergies. So I don't know. I hope we get to see it do its thing.
Absolutely. I think that this is one of those decks that's like 1 or 2 cards away from breaking into the meta and seeing more regularly. And I think that's also why you see quite a few people playing it this weekend to see if they can find the right 60 cards to make it work. Yeah,
I don't know. I do think that this deck is probably. So it has some fun like removal combos. Like there's a Raya which readies whenever she banishes a character, and you can pair that with One Last Hope to allow her to challenge ready characters, and other cards that give challenge to allow her to like clear the board. So I do wonder if this is teched more against like an Amber Steel aggro list, and this is just perhaps a bad matchup for Josh. So I'm not sure.
I think that is possible. That this Amethyst Steel is just not the good matchup. There's always one matchup that's not great for a deck. You can't, which is good. You want that for a healthy meta. You don't want it to blaze over every single other deck. But I think that this might just be one of those matchups that's a little bit harder.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of the character-based removal that doesn't allow that board state. Because I do think this Ruby Steel deck wants to build up like a character-based engine. It needs ready characters that are good to challenge, to leverage some of those fun synergies, and so it just has to build up a board state, I think, to do what it wants to do. On Steven's side, we do see a little bit of an alter there. I think 1 card. So Steven liking what he's seeing there. Josh, I did not see what he altered.
I didn't see what he went back for either.
Yeah, I did see a Pirate's Life stuck in hand. Not what you want early game, but. Yeah, let's see. I just want to see Powerline do his thing.
You want to see Powerline do Powerline things.
Yes.
That's fair.
I want to see Powerline mash it up. Yeah. I don't know. Powerline strikes me as one of those cards that's going to be like very, very good once like 1 or 2, I think you said it earlier, like 1 or 2 more good songs you printed. I don't know. Have you messed around with Powerline much at all? Or?
I haven't. You know, trying to get my princesses and puppies to work right now, as silly as that sounds, as someone who does play a lot of competitive play, I also like my fun decks. So I have been playing around with a a princess build and a puppy build. So in the Sapphire Amber realm for both decks, and it's been very fun.
I'm gonna need that puppy list because I do love a good puppy deck. We're off to the races. Josh is indeed on the play again, and we see one Ink in the Inkwell for Forceful Duelist coming down on the other side. Stephen playing that Palace Guard, that 1/4 with Vanish, card that became very popular last meta, or last set, and sticking around here. And power line there into the Inkwell, sadly, followed by Medallion Weights. Fun little card that benefits from character or from challenges.
It is. It's also amazing in the limited format. So I like seeing it in some builds right now. I think it's really interesting, and I think seeing items kind of drop off since the start of this set, just due to a very like 1-for-1 trying to keep your board presence the same as your opponents. So I think that seeing some of these items come back in is really interesting. And then this Ariel, when she quests, I believe she gives another character evasive. So really good in the Ruby Steel against a lot of the Amethysts and even Amethyst.
There she's on the screen, that Adventurous Collector. Yeah, and so you can see, I think one of the downsides again in this matchup for this deck is there's a lot of cards like Medallion Weights and other characters like Stitch which benefit from the challenges. That's where you get some of your lure, your card draw, your board control. And I think what you're going to see here is this state where Stephen realizes that that's the case and is not going to want to present any characters to be challenged. And so we're going to end up in a state that we see oftentimes, I think, in this meta where boards are just building up. The downside is that Stephen has cards like Genie, which give him a card off the draw, or cards like Dumbo, which, if you build up a good slate of evasive characters, can allow you to eventually pick a turn, one day to draw like 2, 3, 4 cards. And so we're gonna have to see what breaks the stalemate here. This is an interesting play here. Strength of Raging Fire being played for full cost. Oh, there we go. One Last Hope is gonna come down and allow. Oh, gonna think about this for a second. So I think the challenge here, the line was get that 2 damage on there and then allow Hook to finish it off. The thing is, One Last Hope gives extra benefit to hero characters.
And
yeah,
he is a villain is the downside there.
Yeah, and here's the problem. So Josh wanted to play that on the Hook to allow him to challenge that ready character, but only heroes are able to challenge from One Last Hope. Now, other characters can benefit from the resist, and so it does have an effect on non-hero characters, but not able to use that One Last Hope for what he wanted to use it for there. So unfortunately, it looks like we're gonna take that back, and that 2 damage is gonna remain on that Genie, and that line just not available there for Josh.
Yeah, and I think here's one thing we'll toss out there. Well, we definitely have some real prizes on the line today. We've got a couple of buys for a local event down in Waco, Texas next weekend. This is a little bit more of a casual event, so we have Stephen being willing to let Josh take that back and not kind of waste the card per se.
And Stephen's that kind of player too.
He is, very much so.
Yeah. Yeah, and certainly you suffer enough from losing that Strength of Raging Fire to nothing there. But over to Stephen's side, establishes that Dumbo there, and this is what I was talking about. There are already 2 characters which can benefit from that with the Genie and the Dumbo, so eventually I think Stephen benefits from this board going wide unless Josh can set up a few like really good combo pieces, which he can, but it's just, I think inevitability here is with the Amethyst Steel deck, unfortunately.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's just a bit of a struggle, I think, with the fact that Stephen can not only create the board presence, but it takes a little bit to get some of these characters off the board. Thinking through even like that Genie is a 3/4, the Palace Guard is a 1/4. It just takes a little bit more oomph behind Josh's characters to trade in positively.
Absolutely. So Josh hitting a dock there, draws into a Calhoun, and I believe another on Stephen's turn. Stephen has a Calhoun of his own sitting over there. So let's see what he chooses to string together here. I do see that Elsa in hand, and we are on turn 5, so perhaps we're going to see her go in the Inkwell. Not what I was going to say, but there's being used there to blast that hook. I feel like it's a flavor foul there. Fire the cannons on Forceful Duelist. And then dumping the dock.
We have a joke. Steven and I, he plays, I believe, 4 docks in this deck. I don't like to play 4 docks, even though sometimes you just have to, because I have the tendency, like we just saw with Steven, to just end up with 2 docks at the same time, and you feel real bad when you don't get the card draw off of one of the 2.
That is true. They always travel in packs, don't they? Like a clump. I think we decided last stream that a group of docks is called a clinic of docks, and
Yep, I like that.
and they're always traveling together, unfortunately. But it is back over to Josh now. Let's see what he manages to string together here. We do have the strength, but with that aerial being removed, not enough to. Well, that Dumbo does have some damage on it, so there's enough Maui Shark going into the Inkwell. And that strength will finish off that Dumbo. Let's get that card draw out of there. But now I believe Josh, top decking, has run out of cards. Steven says, I will play my genie. It will replace itself, and just going to keep that card draw engine going.
Run out of cards. I don't think with that Amethyst, I don't know.
Nope.
Not something he knows.
Nope. Amethyst has enough card draw, and then you add dock to it, and you're like, it shouldn't be allowed. It's too much.
I get all of the cards. Sorry.
B and King Undisputed coming down now. Doc, having done his work, will be sacrificed to Scar there to protect those other characters. Back over to Steven, who draws into a strength of his own. Another genie coming down here, drawing a card. We draw into a Dumbo. So just card draw after.
Card draw after card draw.
Card draw after card draw. Just for good measure, we do have a Pete in hand as well, and a strength to remove any pesky characters, which Josh may manage to stick. We're going to use that strength to get rid of that Calhoun. And Steven here just being all sorts of oppressive. And it looks like we're going to empty our hand here. That Pete going into the Inkwell will be enough to play that Dumbo, which I think we'll see after this quest.
So I think Steven wanting to...
Nope. It's not saving. It's saving the Dumbo.
Yeah, saving that for maybe the next turn to not be completely empty-handed.
Or it could be me misremembering or miscounting the ink in the Inkwell.
Also possible.
As well. Which Chad's like, he can't play it. He's got 3 or 4. Yeah, there we go. I said after. I didn't necessarily mean this turn.
Yeah.
Give me next turn. All right. So there, finally able to use the medallion weights. Give a little challenge there. Draw a card. See that card in action. And we drew into a Pirate's Life. Just going to send that to the Inkwell. Right back over to... There comes the Dumbo. Use the
there we go. Okay, so we're... I think what he was looking to do there and why he waited was having the ability to actually use the Dumbo ability
immediately. Yeah. So drawing some cards there. Let's see, that Calhoun is eyeballing that dock on the other side of the board.
Very much so.
Yeah, there it is. Steven will get 2 off that Calhoun. Of course, she has resist 1 and gains 2 lore whenever she banishes a character in a challenge. Fantastic card that really shuts down more aggressive lines of play. Josh drawing here, and would love to draw into another dock, perhaps. Something to allow him to get some card draw. And unfortunately, it looks like that card is just going to be stuck in hand. So Forceful Duelist will benefit from the medallion weights. Challenge into the Calhoun. Get that off the board and also draw a card. I think that's the real benefit there. And we did draw into something we can play. It is that Aerial Adventurous Collector, which will come into play to establish a bit of board presence. He did draw off that card off the top deck, couldn't play it. Leads me to believe it's perhaps a power line.
Yeah, and we are working on getting deck lists over here. They're just currently locked down, so we cannot open them.
Ah. It's okay. So we're like all of you out there in Twitch chat land watching, discovering these decks as we go. Looks like Steven did draw into another Elsa. We'll exert that aerial, and Dumbo coming in, finishing it off. So Steven just here fully in control of the board and establishing a hook just for good measure. And you know, with it, I mean, I will say I actually like exploring a meta without Be Prepared. But I don't know.
This is one of those moments where you're like, how do you?
Yeah, what do you do?
What do you do with this board state? I agree. I'm very interested. I know Talk on the Lorecast they're preparing reveals already for the next set, which has me excited to see if maybe we see some sort of board wipe come back into the meta with the next set.
Yeah, there's all sorts of board wipey or wide board effects that you could do, some of which haven't been explored at all, and it would be nice to see. And again, it is fun to explore the space, and I do not hate when you get two players establishing wide boards. I know some people don't like that. They feel it's very solitaire-esque when just players are building up characters. I don't mind it when there's parity. From a viewing perspective, from a competitive play perspective, it does feel like I wish in this scenario here, that there was an out. But against this wide board, there just isn't right now. And Steven fully in the driver's seat here. Let's see, we establish a couple more characters. Not enough to close out the game this turn. Draw some more cards, and turns out Amethyst Steel, yeah, still good.
Still good.
All right, so Maui Half Shark being exerted here. Double Elsa taking out that Half Shark, just not going to let Josh have even an ounce, an inch,
yes,
a chance, not even a hope.
Steven said, I do not want you to draw anything that brings you back here.
Like a Pirate's Life wrap? There it is.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Right? That's exactly. Pull that away, and there's the fist bump. And yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I don't think we ever got to see that Ruby Steel deck that Josh built do what it wants to do.
I agree, and it's a bummer because I do think that it's right on the edge of being there, but I think it's just not quite there, or this just isn't the right matchup for it, which we know is always something that happens.
Yeah. Yeah, so hopefully we get to see it shine a little bit. So super fun here at the Diet Coke Invitational production. We actually have two stream tables set up. So we're able to bounce between them. And I think we have, since this game went quick, I think we have a match that we can cut to on table 2.
Not yet.
Maybe.
Not yet. We will soon. That's why.
Momentarily.
That's right. But you all are going to hang with us because we're going to get to that other match there and show you more Lorcana. But this is fun. This is one of the things that I enjoy about this event, and is you're going to get to see like top tier players like Steven, who has topped some incredible events and is a pro with this Amethyst Steel build, against some people just trying out fun decks and trying to make things work, like Josh with his Ruby Steel deck.
Yeah, I think it's really fun that we get to see the mix of two. This is a great event because not only are players playing for that top prize, but for every round it is a pack per round win
That's
event.
Awesome.
So we're also playing for some Fabled packs here throughout the entire day.
And Fabled packs are hard to find right now.
And the production and TO can definitely attest to that because they have been hunting to make sure that they had enough for everybody playing. So I think it's going to be exciting. I know that stores in the area have struggled a little bit to keep the Fabled product in stock, so I know a lot of players here are really excited to be able to get their hands on some Fabled packs, and maybe we'll hear some cheers later on of somebody opening an iconic.
I hope.
I'm putting out the energy that somebody is going to open one.
I mean, if you get into an event for a 12 pack of Diet Coke
right?
and you pull an iconic, or even an enchant,
yeah.
I mean, come on. And also some great raffle prizes out there, and there's all sorts of fun stuff. And you mentioned this during the broadcast, but just to highlight it as well, down the road in Waco, Texas next week at the Nexus Gaming, there is a 1K event which if you're in the Texas area and can travel there, you should go. It's going to be streamed by 20 Pro. It's going to be a great event. But the top 4 finishers here will get buys in that tournament. And so, if that's something that players are going to be looking to do anyway, another incentive to play for here.
And I actually think it's even better than a 1K. I think it might actually be a 10K weekend. Wow, I thought it was.
That's a lot of Ks. That's many more Ks than one. As we go to
me trying to pull it up as quickly as possible, but I do know that
Ks.
it is it's a pretty good prize next weekend that they're playing for. Is it?
It is a 10K weekend. Why am I not going? Man,
you're not going because you're going somewhere every weekend.
That is true. I have other events, but no. So fun incentives here. Courtney, we talked about Steven and one of your local players and how good he is. Are there any other players out there that you're kind of following or that the audience would be interested in following?
There are a lot of good players here today. A couple that stand out as I scroll through. We have Derek, Lorcana Kid, is also playing today.
Very talented young Lorcana player.
He is one of my favorite locals to always follow because he is just, not only a brilliant player, but also a brilliant kid. So it's awesome seeing him play and excel at this game. Sometimes better than I could even think I could play, and I'm just like, I should have started playing TCGs earlier. I would be so much better now.
We all gotta start sometime.
Exactly. So he's always someone that I love seeing. He's usually really creative with his deck builds. I'm scrolling through this list live. Dennis is another really good local player from the Dallas area. I don't get to play with him as much as I'd like to, but he is very talented. And I believe he actually is who won the Diet Coke, the first Diet Coke Invitational. So,
I'm glad.
Another great player to keep an eye out. But I think just in general, you're in for a good day of competitive play. A lot of the players here today will be at DLC Milwaukee and just in general play competitively. So I think that's something that's really neat about our community is we have roughly, I think within DFW, you could drive 30 minutes and hit at least 5 stores just in that from where you are in DFW. So I think overall we've got like 20 to 25 stores that run Lorcana leagues local. So a lot of really good players, a lot of community in a very small area.
Yeah, kind of densely packed in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We have to, one day we're gonna have to have like an Austin v like Fort Worth.
Yeah.
Like
I would love that.
We're gonna have to do that. But no, I always love coming up here and experiencing the local community. As you said, a lot of very talented players, and one of the reasons I think that a lot of big Lorcana events always stop here in the Fort Worth area. That and you have some great venues, but yeah. So I'm gonna see. Let's talk to production here. We're gonna
cut to table 2.
Cut. Okay, let's do it. More Lorcana is better.
We always love.
All right.
The more, the better.
Yeah. So let's see as we head over there.
We are doing this live, so bear with us.
Yeah.
Technical difficulties are a thing of the reality.
Or technical opportunities.
Yes. Correct.
No, thanks for hanging out with us here while we get this working. I have to say, we're coming in here and getting to see like the behind the scenes stuff. It is incredible the work that went into getting all of the technical side set up and the tournament organization side in order to bring you all like the most polished and best stream possible. So incredible work behind the scenes here. So yeah, all for you. So we're not talking to ourselves, which we would do anyway.
We would probably,
but
yeah.
I guess more fun when
stream is also involved.
Yeah, more fun when you all are here. So whenever we're ready, we'll head over there. We're working on it. Yeah, round 1. I have a theory, Courtney, by the way, while we're waiting for this to come up. I've seen 4 Ruby Steel decks out there, at least. I'm sure there's more. I wonder how much people are doing that to honor.
Inspired by the
Yes.
Diet Coke.
Yes.
That's a good theory. I like it.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
I think it has to be.
I agree with it.
This event, by the way, is not sponsored by Diet Coke at all. There's just a lot of fans here in the Dallas Fort Worth area. So Diet Coke, if you're watching, like next year,
yeah, we'd love a sponsorship.
So anyway, all right. All right.
All right.
So are we live? Chat, can you see table 2? We can see table 2.
We can see table 2 now.
Yep.
And it looks
It looks like Stream can as
Wild.
well.
good. Okay. So this does look like, I was going to take a look at the lore pips, try to see if this is game 1, game 2, whatever. I'm going to guess it's either the end of a very long game 2, but probably game 3, given the time left in round. So catching up real quick, I mean, this is a matchup which I think actually favors the Amber Steel deck most of the time. We saw it farm, I think, Emerald Sapphire in Denver last weekend, mostly because Pete comes down at the right time to block that board wipe. But in this instance, there's a few anti-aggro cards in there. Baymaxes which come down very quickly, and then those John Silvers which can lock down aggro. And I think we've seen that done work for Trevor here because just nothing over there on Ralph's side of the board. I don't know. What do you think, Courtney?
Yeah, I agree. We have just started to see an uptick of the Sapphire Emerald deck in our area, and it is, as I have very simply put it, rude.
It's rude.
It is rude, but it is good, that's for sure. So I think, Trevor has the board presence here, Ralph coming in, trying to build that back up on his end. So we'll see. It looks like he is got an empty hand over there, though, is the downside. So we'll see what happens from here.
Yeah, an 8. I mean, this is so frustrating. He's at 18, managing to get, all the way up there, and you'll see that Nala having to challenge in has Reckless from those John Silvers. Those John Silvers give Reckless to any character when they quest. So Ralph wants to establish, multiple characters here, but and allow them to quest to close this thing out, but just can't.
And I believe now, he'll have to discard. Oh, back
bounce.
to hand.
Yeah, bounce a character, sending that Rhino back to hand, and those John Silvers will quest, probably give that penny Reckless, meaning Ralph cannot close this out. I will say, bouncing that character back to hand, probably better than having...
Reckless and having to, run into something. So I agree. But I think that this is, there's the fist bump.
Yeah, just
Trevor
not enough.
taking it. Trevor is also another local player that is very, very good. He builds some spicy decks that are very good. You really get caught off guard sometimes by them.
All right. Well, we caught the tail end of that match. Hopefully, if you stay with us throughout the day, we're going to do this. We're going to bring you, as much as we can of round 1 or at table 1, and then we have the backup table that we can cut to. And so more Lorcana for you all. So it's super fun and catching the end of that there. And this is a matchup that we're going to see a lot of, I think, in the competitive season. This Sapphire Emerald deck into this Amber Steel deck, 2 decks that are very popular. Actually, Emerald Sapphire represented more in Denver than Amber Steel.
Yes, I did see that from the breakdown, but I saw it looked like Steel Amber converted a little bit better. So interesting to see. I think we'll start seeing the Sapphire Emerald deck convert a little bit better now that more people are cooking with it. I always say you gotta figure out those 60 cards. Usually you get 50 to 56 right, and then it's those last 10 to 4 that you need to figure out what kind of brings it to the next level.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons Amber Steel has done so well into this matchup and did really well in Denver was the inclusion of Pete, because the counter to the aggro strategy is get to heads held high and under the sea as fast as possible. You don't even need the heads held high against a very, very aggressive deck. And I think Amber Steele worked in Pete really quickly early on and shut
timed
that
it just
down.
right.
Yeah. And now that I think people are aware and wise again that Pete is back on the menu, you know, the Sapphire Emerald decks are going to have to work, or going to learn to work around that a little more and perhaps convert a little bit better. But yeah. But in this matchup here, Trevor taking it. So yeah.
Yep. And I think I'm checking most of the results for round 1, I believe, are in. So we should be getting to round 2 shortly.
Well, that's super exciting. I think 6. So if you're looking at the time, well, I don't think you can see the timer anymore. There was 6 minutes left in the round on table 2, but they have independent timers. The rest of the round is running a little bit ahead because, of course, we scoop people up for the featured matches and they run on their own timer, which is common in these events. So yeah, round 2 coming up here shortly. Let's see if, while we're waiting for the next round, I think to give you all a little bit more about the Diet Coke Invitational and what it is and why the Diet Coke Invitational, we have a fun video from the commissioner. Call her the commissioner?
I think the commissioner is a great name for our CEO of Diet Coke here at the Diet Coke Invitational. I think commissioner is the right term that we should go with.
I think so too. Let's do that. We need a button as well. We need commissioner button. So let's go to that interview real quick and hear from her.
Diet Coke Invitational. Kirby, it's so nice to meet you, and thank you so much for having us today.
No, we are thrilled that you guys are here. This is a labor of love, so we are love to make new friends through Diet Coke and Lorcana.
So this is the second annual Diet Coke Invitational?
Yes, this is the second one. We had the first one in March, and it filled up within a day.
Oh my goodness.
From
You're almost as popular as Taylor Swift.
I'll take it. Except our website won't crash, okay? But yeah, no, we we are really excited that it picked up momentum and it got attention because it originally started out we were really. It was kind of in the lull of knowing what was happening with DLCs and kind of what's next, and so we were like, "Oh man, we just wanted to have a tournament where people gave prizes that people really, really wanted."
Yeah.
And then it just kind of became this. Wouldn't it be funny if we made like fun proxies? Wouldn't it be funny if if people could just give me something that I love? And I was like, I love Diet Coke.
Yeah. So let's talk about how did this whole thing start? Were you sitting around your dining room table talking to friends and you're like, I want an opportunity to have as much Diet Coke as I could possibly consume ever?
It's funny because it really came about because wanting to host a tournament for the Dallas community because it's given me so much, it's done so much for so many people, but just going, I don't want to ask them for money for my friends. That felt weird. And so for me, the currency to being Diet Coke was perfect. And it was just a constant, like Jonathan and I, wouldn't it be funny if? And then we just kept building off that. And then the response was great. So
that's so incredible. And so today, how many players are we expecting?
108 players right now.
That's amazing for your second event.
Second
that's
event.
Huge. We're gonna have to move out of this facility at some point because it's gonna keep growing.
Yes, keep growing. And for us, it's having everyone here. It'd be fun spirited, but also competitive. Because it's good training ground before the season really kicks up.
Can you talk to me about how did you get involved in Lorcana and what does Lorcana mean to you?
Yeah. For me, getting into Lorcana, I just happened to be at Disney World when the set 1 release.
Okay.
And there was a guy with a sign, and it was like you could check out and you could buy one of each thing. And I was like, oh, this is cool. I'll just get that. And then waiting for the products to ship to my home, the game exploded. And so I have no TCG experience, none. And it just became, I think for me, after lockdown, being at home, and it was such a great way for me to step out and make friends and meet people, and this game's brought me so much. I've met my fiance playing the game.
Oh my goodness.
Yes,
that's so incredible.
And so, I think for us, it's really about fostering, just fun. It's fun. It's really fun-spirited, but I also love that it's competitive too, because it's you know, it's like serious, but yet not so serious. It's Disney characters, but it's done a lot for me. So to me, this is just a big labor of love to celebrate that.
That's amazing. So can we talk about like what is your what if now? What is your dream for the Diet Coke Invitational going forward?
The dream it would be that it become a qualifier.
Yeah, that would be the dream. It being a CCQ one day.
Yes. It being a CCQ would be amazing. And I mean, I know that that's like such a huge goal,
Yeah.
but I mean, we were going to use this as if we could scale it and get bigger. And,
Yeah.
I mean, I'll make the pitch to anybody.
I love it. And you are fearless, which is what I love about you. And you're just like there. Well, thank you again. Okay, my last question, I guess, for you is what is the one character you're most excited to see come to Disney Lorcana?
Oh, that isn't here yet. Oh my goodness. You know, I'm really excited. I mean, I love Buzz Lightyear, so I gotta say like Toy Story.
And he's on his way.
I
too.
know, yes. Like, I want Galactic Hero cards. Like, I am a Galactic Hero, so like, I need many ways to express that.
That's amazing. Well, thank you so much, Kirby, for having us. I really appreciate it.
We're so excited to have you here.
And we'll send it back to the booth.
That Kirby and the other folks have for this event is incredible. It's been months pulling it together. I remember hearing them first talk about it ages ago, and to get to see it here live and all these players out there enjoying Lorcana is fantastic. Thank you all for coming, for joining us here today, watching some amazing Lorcana. There's a couple minutes left in the round, so we're going to bring you the next round here very, very shortly. We're going to take a very, very quick break so we can reset a couple things. Don't go anywhere. More amazing Lorcana coming right up.
And you're out.
in Fort Worth, Texas for the Diet Coke Invitational. I'm joined by Bree in the booth.
Hi, the other half of Enchanted Chatter.
It's such a privilege and a pleasure to get to commentate with you all this morning. Thanks for having me.
We love you. Any chance we get to talk to you is a great day.
Well, and it's super fun to get to do it in person because usually we're like, through the screen.
You're traveling everywhere. You're so busy. I feel like half your content's at an airport.
That is accurate. That is an accurate description of my content right now. But luckily, this is just a drive away, so just right up the road for us here in Fort Worth. So super fun to be here. So Bree, like this is your second iteration of the DCI.
Yes.
This is your community, and you got to spend last round kind of out there seeing what's going on. What's it like out there?
It's so much fun. I've been talking to a lot of the people out there. They just said it's just one big local tournament, and like everyone's there for fun. I've been known to bring in baked goods whenever I come in, and so then they knew I was going to be occupied today, and so literally I was running around. They would stop me like, my wife sent cookies because she knew you couldn't do it today. And so everyone's really excited. They're having a lot of fun, and everyone, like, there was a couple people that seemed nervous and they were all getting their jitters out with that first round, but everyone's been so welcoming. They're all really nice. Everyone's helping each other even throughout their matches if they're newer players, and helping them get their nerves out. It's really nice. It's just the community's really coming together.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And I did enjoy getting to meet a lot of your locals, people who know each other. And then I even talked to a player out there who moved to the Dallas area, I think he said 4 weeks ago. And so like getting his feet wet in the community here, first time at a big event in this area. So it's just really fun to see all players of all stripes and everything out there.
Yeah,
so.
And it's been really awesome too, because we've had a lot of the local game stores like donate product or things for different giveaways and stuff that we're also doing for the people that are here. And so it's definitely highlighting some of those stores kind of all around us, because they're in all different directions. So then people like that player that are newer to the area can kind of see different places where they can go around, and they can just go shop and meet locals, get singles, whatever they want to do. And then they're getting added to the Discords and everything already. Like, everyone's really coming together. It's really great seeing it out there.
That's awesome. It's fun. And yeah, folks from Waco here and Austin and stuff as well. So I love 2020 lore.
20 lore.
I love this event. So, yeah. You can say poke your head and say hi.
This is actually Terry's first tournament.
Ever? Mike, well, that's exciting. So we're getting a note from Courtney is walking the floor out there and getting us the information from where it's happening. So Terry, the player seeing here, or that we're going to see here on the right on Amber Steel, first tournament ever. So first time as a feature player. That's super exciting.
Just a little nervous, so everybody cheer me nice.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's why I love some of these.
I mean, she did great last round, so.
That's true.
It's just one more round. It's just another game.
Just another game. But for those who are just joining us, one of the things we've highlighted earlier is there's some awesome local players here. There's players like Terry, who this is their first competitive, major competitive event. But there's also some fantastic players out there. We got to see a player first round, Stephen Mejia, who took 4th in the PPG Summit here in Fort Worth and won the Hunter Burton Invitational, or the Hunter Burton Memorial Tournament this spring. Bobby Brake is out there playing as well. He's a former Kaijudo world champion, which is a game that Steve Warner and Ryan Miller worked on before Lorcana. And so some very, very, very talented Lorcana players out there, as well as players like Terry, who are making their competitive debut here at the DCI.
We have a couple Golden Mickey winners out there.
Golden Mickey winners out there too. So a fun event, and Lorcana players of all ages.
Oh yes, we have even Derek Lorcana Kid out there, just cruising through. He came in with his mom, and I was like, oh my gosh, you're here. And he was like, oh, I'm here to win. He was in the zone. I was like, all right, I expect you to win, and we're going to pull you on camera as soon as you do.
Yeah, right?
Like, we need your energy.
A fantastic player.
I strive for his confidence.
I do too, frankly.
Yeah.
I've interviewed him once, and he just, you're like, wow, you see the game differently.
Yes. He's such an amazing kid.
Yeah, we got to get him in the booth.
Yeah, hearing his perspective. He's who actually started a Lorcana club at his school because he loved the game so much and wanted to be able to share that with other kids his age. And so he started a club at school. And we donated some product to it, and they were able to kick it off at school. So he made all kinds of new friends to play Lorcana with us.
That's amazing. That's amazing. We love to see it. We love to see people spreading, the game, and really, like, for me, Courtney, like my. I'm sorry, Bree. I just spent a whole round with Courtney. And you're both in red jackets.
The same red jacket. We coordinated.
Bree, I don't know about you, but like my TCG kind of experience started when I was in like 4th grade. and it kind of started a lifelong love for TCGs. So seeing younger players get to experience Lorcana at that age is really cool.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, I have a son, and so he's already he's 2, and all he wants to do is open packs. We do what we call a slam-a-jamma, so we take the back 3 cards of the pack, and we just slam them on the table. And that's how I open it. It's really fun to get enchanted that way, because it kind of gives you a little heart attack. So it's great. It's super fun.
I love slam-a-jammas.
Yeah, and so he gets to do his own slam-a-jammas. So he gets the first 3 cards out of the pack, and we get the last 3, and we get to slam it together. And so we try to make it a family affair, so that way, as he gets older, we can't be like, okay, now you're going to be like Derek, and you're going to go play. And we're going to watch, and it's going to be great.
Later on, when we have time between rounds, we have to do that here. That's what
yes.
we're gonna do slam-a-jamma here.
Slam-a-jam.
That's super fun.
Our Diet Coke guy, DCI guy, is a pro at slam-a-jammas. We've done it before. We do it together. We've gone a train down, and it's very fun. Everyone has a great time.
Well, that's awesome. Speaking of slamming things down, we're off to the races, and I try to get sick. Sometimes they make it, sometimes they don't. But Matt slamming down a Hook Forceful Duelist on turn 1 there. So really fun here. We're getting to see a green steel deck here, Matt playing into this matchup, which is a deck that was popular for a long time, has not been as popular after rotation.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll
It's
see.
intriguing because if it's discard, I mean, there's not a whole new world for anyone to play to be able to catch back up. So it could be interesting. We don't talk about Brunos and then the Mauis, the You're Welcomes.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what the game plan is here, if this is leaning into that discard route, beyond the horizon, still hanging around. Clarabelle, though, there, kind of an indication of where this deck might be headed with a Clarabelle Floodborn on the top end. A card that's very popular right now in the Emerald Sapphire builds, perhaps going to be wheeled out here. Terry now on her second turn. We'll see what the game plan is from this Amber Steel deck.
Yeah. We can see the Shift Rhino in there, which is always going to be it's always fun to see your opponent Shift Rhino and have to deal with that one.
I mean, it's fun for us broadcasters. I don't know if fun if it's across from you. That power hamster there, and that looks to be the play. You called it.
Yeah.
Shifting for 2, fantastic card. It has resist as long as there's no damage counters on him, and quest for 2.
Great card.
Just fantastic. Fantastic card.
That resist is hard to deal with, especially if you shift him this early. Because you can play cannons, but it's not going to do anything.
No, that is true. Definitely takes a couple different
It's gonna
cards to
bounce
deal
right
with
off
him.
that ball.
for a while, but not seeing a ton of play until this meta, but showing up in droves at PPG Denver.
Yeah, we were at PPG Denver, and I played in a side event, and first 2 rounds of my side event was against Amber Steel with Tiana's. Luckily, I was playing Ruby Amethyst, so I had little Sisu to be able to deal with her. But I just happened to get lucky and have them at the perfect time.
Yeah, this is a great card. Whenever she is exerted, and a character challenges your character, if your opponent does not pay 3, that character gets -3 strength. And so it's a card that can shut off your opponent's answers to your wide board if you're playing an Amber board or an Amber Steel deck that's trying to be aggressive or to go wide early. Speaking of going wide, we see Lady coming down, and we'll cheat in that hamster for free. 1/16 Wolf coming down as well. So that's what these Amber Steel decks want to do. They want to go wide as early as possible. Tiana now able to sing. It looks like Terry considering, and we're going to see that play. Strength of Raging Fire coming down, going to banish that Calhoun.
Yeah.
It's one way to get around that resist, is do 1 extra damage.
Yeah.
And so that Calhoun off the board, and now Tiana sitting exerted with her ability activated.
Yeah, for sure. Calhoun is not something you want to just leave sitting there. Especially with the shift Clarabelle that just slapped down.
And it feels really good now that Terry managed to play 3 cards that last turn, 4 if you count the ink, emptying a lot out of her hand, because that Clarabelle coming down now, it looks like Clarabelle will sing, known a little bit for her vocals, but will sing Mother Knows Best and send that Tiana back to Terry's hand. Of course, that will give Matt a little bit extra benefit off of that Clarabelle. So Matt now asking how many cards in hand, Terry saying 5, and activating that Clarabelle for... Wow.
For the full 5.
Wow.
That Clarabelle is so strong.
Yeah, most of these Emerald decks, or a lot of these Emerald decks, are built around that card specifically, and we're seeing why. 5 cards feels really, really good.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to deal with Clarabelle when she's smaller.
Yes, right?
before the shift comes down.
For
Once the shift one comes
sure.
down, it's very difficult.
For sure, and getting that Tiana off the board feels really bad, because that is one of the cards that Terry wants to use to start to progress lore totals here. We are going to shift in that 1/16, that Power Hamster again, rather, on top of the 1/16 Wolf.
And we played that Aurora as well.
So now again, getting some more characters on board. We do have Fire the Cannons. We'll likely... yes, we want to get a character off the board, but also just want to get cards out of hand.
Yes.
So,
Terry
Terry thinking about this.
Which character she wants to target with that cannons.
Yeah, and there's 2 viable options here. One, if you do 2 to the Clarabelle now, you can quest with the Power Hamster perhaps. And the challenge becomes a trade.
Yeah.
So it's probably the line of thinking here.
Yes.
And it looks like a pass back over.
Okay.
So now Matt, with that big grip of cards there off that Clarabelle, we'll have 6 in hand now.
I mean, Clarabelle goes off one time and it's worth playing the card.
Yeah, holy cow.
That was a big turn for Matt.
Yeah, and really seeing the benefit there when paired with Mother Knows Best as a removal option in the early game.
Especially since you're wanting to just increase their hand.
Ursula Deceiver coming down, going to take a peek, just seeing a couple of Tianas there traveling together. Deceiver, a card which kind of fell quite a bit in favor once a lot of songs rotated out, cards like Be Prepared.
Big boy. It's a big boy.
And Matt, all of a sudden, with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore on the board. Terry wants to be the beatdown in this match, and unfortunately, with those Mother Knows Bests, just hasn't been able to start to progress lore totals here. And just for good measure, we see a Pete go into the Inkwell, and a Forceful Duelist coming down. Matt emptying as many cards out of hand as possible to benefit perhaps from the Clarabelle, but won't be able to. Only 2 cards in hand, so nothing off that Clarabelle this turn. see. It looks like we're gonna
Quest for 1.
for 1 to make use of her ability, playing that Tiana for 2. Now Terry thinking about way ahead. Couple cards in hand here. We'll play the Aurora, or we could ink the Aurora, I think, and play the extra
Play the
Tiana.
other Tiana.
Again, we'll for anybody joining us now, we have Matt H on a fun Emerald Steel build. A lot of cards that we've seen before, but haven't necessarily seen Emerald Steel piloted much in this meta against Terry, who's playing in her first major Lorcana competitive event, and therefore her first stream match.
First stream match. She was a little nervous coming in, so I'm sure the first game playing a deck you're not super familiar with either.
Yeah, but also. Won round 1. So doing well here today
Just
so far.
gotta take it one round at a time.
So now pass back over to Matt. Matt will establish another Clarabelle, this time for full cost.
Okay.
And I think 1 card left in hand there.
Which I believe Terry also has 2 cards in hand still.
I think so. Now, interesting. I'm going to... All right, a little bit challenging here. I'm going to guess that since that card is stuck there and Matt hasn't inked it or leveraged it to make use of the Clarabelle, it's probably an Under the Sea. Might be like Beyond the Horizon. I haven't gotten a good look at it, but I'm wondering if that's what's sitting there in his hand, just not enough on the board yet to tempt him into playing it.
Yeah, because it's not gonna. If it's Under the Sea, it's not gonna hit that hamster.
Yeah,
And that's with only 2 on board.
that's just a guess. We'll see. So Terry here, drawing for turn. We draw into a Daisy Duck, card we would have loved to see way earlier in the game, but certainly getting 2 lower on the board doesn't feel terrible. So really a difficult situation. Terry's going to want to establish as much as possible in these next couple turns. But it looks to be on a 2-turn clock here. And we'll quest for 2 with that Tiana. And unfortunately, these Amber Steel decks really good early on, very fast. That's what Terry wants to do, is win the game in the first 4 or 5 turns. But when you get to this point in the game, there's just not a lot of answers for a wide board.
Yeah, once they start getting 4 to 5 characters out, if I'm on Amber Steel, that's when I start getting real nervous if I'm not getting close to where they need to answer. Because, let's see, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lore just in characters sitting out there. It's a lot.
Yeah, it is. 2-turn clock here, and Terry, looks to be... Let's see if this is a quest or a challenge. Looks like considering whether or not we want to go into anything over there. Looks like we'll trade with the Clarabelle.
It's like there's...
Yeah, I think we're clarifying the ruling on Tiana,
Tiana.
making sure that it's it's only when you are challenged,
Yes.
not on the challenge as well. And so I think perhaps a misunderstanding of the card rule there. But nevertheless, trading with the Clarabelle, and back over to Matt. And Matt will be able to close this out in short order. And again, if you're just joining us, Matt on the play this round. We know these Amber Steel decks, they really want to be on the play. They
Yes.
really want to be on the play. So, I mean, everybody wants to be on the play.
Everyone wants to be on the play.
But this aggressive deck against, decks with inevitability really want to close things out in 4 or 5 turns.
Especially that first game, just because you can get going and then it's just try to keep it moving.
Right. So interesting in this Emerald Steel deck that I'm seeing. I haven't managed to pull the deck list up yet, but it's a lot of what you would expect to see in this meta. A lot of steel cards. It doesn't look like it's doing much different than the Emerald game plan from the Sapphire Emerald decks, or the steel in like Amber Steel or really Amethyst Steel. A lot of those same cards just partnered together here. I haven't seen anything really different as Matt goes removal after removal card here, just clearing Terry's board.
Strength was that card he had in hand that we couldn't see.
Okay, so just saving it for the right moment.
Yeah.
Yep, totally whiffed
Yeah.
on my part there.
I mean, you knew it was a song or an action, so you're halfway there.
That's true. That's true. Close. Close. And then Terry here, just seeing if there's any way back into this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on Matt's side of the board. So he has game there. Terry, without any sort of removal answers, will scoop this game, and we will go on to game 2. Just on the back foot there, those Mother Knows Bests really setting Terry back as Matt set himself up for that Clarabelle, and just could not overcome the value that Clarabelle offered him in the, in turn 5 when it was shifted.
Yeah, shifting on 5 and being able to Mother's Knows Best to get you to that point to be able to play her relatively safely. To at least get a turn off of her. That's all it takes, is just one.
Right. Yeah, just a one
time,
5-card turn.
5-card turn.
Yeah, that's all. That's all you need. Rule number 1 of TCGs, I believe, is more cards. More cards is better.
Unless you're like me and you get a little lost in the card draw sauce, is what we call it.
And
Because I'll be like, "Ooh, I can draw more cards." They're like, "Wait, slow down. Look at what else you can do." I'm like, "But I can draw cards."
But I can draw cards. that doesn't win you the game, right? Yeah, maybe, but just give me a few more turns.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I can draw more cards though, so I can do stuff later.
And then also, if you're if you're just joining us, we do have a second table set up as well. So if this does go short, we'll go over to that second table and bring you even more Lorcana. A fun matchup going on over there as well. So we're excited to bring you that eventually. But here, not to get too far ahead of the matter at hand, because Terry here is looking to battle back from that game 1 loss, drawing into some. I see a Daisy Duck early on there. We do have the 1/16th Wolf. I believe we're going to see the keep pile there on the table. That's my guess.
I believe so.
I have an Aurora as well. So that lady there for turn 3. And then I believe that's a games referee there as well, which we're going to send away, hoping to draw into another one, I think. I do wonder if Matt's running Under the Sea in this build. I haven't seen enough green steel to see whether or not that's common in this particular.
Yeah, I haven't seen enough of it. I've seen a few different iterations of it, that some of them had a couple of them just because there is so much aggro at the moment, but I haven't seen enough of them to really have a good base to know if I should expect to see it if I see it against my opponent on it.
Yeah, it is interesting because I do wonder if there's enough in Emerald Steel that you can shut down aggro without Under the Sea. Amethyst Steel does it. I mean, with the removal and cards like Calhoun, which punish your opponent from challenging early.
And there's so many cards in that color pairing that just exert character. So if they don't turn them sideways, they can try to, if they're trying to build up board state to just finish out the game, they can just.
So that's a good point because you benefit in Amethyst from the the turn 5 Elsa. So I do wonder if Matt is running Under the Sea. Fun little mystery for us to figure out. Chad, if you're running green steel, let us know, or if you've seen it run, if Under the Sea is commonly played. Because I'd be curious to see if that's a route that Matt has available here. And it's a route that he may want to have available because we see the turn 1 Daisy coming down. Matt will play his Forceful Duelist there, but even with that challenger, not enough to overcome Daisy Duck, who will be sure to get a quest off here. And then there's that Nala.
She has 2 Daisies in hand at the moment.
Oh no.
Is she going to triple Daisy?
We could.
I would get distracted. I'd be like, I can do it. I don't know if it's the right thing,
Yeah,
but
right?
I can do it.
I could if I want to. Instead, we have the Nala coming down here. Nala card that kind of
So
replaced
good.
Piglet in this meta, who gets an extra lore when there's no damage. So that 3 lore quester when she's able to go off after her ink is dry. Daisy Duck will quest for 2. I didn't see if we hit anything off the Daisy. I wasn't paying attention.
I did not see either.
I was looking at Nala.
But I was like, card.
Another Forceful Duelist coming down now. Followed by a Fire the Cannons on the Daisy, which will then be paired with that hook to challenge her. So that's a flavor win, is the Fire the Cannons followed by the hook challenge to that Daisy.
I'd say the pirates are coming after Daisy. I got that Nala. She just drew a Troubadour.
Now Troubadour into the Inkwell, and it looks like those Daisies now will come down. It's 1, 2. We're left in hand with Aurora and a Pluto, which
Yeah.
Pluto, very excited to play Pluto next turn.
Oh yeah, that's going to be very strong.
Just the character in general.
It's a dog.
Yeah, just a fun little character. Looks like Nala will get that quest. We'll quest for 3 up to 5 and force a reaction from Matt next turn. Just back over to Matt with the response here. And Nala, of course, with resist 1, but Hook enough to overcome the resist with his challenger. Nala, a really fun card. We did, Bree, we did a video with a bunch of like pro players trying to highlight the best 10 cards in Fabled when it came out, both reprints and and new cards. And Nala was one that actually was not on anybody's list, which is fascinating because it's probably one of the most popular new cards in Fabled.
Yeah, I think it just threw me off because I saw it and I was like, oh yeah, but it didn't immediately click in my head because I was like, but all the other cards that would be similar to this are in Amber, but it's because Piglet's no longer there, so it just kind of slid right in.
Yeah, and not that people didn't think, I'm not saying people didn't think Nala would be good, but that in terms of cards that we expected to make a big splash, Nala wasn't one that rose above cards like Lilo and some others, and really just, doing work. But
Especially when you get multiple of her out there.
yeah. Now Louise coming into play here. Louise, when he enters the game, a card that became popular last meta, Zach Bivens running him in the very first event when that last set came out, will give Reckless when he comes into play, forcing a character to challenge into him. So one of those daisies is bound to challenge that alligator here, or the Hook most likely. But Pluto coming down in Bodyguard, protecting those daisies. Now one of them will have to go into something. I assume we're going to see that Hook finished off. We'll get the quest off that daisy first, though.
Let's see if he gets anything.
And he does.
Another
Oh
one.
no, you hate to see it if you're playing aggro.
Yeah.
Oh goodness gracious. So now this daisy will have to challenge into something. I believe we are going to finish off that duelist. Nice to have a target to go into that you can banish rather than just running into that alligator.
Yes. And fun fact, we just found out it's not only Terry's first large tournament. She's only been playing the game for a month.
You love to see it.
I'm like, only been playing for a month.
Only
Won the first round. Is hanging in there this second.
and into a
game,
feature match.
Into a feature match.
Hey, you go 1-0. You're in the top tables. You're playing against an interesting deck.
You got it.
There you go.
That's all you have to do is just take it one turn at a time. And for sure seems to be.
Oh. Oh dear. And you hear us both groan. That, that Mother Knows Best is going to bounce that back to hand. Luis is going to come in and make short work of that first daisy, and Forceful Duelist. We'll see that one damage counter over there. Yeah. And that Challenger ability will be enough to take out that daisy. And now Terry pushing her all the way up to 7 lore, but all of a sudden with an empty board and drawing into some removal, which helpful, but not necessarily what you want when you're looking to rebuild here.
Yeah, especially not that specific one. At least Fire the Cannon should be able to play the Hook, but Strength is kind of hard whenever you don't have characters to add to the fire.
It's true. So Matt, back over to Matt. Terry did manage to play that Power Hamster there. It will have resist, but we know that Matt does have that Louise in hand, which can force that Rhino to take a turn off from questing, but at this point, all sorts of options open to Matt.
Yeah, because he could just play another Louise and then only exert the one, so then it would have to trade and not give her the Captain Hook as an optional target. Just to he would take a turn off of one lore, but would still be able to manage her deck, her board state. So Lawrence and Ursula. So no more strength.
Oh, Ursula coming down, hitting that Strength of Raging Fire. Feels bad. And then it's going to go back over to Terry here, and this is it's going to be a tough hill to climb.
She's only got the one card in hand now.
So we'd been musing about that Under the Sea and whether or not that's a card that you play in this deck with the Shift Clarabelle able to come down and sing a card, or be a huge part of that sing together. But Matt has worked in several cards like Louise, which can shut down that aggressive strategy. So perhaps you don't need it,
Yeah.
Oh, I do see a Max Goof in hand, though. That's fun.
Ooh. So you're quick at seeing his cards in hand. He doesn't show it on the stream.
He does not. So that's a fun card. Max Goof, the legendary. I'm pretty sure that's what I caught sight of there. He gave us a quick flash. Max Goof, a card that says whenever this character quests, you may play a song card with 4 or less from your discard for free, and then put it on the bottom of your deck instead of your discard pile. So Mother Knows Best and Strength of Raging Fire cards that are available for Matt, and we've seen him use quite a bit here. So fun card there. If that is what I saw.
If that is for sure the Max Goof, I'm gonna need this deck list because I love that card. Solely just because I was obsessed with the art on the card, and I was like, it was coming out, and I was like, this card could be pretty good. I would like to play this, please.
Let me find a way to play this.
Yes, I was like, I do not have the deck building strategy down yet, so I push that off to other people, aka my husband.
Now, is that what I saw? Oh goodness gracious! Chat knows. I think that's what's in the middle.
It looks like it.
I think that's what's in the middle. I don't know.
I believe you are right. I
Haha.
believe it's a Max Goof.
A production saying, we believe it is a Max. We believe it is a Max Goof. So that's fun. So it's really interesting because again, in this particular deck, we've highlighted from the beginning, a lot of these cards are cards that have been played for a while and that we haven't seen. So we saw nothing new in Matt's build until that Max Goof, which is something spicy mixed in here. So perhaps he has some.
Yeah, I mean, he has
fun
enough
things
songs in there and actions. Isn't he a singer?
No,
no, that was the power line, the singer.
Yeah, I think what's interesting about him.
Play a song card with cost 4 or less from your discard.
Yeah, clearly like great in this meta. The downside, I think the biggest downside for him in terms of visibility is it's not on play, so he has to stick around. And I don't know that he has a great shift target in this color pair, because you'd love to be able to play him and then sing immediately. Being forced to wait a whole turn for his payoff is kind of a bummer.
Yeah. Sit there and chewing your nails, waiting, hoping you can actually.
Right. So we will see if we get any benefit out of him. But Terry, on her turn, managing to quest for another 2, up to 9. But Matt with plenty of answers. There's that strength coming down.
Onto Rhino.
Yeah, Rhino.
So Rhino has resist too, doesn't he?
Rhino does. So.
Okay. Yeah. No, he doesn't banish.
Yeah. So rethinking that there, because 4 on board will not be enough.
Looks like he stuck with it. It's still applied there. That was Max Goof. Can confirm. Just went to the inkwell.
And we won't see him played because there he goes. So interesting. So that Strength of Raging Fire played just to get it out of hand to make maximum use of the dock. So I don't see. No, there's damage counters. So yeah. So clearly, probably knew the resist. It wouldn't work fully, but trying to get that resist off there, and just wanted to get out of the hand so we could slam the dock and make maximum use of his card draw ability.
Yeah.
So Mother Knows Best coming down here. We're going to see a little sing, I think. Let's see which character is going to sing this song. Looks like Luis will sing Mother Knows Best and Pluto back to hand, making that power hamster vulnerable to the challenge. Now already got a few damage counters on him. That Ursula, having done her thing, if she's able to clean up a character, always feels good.
Yeah. Using her so then you can keep all of your captain hooks and everything that's a little bit beefier available for when that Pluto does come back down.
And so Terry in full rebuild mode again. We did see her draw into a Sven, fun character, but at this point you want to go wide if possible.
That Mother's Knows Best has put in a lot of work in this matchup.
It is. I mean, green doesn't have a lot of removal. It's a lot of its bounce removal, and Mother Knows Best is one of the best cards for that. Saw a lot of play back in set 1, set 2, even set 3 in like Emerald Amethyst tempo builds. So really fun to see it sticking around and being used here. But of course, it pairs really well with that Clarabelle. And that
Enchanted.
That is an epic Max Goof.
Max.
Yeah. So we talked about how there's not a lot of good shift targets, but there are shift targets.
There are.
Because there's Max Goof Rebellious Teen coming down. When you play this character, you may pay 1 to return a song card with cost 3 or less from your discard to your hand. So I didn't see what he pulled back, but that is a fun combo there. So we know the shift target's in here as well.
Yeah, the 3-cost shift. Shifts on 4. Got that Mother's Note's Best, it looks like, back into hand.
So really interesting here. I'm kind of going through the implications of these max goofs in this deck. You know, as you pointed out, Bree, plenty of 3-cost songs available in this deck, especially with that Mother Knows Best we've been talking about. So perhaps, you know, that max goof, the shift and the shift target do have a home in this deck. Really fun. I'd love to see the Flugborn max goof played before the end of this game.
I hope. Just shift it just because you can. I just want to see it.
Yeah. We know one went into the inkwell, but it'd be fun to see that go off here.
I mean, why not? If he's got the shift target in there, it should be a 1-of in his deck. Oh, that Calhoun.
There we go. Calhoun coming down here. So Matt able to quest out 1, 2, 3,
5, 6, 7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Indeed.
Yeah.
Up to 17. And that's game on board next turn. So.
And with Calhoun out there, so even if I don't see a way Terry can come back on this one.
No, just not a lot of wide removal in these Amber Steel decks. A little bit of spot removal, but removal is not really what it wants to be doing. It wants to be the beatdown, and so a little bit of spot removal to deal with problematic characters is good, but just not really anything to deal with this board once Matt took over the game. So I think that will likely be it. But
yeah, looks like
it is fun to see that Scar in hand, though. Fun new card from Fabled, finding a home in some decks.
Card. It's fun. It's in my Sapphire Steel deck, and it's very fun to play.
And that will be the game into Matt H with Emerald Steel, 2-0 now into this tournament. You love to see it. And Terry, congratulations on a fantastic match. Congrats on your first feature match, and welcome to Lorcana.
Yeah, you did great. We're super proud of you.
Absolutely. With that, I wonder if we have our game going on table 2. We'll see if production can take us over there in a minute.
Table 2 is wrapped, so we have a guest.
Okay, table 2 has wrapped. So we'll come back to the booth here while we wait for this round to finish up. And we have a lot of fun things for you in store here today at the DCI. As we talked about earlier, as Bree and I were musing before the event, or before this round, a lot of fantastic players here who have a lot of tournament experience, as well as players experiencing this event for the first time. I am going to step out, though, to bring one of those guests in. Stephen Mejia is a player that, if you've been involved in the Dallas scene at all or watched any Dallas competitive events, you know he's been around, not only winning Hunter Burton this year, taking down Aaron Rubin in the finals on Purple Steel, but also finishing 4th in the Dallas, or the Fort Worth Pro Play Summit. I got those out of order, but you know the tournament I'm talking about. So a very talented player and doing some work here today, and I'm excited to welcome him to the booth as I step out and make way for him in my chair with my microphone. Stephen, here you go.
Thanks so much, Liam.
We do it live.
We are doing it live.
We are very lucky to have Stephen here with us today.
Yeah, great to be
Even
on.
luckier to be able to call him a friend. All right, how is it going? What has been your thoughts on the day so far?
Going well so far. I'm 2-0. I played on stream the first round against a Ruby Steel, which was interesting because I haven't played against any Ruby Steel decks in my practice, so I was kind of flying by the seat of my pants, reading his cards along the way. And then in round 2, I played against an Amber Steel aggro, and I'm on Purple Steel today, so it happened to work out.
Color me surprised.
Well, I let Liam know earlier, but I was actually very indecisive as to what deck I was going to play today. So I literally rolled the dice between Purple Steel and Green Blue, and fate decided Purple Steel for me.
Well, since you kicked my butt on Tuesday with Emerald Sapphire,
Yeah.
I'm glad you switched it up.
Yeah.
All right.
So how's casting going so far?
It's going. We're rolling with it.
The stream looks great, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Liam has been a gem. Miss Kirby over here, what
On the ones and
do they
twos.
call you? The commissioner of the DCI has been great.
Something.
Running our behind the scenes action. All right. So with everyone out here, what are the vibes? I saw the vibes as like
Vibes
observing.
are great. This is such a wonderful tournament. Everybody just comes together, has a great time, and a really wide meta representation. I've seen several pretty spicy decks, including that green steel that we saw on stream just now, and then again the ruby steel that I played in round 1. So
I've even
people-
seen some amber ruby out there. It looks very fun.
Okay, nice.
I was like,
yeah,
oh.
maybe we'll get one of those on stream.
I was like, yes, we need to get one of those, and then we'd like to have you just. I was like, maybe we can just have a camera following Steven around throughout the day. It's like between you, we've got some Golden Mickey winners out
Yeah.
there. I was like, we've got a lot of
Great
heavy
competition
hitters.
in DFW, that's for sure.
So, listen, we got to have somebody come out to show you a
Right,
little bit of
right.
a challenge.
Yeah.
Can't just be Tuesday leagues with me anymore.
All right,
All right, and we have Jonathan coming in.
coming on stream. Oh, okay.
I thought he was coming in. He's not coming in. All right.
All right.
So,
Do you guys want a break?
Yeah.
break.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We're gonna go for a short
Thanks so
little
much, Bree.
break, and then we're gonna get going into round 3.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Steven. We love you.
Love you guys.
going to you in 3, 2.
I really enjoy hearing those interviews from players and getting to see like some of the Dallas-Fort Worth community every time I come up here. Steven, fantastic player.
He's such a great guy. Like anytime anyone gets a chance to interact with him, I highly recommend it. As long as he's not mid-match, he will definitely have a conversation with you. You can talk about Lorcana, anything. If you have any sort of questions, he's the first to jump in and help new players. I love it.
One of the nicest people. I agree. So. Another question about your community now. Well, to segue into this, like you all gave me a hard time about my travel schedule recently because I've been bouncing around, but you've been traveling as well because I just saw you last weekend in Colorado.
We were just there
at the PPG Summit. And how was that event for you? I was stuck in the booth most of the time, but
I had a great time around the event. It was really funny. Everyone was so nice that ran it with PPG, and so I had my son with me, and so if you saw me, I was most likely pushing around a small child that was not happy about being there, or he was playing soccer with one of the PPG employees that he decided was going to be his best friend for the weekend. So shout out to her for following through with him. But it was fantastic. There was so many people there that were from even that I had played at DLCs last year that I was like, we saw them and I was like, oh my gosh, wait a second. Like who I ended up losing to in my one side event I did compete in was the same guy I lost to in Vegas in a side event. And we were just like, we were playing, all of a sudden like we looked at each other, we realized at the same time, we're like, oh my gosh, what a small world. Cause like it's all over. And so you see people from Colorado that are there obviously since it's there, but then there's also players from Florida that I met at Miami TCG Con whenever I was there. And so it's crazy how the community, no matter where you go, there's always going to be someone that you can look to and be like, oh wait, I know you from this, and everyone's always so welcoming, and it's a great community.
Yeah, no, you hit the nail on the head. They do feel like community gatherings, and I also want to say, as Aaron is standing like right off camera here, like shout out to all of the people at Lorcana events or local game stores, etc., who make the place welcoming for parents and young kids as well. Because there's a lot of us out there who have kids, and I'll never forget, for example, Aaron sitting in the corner at Atlanta, watching Elena like being basically a single parent all weekend long while I was in the broadcast booth, and Elena sleeping in a little playpen in the middle of the floor. And it was so wonderful, all of the players and the staff members who like made time and came over and made sure Aaron was okay and played with our daughter, who was very, very young at the time. So one of the things that we always preach is, we all have these different times in our lives, especially when we have young kids. And sometimes you feel like when you have a young child or you have a family, that takes a lot of your time, that certain hobbies like TCGs or anything are like closed to you. And that's not the case. It's a lot more work and it's hard, but for that reason, I just appreciate when events like Pro Play Summit or local game stores, et cetera, make space for parents and young kids.
Yeah, and it's fantastic. I mean, whenever I first met y'all was at the Hunter Burton last year. So fast forward, at that point, my son was 2 months old. I look like a crazy person because I brought this infant to this large event, but it's really a great cause. So, I mean, and it was right down the street from us. So I was like, I really want to go. I really want to support this tournament. Like, it's for such a good thing because my husband has a Magic background. So we already were aware of Hunter Burton. And he's like, they're doing something for Lorcana. So we just were like, we have to make it work. And that was his debut, was at Hunter Burton. And so we got to go there, and y'all were there with Elena. So you like, I don't feel so alone because I'm like, okay, I'm not the only one with a small child here. And then on top of that, just they created a space for him. And I love that, and it's very welcoming with the community. I mean, our DCI guy, Remington, I cannot tell you how many times we have been at tournaments, and he's like, hey, I'm already done with my round. I'm going to take Deckard on loop because he's upset. I got this. And he just takes him and goes. And so it's really, the community is very hands-on and supportive of not just your gameplay, of you just wanting to be there. And there's always someone willing to help, and everyone's always very understanding. I mean, at PPG, my son had a full meltdown. Was very upset, was very tired.
Can vouch.
11 p.m. flights are not a fan. We were not a fan of that. 2-year-olds don't do well with 11 p.m. flights.
Yes.
And being up at 7 in the morning. So he was not having it and was super upset. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is going to be a disaster. And then you were there and you went up to him and he was okay, starting to reel it in a little bit. Okay, there's a witness. I can't just yell at mom. And then you got him a toy, and then Color was there, and she was playing with him, and JDZ went up to him and was like, hey man, like, he could be on the camera, like, he's great. And I was like, oh no, we don't want that. We would like our viewers to keep their eardrums.
Yes. Yeah, he kept it together.
Yeah, once he got food.
Once he got food, yeah.
Food and a couple naps in, and he's okay. But,
Yeah.
you know, the community definitely came in. We had we used to live in Colorado, so we had friends up there, as well as my sister-in-law and her husband and their whole team. So we really, like, I feel like no matter what Lorcana thing we go to, we always have a crew of like 10 people, and so it's very much a group effort. Like Jonathan, who runs this event with Kirby, was there, and he got food for himself, and he gets snacks for Deckard. Like, no matter what it is, like, everyone's always very helpful, and I love it.
That's awesome.
It's definitely made getting into TCGs a lot easier for me, because I did start getting into this with a small child, with no TCG background before that. So I had no idea what I was getting into, on top of bringing him in with me at the same time. So it was a lot. It was overwhelming, and it's scary. But the community, especially around the DFW area, has always been very sweet and understanding and helpful.
That's
beyond
amazing.
means.
That's amazing. Yeah, shout out to everybody again who makes the community a welcoming space, especially for parents of young kids and welcoming young kids. And speaking of your community, Bree, you mentioned a member of your community here that I met for the first time this weekend. I didn't know that you had a resident superhero here at the Diet Coke Invitational, a legit superhero. So of course we had to do an interview with him when he showed up earlier. We'd like all you to meet him too. He's DCI guy, and he's ridiculous.
Did somebody say DCI guy?
How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing pretty great. Every day that starts with Diet Coke is a great day for DCI guy.
So speaking of that, what is a typical day in the life of DCI guy?
Wake up in the morning and I crack a 6-pack of Diet Coke. Pour it all over my face, ice cold, right before I go for a 12-mile run. When I get home for that 12-mile run, I pass out for about 2 hours. Then I wake up again, eat 6 eggs, and start my day.
Wow, and that's just the morning.
That's just the morning. Yeah, I
That
wake
is
up at
pretty
4
incredible.
a.m.
Okay, let's put ourselves in this hypothetical DCI guy. You are in the finals of a DLC. You are about to go to the North American Championship, and there is a Diet Coke emergency. What do you do?
So Diet Coke emergency for me would be they're all out of Diet Coke. Well, good news is DCI guy's always packing Diet Coke. I come prepared. A freshly chilled 6-pack and a thermos belt. I see someone out there thirsty for a Diet Coke. Grab one, toss it, and they chug it down. Emergency averted.
Now, do you think there's ever going to be a day where you reveal your alter ego to the world?
There is no alter ego for DCI guy.
Just
I am
DCI.
always DCI guy all the time.
And can you tell me a little bit about what your relationship is like with Coke Zero guy? Are you friendly? Is it a competitive nature?
I see Coke Zero guy as that cousin that no one usually talks to at the parties, but sometimes when you're having a good time, he kicks out a really good story and y'all have a great night. The way I see it, Coke Zero guy is okay in my book.
Well, that's so nice that you're so welcoming to other Coke varieties. Well, it was so nice to meet you, DCI guy. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and thanks for being here, making sure everybody's got Diet Coke.
Oh, you're welcome, Aaron, and have a Diet Coke on the DCI guy. Once I can get it out.
It's very secure in there, sir.
Maybe I should leave it in?
Yeah, I think that's okay. I'll get it later.
It's coming. It's coming. Maybe grab from the...
Maybe, yeah. You
They're
need
too
more leverage.
slippery and wet.
Here, let me hold your microphone so you can. It's
Oh, wait.
very important.
I got...
There we go.
I should have practiced before coming.
Well, I'm excited to break into this cool, refreshing Diet Coke. Here's to DCI guy. Thank you so much for all you do for our community, sir.
You're welcome. You enjoy that ice-cold Diet Coke.
And here's to you. We'll send it back to the booth. I am here today with the elusive DCI guy. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing pretty great. Every day that starts with Diet Coke is a great day for DCI guy.
So speaking of that, what is a typical day in the life of DCI guy?
Wake up in the morning and I crack a 6-pack of Diet Coke. Pour it all over my face, ice cold, right before I go for a 12-mile run. When I get home for that 12-mile run, I pass out for about 2 hours. Then I wake up again, eat 6 eggs, and start my day.
Wow, and that's just the morning.
That's just the morning. Yeah, I
That
wake
is
up at
pretty
4
incredible.
a.m.
Okay, let's put ourselves in this hypothetical DCI guy. You are in the finals of a DLC. You are about to go to the North American Championship, and there is a Diet Coke emergency. What do you do?
So Diet Coke emergency for me would be they're all out of Diet Coke. Well, good news is DCI guys always packing Diet Coke. I come prepared. A freshly chilled 6-pack and a thermos belt. I see someone out there thirsty for a Diet Coke. Grab one, toss it, and they chug it down. Emergency averted.
Now, do you think there's ever going to be a day where you reveal your alter ego to the world?
There is no alter ego for DCI guy.
Just
I am
DCI.
always DCI guy all the time.
And can you tell me a little bit about what your relationship is like with Coke Zero guy? Are you friendly? Is it a competitive nature?
I see Coke Zero guy as that cousin that no one usually talks to at the parties, but sometimes when you're having a good time, he kicks out a really good story and you'll have a great night. The way I see it, Coke Zero guy is okay in my book.
Well, that's so nice that you're so welcoming to other Coke varieties. Well, it was so nice to meet you, DCI guy. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and thanks for being here, making sure everybody's got Diet Coke.
Oh, you're welcome, Aaron, and have a Diet Coke on the DCI guy. Once I can get it out.
It's very secure in there, sir.
Maybe I should leave it in?
Yeah, I think that's okay. I'll get it later.
It's coming. It's coming. Maybe grab from the front.
Maybe. Yeah, you
They're
need
too
more leverage.
slippery and wet.
Here, let me hold your microphone so you can. It's
Oh, wait.
very important.
I got.
There we go.
I should have practiced before coming.
Well, I'm excited to break into this cool, refreshing Diet Coke. Here's to DCI guy. Thank you so much for all you do for our community, sir.
You're welcome. You enjoy that ice cold Diet Coke.
And here's to you. We'll send it back to the booth. I am here today with the elusive DCI guy. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing pretty great. Every day that starts with Diet Coke is a great day for DCI guy.
So speaking of that, what is a typical day in the life of DCI guy?
Wake up in the morning and I crack a 6-pack of Diet Coke. Pour it all over my face, ice cold, right before I go for a 12-mile run. When I get home for that 12-mile run, I pass out for about 2 hours. Then I wake up again, eat 6 eggs, and start my day.
Wow, and that's just the morning.
That's just the morning. Yeah, I
That
wake
is
up at
pretty
4
incredible.
a.m.
Okay, let's put ourselves in this hypothetical DCI guy. You are in the finals of a DLC. You are about to go to the North American Championship, and there is a Diet Coke emergency. What do you do?
So Diet Coke. Appearing first live on the screen for you now, DCI Guy joined still with Bree of Enchanted Chatter. Half of Enchanted Chatter. I can't say who's the better half. I think y'all are equal.
We are equal. Because we
Okay.
are two halves of a whole.
Two halves of
That's
one
why you
whole.
put us together and we're perfect.
Two sides of the same coin. Some people would say one's peanut butter, the other's jelly. You don't get a sandwich
And we
without
like
both.
jam.
All right. So joining us for this round, round 3, we have on the left-hand side of the screen, Matt Ortiz playing Blurple, the Sapphire Amethyst deck. And then on the right-hand side of the screen, we've got Barrett on his Sapphire Steel, also known as Blue Steel, giving us the looks with his Blue Steel.
Which one? Have you played either of these decks?
I have played Blurple, and I've played in other seasons Sapphire Steel. Typically, with the Blurple deck here, it's playing that mid-range version where you're getting value for value out of your opponent. Where in this matchup, the Sapphire Steel deck will be the one that is the control deck, the one trying to slow down the opponent, use their removal for advantage, ramping into the late game to be able to play things like Vincenzo, to be able, and Tinkerbells, Hades, to get there earlier to take out the small guys on the other side, banish them from the game.
I love this Sapphire Steel build. It is so much fun to play.
Oh yeah, and this one's got an interesting take on things. We're definitely seeing potential for Robin Hood making a reappearance in the game, all the way from set 1, getting reprinted into Fabled, now able to show off his unrivaled archer skills, getting that extra card, being evasive, having another big body in play that can take out those Blurple evasives. So a lot of play into the Blurple deck. I think Barrett came into this matchup, or into the event today, knowing he'd probably see Blurple a lot.
Oh yeah, he definitely, I mean, as you should expect to see that and that Amber Steel aggro. I feel like with the state of the meta at the moment, you can't go in thinking, I'm just going to skirt these two decks because
Sure.
they're taking up about 33% of
A huge meta
big
share.
tournaments at the moment.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Y'all were talking earlier about PPG events, and we've been seeing a huge meta share going to both either a Blurple deck and then the Sapphire Steel coming up out of a deck that wasn't really being played too much in the first 2 weeks of the meta.
Oh yeah, that Emerald Steel definitely looked like it was interesting. It's definitely had the spice. That Mother Knows Best definitely put in a lot of work against that aggro.
Now, between these two decks and this matchup here, which do you favor?
I am biased because
Okay.
I have played both decks, but I love playing that Sapphire Steel build.
Yeah.
It's just so much fun. I love being able to just anything with giant Tinkerbell in it though, I'm
Sure.
gonna love it.
Sure. Now, I can definitely see the Blurple deck here playing more tempo-oriented, as they do have their top end is something like 4 Hades, 2 Elsa, we've got a Monstro to clear up against other decks that go wide, and they're just trying to really tempo out in the beginning, put some small characters in play, get to their evasives, get the extra card draw that they can, so that their characters are replacing themselves if they get removed from the game. And then we're off to the races as
We're
the game
off.
has begun.
Inking that into the unknown, playing Develop Your Brain.
Into the unknown, more like into the inkwell. Yes, and as I do like to develop my brain, usually with the caffeine-induced adrenaline that comes from a tasty, crisp Diet Coke, I also like to see people's hands develop with this Develop the Brain. I didn't get to see what Barrett chose, though. Did you see the card chosen?
I know he drew a Dumbo, and I saw that, and Brain went, oh, he's probably going to keep that one.
Probably going to keep that Dumbo. Okay, now it does seem that we have the table seatings swapped on the screen from what I'd mentioned before. Instead of Matt being on the left and Barrett being on the right, it seems to be opposite, with Barrett on the left and Matt on the right-hand side of the screen. So sorry about that, as we are seeing the Blurple cards being on the right-hand side of the field, where the Sapphire Steel cards are on the left-hand side of the field, at least from my perspective.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like maybe they got flipped on their seats.
And now we see Blurple doing this Blurple thing, putting the Tipo into play, getting a card into the inkwell, ramping up back to a 3rd level of ink. Yep, and we have on, okay. We've got a Basil into play after a Sail the Azurite Sea, getting an extra ink into the inkwell. Say goodbye to Smash and to that Stitch. Now, mini matchups that Stitch can really help against the aggro players. Against Blurple, though, there's so many things that have such high willpower, it's going to be hard for something like a Stitch to close it out without the extra added effect of Basil being able to give it more strength. And Dumbo has appeared in the game.
He's got one down, just inked one, but now he's got Elsa and Hades in hand, both uninkable, both very expensive. Looks like we just got another Elsa.
Okay. Two good cards on either. Well, we've got two better cards on one side of the field and one really good card on the right side of the field.
Yeah, I was gonna say that those cards in hand are not ideal, but with that Dumbo in play.
And Dumbo doing his thing, flying around the circus, acrobatic attack, taking another ink, drawing an extra card.
And now we've got that Sail with a Bell in hand. It wasn't another Elsa, it was Bell.
Moving up to 5 ink total, 4 to play. Another Dumbo. Oof. Now, as the Sapphire Steel player, I would love to be able to have multiple cards to take out those Dumbos. But since he didn't remove Dumbo last turn, and he even inked a Smash to play the Sail the Azure.
I can see a Smash in hand currently.
Okay. There is a Smash in hand, you are correct.
But he does have 2 Dumbos on board. You can't smash them both.
Can't smash them both. No cards that can currently attack into an evasive.
No.
So the Dumbo is safe without a smash. I think Barrett's considering his options. Maybe he'll use a smash on one of the... 5 for a Jasmine! Pole vaulting her way into play here. Now, Jasmine's a really interesting card. Something that, as the cards are being spoiled, people had a lot of ideas of what to do with her. She's a 3/7, so a very big character for any deck to really have to take care of.
Also, you have to remember too, she can be a shift target.
Oh yeah, for sure. So the Sapphire Steel shift version of her can be really interesting to play, especially when we're dealing with a lot of allies in the game as well.
Yeah, especially if, because I believe Basil is an ally. I'm not sure if Scrooge is, but.
Oh, here we go with the Rhino.
Mim.
This is the Madam Elephant. My mistake. I
Elephant.
said Rhino,
Rhino.
but Rhino is
Where's
Ruby
the amber?
Amethyst. This is pure Amethyst over here.
Oops, all Amethyst.
Oops, mostly Amethyst. We use the purple. We use the Sapphire 2 ramp. Okay, sending it back over.
Huh.
People, both players are just building up their board
There's
states.
that
There's
smash
the
coming
smash
down.
on one Dumbo. Yep. No one's gone questing yet. It's just been setting up their game, getting the board ready before they can really start swinging at each other.
Getting a lot of ink down there.
Oh yeah. We're approaching Hades. Yep, Hades is in play. Jasmine is gone.
Yeah, now you can safely exert that Dumbo, at least in theory.
Going for the first quest of the game here. Going up to 1 point in play for Matt.
Getting that lore tracker
Yep.
in place so we can.
Keep track of the lore here. Want everything figured out. Okay. We can thank our judge there, Jonathan, for getting that set up for us. Back over
More
to...
developed. Saw that Vincenzo. Didn't see if he kept it though.
Inking a Donald Duck. Ooh, I think that's 7. Playing the Vincenzo.
There it
Yep,
goes.
yep. 3 damage
I was gonna say, that's
onto
a way
the
to deal with
Dumbo.
it.
Yeah, of course it is. So the Sapphire Steel deck does have a lot of answers for Dumbo. Between Smash and Vincenzo and Hades, a lot of ways to deal with it.
That's why I like this deck. You see a lot of Blurple, and Sapphire Steel's definitely got the answers. As long as you can get them in the right order.
For sure, for sure. Now, some people like to be the deck asking the questions, and other people like to be the deck that's got all the answers. I favor the all the answers kind of player. What about yourself?
I like to turn things sideways.
Okay, you like to turn things sideways. So you're usually asking the questions, making them answer it. Yes.
I'm gonna play all my cards, turn them sideways, and say good luck.
That's interesting, because that would behoove you to be more in a Blurple position here versus in
would
a
think.
Sapphire Steel position.
Yes, you would think. I actually got convinced into trying the Sapphire Steel build, and
Okay.
then just started doing really well with it. And I was like, you know what, this deck is actually a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I like the card draw, and I like being able to play my Hades and my Elsa. But
Sure. Barrett choosing to put that hypnotic strength into the ink because we don't have to deal with any illusions on the opposite side of the field, so it's a lot less helpful. And then now we've got the Elsa coming to play, tapping down 2 characters, fully exerted. They're not going to be able to ready at the beginning of next turn.
And now we're challenging them so they
Basil's
be able
gone.
to re-ready.
Yeah, we don't want that ability to support from Basil. And then they have 6 damage placed on Scrooge. That can't be right. Scrooge only has 5 willpower.
Yeah, and he was challenged with the Hades, I believe, so I think he should only have the 3 damage.
Correct. Should only be 3 here, and there should be damage back on Hades if that's the case.
Yes.
5 damage on Hades, only 3 on Scrooge. So hopefully they catch that and they can correct that for us. We got Hades taking out the Elsa. Elsa into the Inkwell. Only just going to fuel more Elsas, though.
Yeah, just giving them lots of ink going around, back and forth. Lots of building, lots of going.
Yeah, no, too bad for Matt. He only has 2 Elsas total in the deck on that side of things. 4 of the 5-cost Elsas and 2 of the 8 costs. So one of those 2 8 costs is gone. It just seems like they're putting the pressure on and probably going to go questing more often.
That Hades should have damage on it, and if he could see that, that might impact, because he has that bell in hand. But without that damage being shown on Hades, he might not recognize that he has damage to move.
Is correct. They wouldn't be in the game anymore.
Scrooge wouldn't be in the game anymore, and Bell would be out of hand.
Correct.
Scrooge has too much damage.
Okay. Looks like there were some challenges there.
That Vincenzo is very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and at
It's a big body.
at the start of Madame M's turn, able to move 2 damage at the beginning of the turn off of Madame M, getting extra value off of some of the damage that had been in play. We could be incorrect as to what was swinging where as well.
Yeah. Hades on Hades.
Yeah, because that Hades should have damage on it from the previous challenges.
From the challenges. Looks like they're disputing that at the moment.
Yeah, and since we didn't have lore totals to track things earlier, harder for us to keep track of those things too.
Yeah, it's very important to stay on top of it and keep the board state honest.
Yeah, but these players aren't always in this specific setup where they have to keep track of the lore total by pressing the buttons on the side there.
Definitely.
Sapphire Steel player running out of a bit of gas here, only having 2 characters in play, 1 card in hand.
That Sapphire Steel really kind of needs that Jasmine shift, the larger Jasmine, to be able to get that card draw.
Sure. Okay, beginning of the turn. No, not beginning of the turn. Okay, they're rediscussing a quest here. Hades questing now.
Looks like he's only got a Tipo in hand on...
Barrett was using the dice to mark frozen by Elsa.
Gotcha. The dice are being used to show that they were exerted and frozen by Elsa, not actual damage. So kind of an issue that can happen when you don't have clear tokens that designate what's going on, and you use something like a dice to represent something else when usually a dice is representing damage. So there are like frozen tokens that I've seen some people use, or some people use other things like turning the card completely upside down.
Yeah, that's
so that
personally what I do, so I don't remember. So whenever, that's mostly
then when you're
for me,
ready
when
for
I'm
the
ready,
turn,
I can just know I can
exactly
make it more like a clock.
Yep. You go from being completely upside down to then back to 90 degrees, and then the next turn you can ready it.
Yes.
Okay. But not everybody uses the same shortcuts that we do.
Yes.
Vincenzo coming down again, dealing another 3 damage somewhere. It might go on the Madame Mim because the Mim has damage on it already. And then putting 3 damage on the Hades, finishing the Hades off with the other Hades, 3 damage back to the Hades.
You don't want to leave anything sitting with too much damage for long.
Gotcha. So sorry about that, viewers. The dice that were in play made us a bit more confused. And then the Vincenzo finishing off the Madame Mim. Okay, now we're seeing a better board state for Matt and or for Barrett, sorry.
Now his own Basil's coming down with Bell and Tipo both taking out that Vincenzo.
Vincenzo gone, off the board. You can be a demolition expert somewhere else as you are banished.
Yes. so much ink on both sides.
Yeah.
They both definitely got all the ramps. Smashing that bell.
Bell has been smashed and, ooh, banished. Now we're singing Beyond the Horizon, choosing only for Barrett. I'm so confused by the by everything here, but Barrett choosing to draw
Matt
3
choosing
cards
to
only.
draw 3.
No, that is Barrett playing Sapphire
Oh, so
Steel.
their colors are okay.
Yeah,
There we go.
Barrett is playing Sapphire Steel. The names are correct.
Okay.
The names and ink are correct now. Apologies.
The ink is still inaccurate from what we're seeing.
The ink or the scores?
The ink.
Yeah, their color.
We have
what
Barrett on the
they're
left
playing.
with Sapphire Steel, and Matt on the right with
Blurple.
Amethyst Sapphire. And now it looks like Barrett's definitely in the driver's seat here after using that
Yeah.
Beyond the Horizon to get 3 additional cards. Ooh,
Oh, Finders Keepers
okay,
coming
Finders
down.
Keepers. So keeping track of tempo in a game like this, sure, Matt's ahead on lore. Now has drawn 3 extra cards, so both
Playing
decks
Genie,
having the
drawing
ability to
another.
draw 3 extra cards. Yeah, like you said, Genie drawing another card. So now Blurple really getting that card draw engine that they're so good at doing. If we
Definitely can change a game state just by being able to draw enough cards.
For sure, for sure. Every card is another resource, either by being another character in play that can gain more lore eventually, challenge the opponent, or ink in the beginning of the game. Now we're at the point where inking every single turn isn't quite as necessary. We just want to get as much advantage as we can, and that Rafiki wasn't going to be doing much. Didn't want to feed the Stitch with the Rafiki. But we have Rafiki in play. I was wrong about that. My mistake. DCI man must check his prescription on these glasses over here.
You haven't had enough Diet Coke today. You need to,
Nope.
you need to dial it in.
The brain is fuzzy. I'm cracking the Coke straight from the belt into the stomach. Getting the energy back so I can bring you the content that you crave. Much like I crave these Diet Cokes.
Just got that Into the Unknown, which can... One Into the Unknown in hand. I want to know... I want to be able to be there to see
To see
and
the hand?
hear all of it.
I'm seeing a Monstro as well, I believe.
It looks
A
like
Monstro
Monstro
into
and
the Unknown.
and
Are those the only 2
Unknown.
cards?
Yep,
Yeah,
those
it's only
are the
2
only
cards.
2.
So there's only 2 things turned sideways. In order to restand and attack again with the monster, you have to discard a card. So
Yeah.
you're better off just playing the Into the Unknown to get rid of something, or just playing the monster and attacking only 1 time. Looks like he's taking a look at the Stitch, deciding whether or not Matt wants to use Into the Unknown potentially on the Stitch, or if he just wants to go attacking, and Rafiki clears the Hades because he already had 3 damage on him.
Yeah.
Here comes the
comes
big,
Monstro.
mean Monstro.
Big whale. A whale of a
and
tail.
100% a whale of a tail he is as he comes rushing in here, taking out the Vincenzo.
That's interesting. He uses the Basil to challenge whenever he has support.
So I believe the idea there was he didn't
So he
want to
didn't
give a
have to leave
target
it
for
for-
Stitch. And if Stitch did challenge back, he'd have to challenge into the Monstro and lose the Stitch in the process. So pretty heads up play there, not giving the extra value to a Stitch of getting the extra lore, drawing the extra card. As we know that this Sapphire Steel deck is hungry for as much card draw as it can get.
Yep. And Smash and then Stitch both going into that Monstro to take that out.
Finish him off. Now Monstro is surely a beast, a 6'8" body coming in there.
Gaining some nice brain development.
Oh yeah. Now, sometimes your brain, it can be as big as you want it to be, but if it's not fueled by the energy of Diet Coke with the caffeine, then you're gonna have these brain farts like I had. And Jasmine is back on play. And a nice looking Jasmine she is. This one is a foil. Getting that nice glare off of her. I think the first one was Enchanted, was she not?
No.
Ugh. Just me dreaming of Enchanteds over here.
Listen, maybe the next one, like just kind of up the rarity each time you play her.
We'll keep going.
Start with
Get the normal.
base,
Get the
then go to
foil. Go
then
for the Enchanted. Now, if only they make an iconic afterwards, then we can go for that too.
Iconic, throw in some alt art maybe from an artist.
There we go. Get a custom art made for yourself, or get some alt art done, as long as it's not disrupting the art on the card itself.
That's fair.
Okay. And then back to the foil Stitch, coming back into
Another
play.
one with
These 2
Miss
players just
Bell.
trading haymakers.
Doesn't feel good to have to.
Ooh, Elsa to tap down the Stitch. Bell to attack into it if possible here.
Yeah.
Yeah, clearing that Stitch out of there. Matt recognizing how valuable that stitch can be by either gaining the lore and drawing the card or placing it stealth, even if you take something out.
Yeah, it's definitely not something you want to just leave.
No, for sure.
If you have a way of dealing with it, you got to do it soon. There's so much ink on both sides.
Yeah, there should be 3 damage back on the Belle. Belle's out by
now,
that strength. 1
yep.
damage to finish her off. Jasmine going to questing.
We are
Taking
in
Barrett
top
up to
deck mode,
18.
though.
Yeah, but Barrett's at 18. He just needs to, yep, that's it. So nothing left there. Had to pick him up as Barrett takes this first game. Moving on to now Matt, likely choosing to go first in the second game.
Most likely.
So let's look over the deck list here. Think about some of the tools that these players might have. It looks like in this specific game, Barrett was able to kind of clean up the board early, get into the end game there where they had too many big bodies in play with high willpower. We've got some 7 willpower, 6 willpower, even, well, I think that's where he tops out at willpower.
Yep. And kind of going off of what Liam said this previous round with card draw being so important for the game, Barrett managed to get the first card draw down before Matt could play into that Finders Keepers and Genies to get them back in, and it definitely seemed to play in his favor, just having more answers sooner.
For sure. Oh, and Vincenzo's got 8 willpower.
Yeah, he's
so
a 2/8.
He's a 2/8.
Big boy.
He's big. He's little in the front, big in the back, as we like to say.
Exactly.
Yeah, so little strength, big will. So sometimes the guys that aren't that strong will have the strongest willpower. Now, looking at them shuffling up here and everything, you know, the typical shuffle, cuts, check your first hand, see if it's any good, if you want to reshuffle afterwards and everything, after you mulligan or alter your hand. Now, looking at here, I am seeing that there are a lot of cards in Barrett's deck that we didn't see played. There were no Kitas that got played that game. There were no Robin Hoods that were played that game, no Tinkerbells, but plenty of them in the deck, with each of those being at 4 copies total. So potential to draw into any of those and use them. Of them, Tinkerbell can be helpful at getting some splash damage, taking out some things like the Bazils that Matt might have in play as well, because Basil only having 1 willpower. And then every little bit of damage helps when you can then challenge back into something else and then put 2 more damage on something else too. So definitely Barrett having the most removal in the game, and then still having multiple characters that quest for 2 or 3.
Yeah. Also, we didn't see any of those Robin Hoods that we were so excited about that are in his list.
That's
so
true.
Hopefully, maybe this game we can see at least 1.
Yeah, and plenty of opportunities for Barrett to be able to capitalize on that card draw effect off of it, with the Amethyst Sapphire deck being so resilient at being able to draw so many cards.
Oh, yeah.
But it's quite possible that Barrett just used his develop their brains to get the cards that he did not need at that time on the bottom, and that's why we didn't see any of those cards. We didn't see any Tinkerbells, we didn't see any Robin Hoods, we didn't see any Kitas, because he needed other things instead.
Yeah. We'll say those Tinkerbells are even just a threat, just the having it out, it just is enough of a threat where they maybe don't want to turn something sideways quite yet.
For sure.
But going into game 2, we're inking and passing.
Yep. TikTok on the clock. We got TikTok into the inkwell.
And developing that brain some more.
See, always good to have a turn 1 play. Previously, my favorite turn 1 play was Popsicle. Now we can't do that anymore. Banish the Popsicles from the game. Got them out of there. I'll never be able to do that again.
I'm so sad that you can't keep me up with Ruby Sapphire anymore.
Sorry.
Can you see the tears?
The tears are a-flowing.
It's like, I'm pretty sure you playing Ruby Sapphire is why I have a love for Daisy.
Yes, of course. Yeah, preventing me from drawing cards as I very seldom had characters coming off of it, and crying from not being able to get rid of it too early in the game. So both players developing their game state here, getting ink into the inkwell. Yep, both have ramped, so we say, adding additional ink to their inkwell than we would typically have for just the 2 turns. Tipo to put something into play. We're not going to get to see what card's going in there. Basil for the turn, some mystery card for the Tipo. Could be even another Tipo.
It could be inking another Tipo with a Tipo.
Inking into the
We're
inkwell,
into the
playing a
gnome.
genie. Let's go.
Gotta get that card draw.
Now we love genies over here. This house loves genies. We love to draw cards. We love genies. Genie always showing up on the job, some people would say. This genie, his wish has been fulfilled. His chains are off. He's out to play, drawing extra cards, fulfilling dreams.
Yep, you never know. Genie might even make a trip to our favorite Disney World.
Potentially. Go enjoy some sights. check out a couple rides or so, I would say. Now looking here, we've got Kita in play and has ward, so can't be tapped down from this Elsa effect.
But
Elsa
Tipo
able to
can.
clear Tipo. Who cares? Tipo did his job.
It's something.
Tipo got the ink into the inkwell, and now we've got this warded Kita able to continuously get advantage by getting more ramp into play by just using her ability. Look at the top 2 cards, put one back on bottom, one into the inkwell, kind of filtering the top of your deck and ensuring that you've got something to go into your inkwell every single turn. Because you want to be able to get up to those 7 cost cards as fast as possible.
And we're
baby!
We're already at 6 ink with that Donald Duck coming down.
Without even using Kita. Kita could pop off this turn, add an extra ink into the inkwell, set up a 7 cost card to play on the top of the deck to be able to then slam-a-jamma it right into play on the next turn.
Slam-a-jamma.
Now I can't see what the card count is for each. Oh, I just sneak peek of Matt's. I got 4 cards there. Kita going a looking. Top 2 cards. 1 going to the inkwell, 1 going back on top of the deck. Now these players not doing a really good job of keeping a secret of the cards from each other and from us. Yeah. I wish we could get those sneak peeks.
Like, I just want to know. Yeah, it looks like we got 4 or 5 in Matt's hand.
Yeah, if I'm Matt here, I'm looking for something.
Barrett looks like has 3 in hand.
Yeah, because the unfortunate thing here is, do you really want to send both Elsa and Genie into the Kita to take the Kita out? Kita being a 3-3, 3-4? 3-3, I believe.
3-4, I believe.
Ooh, now I'm actually 3-3. Now there's
3-3.
there's the advantage of actually having played with the card in my deck, even though she has less value now, in my opinion, in the average Sapphire deck. I think that Barrett chose wisely to include her in this deck at this time.
Hypnotic Strength.
Yep.
Elsa's able to take her out.
Extra
Genie can still go Questin.
Even though Hypnotic Strength wasn't clearing an illusion, it did allow for the Elsa to be able to have the strength needed.
So Genie can just turn sideways.
Yeah, gain extra lore. We're not worried about something being able to crack back and take the Genie out.
Tipo hitting that inkwell.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Genie goes a questing. He says, no sir, I will be the one gaining lore this game.
Exactly. Definitely Matt seems to be taking a little bit more aggressive approach with his hand this time.
Yeah, I would also say that he seems to be in the driver's seat. He's been doing a really good job being able to maintain board state, keeping some of the characters off of Barrett's side, even the extra utility of the Kita, getting the value of filtering the hand on top of the deck, getting the extra ink into the inkwell, because now Barrett's starting this turn at 7 ink. He started
Robin Hood.
Ooh, let's go, Robin Hood. He started the last turn at 4 ink at the beginning of the turn.
Yes.
So a lot of value coming from the Donald and from the Kita.
Yeah, just being able to just have them both where he can just, I'm just going to have all of the ink, so anything I get can just come out.
I feel like we've been predicting all the cards that Barrett's going to be playing this game because we didn't see those cards last game.
Even without us seeing his hand, we're manifesting.
We're manifesting everything. Maybe a Tinkerbell will come out here, even though I feel like in this position, Tinkerbell probably won't be the best.
Yeah, she's probably not the best, but she could still come out.
She could still be helpful. We were hoping on Barrett's side
smash.
for Robin Hood to be able to attack into some of these evasives, take out a Genie, put more damage onto an Elsa. But unfortunately, unable to. Oh, Hades on Hades action over here, taking out the Genie.
Genie should be put into the inkwell.
Inkwell, correct. Inkwell, not discard. So it's not going into the discard. That card should be in the inkwell, just like you caught, Bree.
Yeah. I would say I've played that card once or twice in my time.
And that's a card that's been around since the beginning of the game. Players should know what it does, but and you know what? And Matt's playing Hades. Matt should know what Hades does.
Yes, obviously he also has a Hades on board.
Yeah, but that card should be in the inkwell.
Yeah.
Now, although neither play will have a way of getting cards back from, or getting characters back from their discard into their hands, still important because it's an extra ink that Matt could have to play more cards.
That gives you you're limiting yourself.
Exactly. And as a Blurple player, you want to have a lot of ink to play a lot of cards.
And
now putting the Hades into the inkwell.
Mm-hmm.
We're up here in the booth just shaking our heads.
Tisk tisk. granted, there's a lot happening.
High
Stakes, nerves gets to everybody.
You're on stream. Maybe you're not used to being here. Now, Matt is a player that at this point has a lot more in play. More cards in hand, more in play, an embarrassment of riches, some would say. Maybe he just thought, you know what? I'm going to allow it. I'm not going to take this extra ink off of this Hades.
Yeah.
Here's the Tinkerbell. We did it. We manifested all the cards. Do we manifest or were we cursing Barrett? Because right now, maybe these cards weren't the right ones that he needed.
We even pointed out, though, like, he could play it. It's probably not great, but he could.
He could, and he did it. It did take out it took out the Basil, though.
Yeah,
something that we said it would still have value in the game.
Yeah, it's definitely
And
not working. I mean, he just kind of altered the
game
over
plan.
that game state.
But the Tinkerbell plus the Smash plus the Donald Dunk was enough to finish with the Hades.
Oh yeah, just able to let's just take it.
Now the splash damage didn't really do much in that scenario, but here if Matt does play something else and Tinkerbell attacks into the Hades here, would then be able to bouncing the Hades back. Now, we all remember the days of Madam M bouncing. Is Madam M Elephant now the bane of people's existence, being able to bounce cards back into hand?
Listen, as long as they can't goat bounce goat.
That's true. Now, I really disliked being bounce goat bouncing on, or goat bounce goat. All those things were not helpful to me in the previous metas.
It was very fun. But also, I just want to turn things sideways. I just have to go faster than Remington.
That's true, and which is usually
go faster than his ramp.
Which is usually faster because the decks that I play are not typically fast ones, to be known.
But also the ones you play, once you do hit your ramp and you're set, there's really nothing we can do.
Interestingly enough, here Barrett has really been able to change the tide of this game.
Vincenzo coming down to take care of that Dumbo is definitely.
Yeah, previously Matt had 4 characters in play, back down to only 1, only 7 lore. We're at 18 minutes left in the clock. And we're still in game 2.
Yeah.
With a lot of game left.
I mean, and he knows he has a Hades in hand from that coming down, so he could play it. What's he going to deal with? The Vincenzo
or the
Tinkerbell? Either one.
The Tinkerbell has a lot more continuous value by being able to, but Vincenzo also has more lore and a bigger willpower.
Big.
Harder to remove without the Hades.
Yeah.
So I could easily see Hades being the choice here. Hypnotic, takes out the Tinkerbell.
Can use Hades to then get rid of the Vincenzo.
Hypnotic Strength also replaced itself, which is also very good. Yep, Hades taking out the Vincenzo. So we're continuously swinging cards back and forth, trying to maintain who's going to have tempo here. And I think
determining if we're going to ink this turn or what we're going to ink.
Yeah, the great thing here is the fact that this Madam M represents so much recursive value from being able to hold a lot of damage, remove that damage, and move it somewhere else.
Especially with because we know he has the bell in hand.
Yeah.
So Barrett obviously cannot know that, so he's going to play something, and if it is another Vincenzo, I was going to say, if it's something that can't deal with that elephant, then it's just going to...
Luckily, Vincenzo, exactly what happened here, remove the elephant. That way, otherwise, at the beginning of the turn, elephant was going to ready, move 2 damage, Bell was going to come into play, move more damage, Mim was going to attack something else. It'd be rough. You could have potentially cleared Vincenzo at the beginning of that turn.
Oh, yeah.
2 damage from the Mim, 3 from playing Bell and moving damage, but then it would take another turn before actually clearing the Vincenzo.
Elsa
tapping down both characters, freezing Vincenzo and the Tipo. Using dice again to represent. Now, I don't like this myself because the dice typically represent damage. And now we have to remember that's not damage on these characters. That is representing being frozen.
At least with the Tipo, he doesn't have 6.
He doesn't have 6
willpower.
willpower.
Take him out.
Correct.
But Vincenzo is 8.
Vincenzo is 8.
Anything could.
Now, at this point, I would take the dice off because it's no longer frozen.
Yes.
We started the turn. We've ready.
We're done. We're past.
Okay. Hades again, trading with an Elsa. I think the exact same thing happened last time. Played an Elsa, Hades an Elsa.
Yes. This Elsa did at least hit the inkwell, though.
Correct. This one's going to the inkwell. We remember this time.
It's been game of the Hades.
Yeah. Throwing these Hades back and forth, back and forth. Now, Matt, having the bounce effects, will have more Hades potentially to use.
So we already know he's inked 1 elephant. 1 elephant has been banished.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Hades going at Vincenzo.
Less than 4.
Bell comes into play now, moves 3 damage. puts 6 on the Vincenzo. We still need 2 more to finish out the Vincenzo. Elsa tapping down the Hades, attacking into Vincenzo?
I mean, I don't see why not. She can finish him. There we go.
That's interesting because if Elsa, if that was the play here, we also could have taken out Vincenzo without having to, or the Hades without having to have any damage on. But Vincenzo is the higher quester, so I think that's the what we're considering here. The higher quester, Hades doesn't take anything out this turn on the crackback, is only able to put 3 damage on the Hades, requiring a smash or another Vincenzo to take that Hades out as well. So we maintain a better board state in that position.
Yeah. Which, again, don't know how many cards he has in hand, but he is playing steel, so I assume anytime I'm playing a steel player, they're going to have some answer in hand.
Yeah, and this steel player has a just ton of ink here.
So much ink.
At
what point do you stop inking?
Well, the strength wasn't going to do anything. The strength was going to be able to put very little damage on anything, even if a character was played. So why not ink it?
I mean, keep it in hand. What if you need it
Keep
later?
it in hand for more characters?
Yeah.
But how many cards does Matt have? Because
A
by
lot.
inking it, it may have allowed for the Robin Hood to actually be able to draw a card.
That's fair.
Because if he only had 1 card, he had 1 card only. That's why. So you ink the strength to be able to play the Robin Hood, get the extra card draw, see something else. Hopefully something better than strength. Oh, second star on the right again, drawing a bunch of cards.
All the cards, all the ink.
Yeah.
You can play everything.
So we are second star on the right, straight on till morning here, which this match could go straight on till morning if we allowed the players to play it out without a clock.
Only game 2.
Yeah, only game 2. 13 minutes left.
Go into game 3.
We
It's
could
gonna have to be a quick game 3.
we could see the whole match here, just these 2 players battling it out. 2 titans. Actually, no titans in play in either player here. Just a couple of gods.
Just
As we
but
do
that
have-
board state on Matt's side is getting wide.
Now we've seen Barrett be able to take out a wide board before. Go from Matt having 4 characters in play down to 1, but I really think at this position it's going to be really hard for Barrett to come back and take out multiple characters every single turn.
Well, and also now he only has 2 cards in hand, whereas before he had a lot more.
And again, talking about cards as a resource, either being more characters, more cards that you can draw, or the ink. He's got the ink. The ink part's handled.
The ink is done. You're good.
Yeah, we just need more stuff in play.
There is a Vincenzo in hand.
Yeah, Vincenzo in hand, or was that a Beyond the Horizon? I thought I saw Beyond the Horizon.
Oh, the color pairing, it might have been Beyond the Horizon. No,
it's a Vincenzo. Okay, so it's a
Aha.
Vincenzo here.
So
3
that
damage to
can
something.
Deal 3 somewhere, but
Yeah, where do you
still
put
not-
it?
I mean, even TikTok is what, a 4/7?
Yeah. So Robin Hood's going to want to try to take something out here. Put 3 damage on something, finish it off with passing. Okay. Still clearly in the driver's seat is Matt. A hand,
Correcting that damage.
full grip. Are his hands big enough to hold that grip? Looks like they are. Okay, 1 for another develop. Just looking for the right cards.
Just want to know
We got a Sail.
another
Elsa tapping down the Vincenzo. Definitely clearing this Vincenzo this turn.
For sure, controlling
Yeah.
the board.
Oh, tick-tock on the clock. And Elsa, or Belle, coming in to deal damage to the Vincenzo. Taking 2 damage back each. Now, if only we had another Belle in hand. Ooh, the cleanup crew going to work.
Don't even need the
Questing
other
for
Belle.
3. Or we're just going to draw some more cards.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's just more value for next turn
Yeah.
if it ends up coming back to you if you can't just.
We've got a Mim. Bounce ourselves a Hades. We saw it before, we're going to see it again.
Yep, just keep him.
Also,
Whatever you do play.
whatever Barrett plays, that at the beginning of the next turn, that Mim is going to be able to move 2 damage onto it, as long as it doesn't have Ward. This Mim represents the ability to move 2 damage at the beginning of the turn, have Belle quest, and move more damage, right?
And he has a Belle in hand, so he can play Belle, move 4 damage from Elsa.
I believe it's only up to 3 damage when they
3,
play this
yeah.
character, and it's play only, not on play and quest. My mistake.
There's Vincenzo coming down though, dealing 3 to the damaged Elsa.
Yeah, I am so used to the days of cards having abilities that appear on play and when they quest. You know, because I'm greedy and I want the
do
card to
all
do
the
everything all the
things.
time.
All of the interactions.
Yes, of course. So Mim did move some damage
4, 5.
off of the TikTok. It looks
Got
like.
5 lore sitting on board on Matt's side.
Oh yeah, Hades clearing out the Vincenzo again. See,
Just turn everything sideways and say, deal with it or
deal
I
with
win.
it. Yeah. Ooh.
Go ahead and move that.
More
3
damage on the
over.
Scrooge. And then let's go a questing.
Yeah.
Yeah, send them all in.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore.
Yeah, at this point, Barrett's going to need a miracle to
with
be able to
4
get rid of
lore
everything else.
Readied.
Yeah. He's going to need his own wish
I was
fulfilled in
gonna
this
s-
moment.
I was going to say, we're going to need
That's
a,
it.
a
Scoop
card
'em up.
that is not legal and core constructed
No,
to deal with this.
no, not at all. We would need to be able to sing a song here that just, I can't do justice to it, but
We
let's
need
just say,
Lorcana villain to do that one.
no, let's just say that Barrett was not prepared to be able to finish up that matchup. Okay, all right, so now they're shuffling up again. Barrett going to be able to be on the play this time. Do we think play draw here is what really closes up this matchup? Is it going to be enough for Barrett to be able to close up things and win the third game?
I don't know if they're going to be able to do it in 8 minutes.
Yeah, that's the thing too. So the time might be the biggest villain of all.
Yeah.
Not just the ability to be able to, hey, can we get there? It is, can we get there in the right amount of time? Now, in a situation like this, do you find yourself playing faster, or do you find yourself slowing down to make the correct moves?
I have social anxiety, and the pressure of having people have to wait on me when we get into turns would get to me where I'm like, I want to just, let's go.
Sure.
Let's play the game. Let's move. What did I have? Okay, this is probably the best card I have. And that's where I start making mistakes.
Sure. Now, a lot of people may not know,
time
but
pressure.
DCI guy also happens to have over 8 years of TCG experience, and a lot of that time was playing control decks that go to almost the end or actually into overtime in a lot of matches. And so I'm used to, in order to circumvent that, play very quickly on my turns, but I also notice that a lot of my opponents play slower too, because they're trying to find the angle to win
Yes.
as quickly as they can before I can take the game over. So
Which is
let's
also
see
why
here.
I like the aggro decks. because
Yeah.
we don't see time.
You don't see it, but
Time is a construct.
something that I'm always envious of is my opponents who are playing those types of decks having more time to be able to go to the bathroom, be able to get food in
I
between
get a
rounds.
snack. I can feed Deckard a whole meal
Yeah.
because my round finished in 20 minutes.
Now I got to spend all my time in the tank. I'm either thinking or I'm trying to crank through my opponent's characters. Take them out. Now Vincenzo is a demolition expert. He's trying to blow up
Blow up
everything he
that
can.
board.
He's got a pretty violent deck over here. Now I thought that this was a very family-friendly game, but with cards like Smash, cards like Vincenzo, a demolitions expert,
Tinkerbell, that's just a widespread.
a wide spread of damage, a machine gun of damage over here. Very, very
Instead
violent
of
form
fairy
of a deck.
dust, she's sprinkling damage everywhere.
A Gatling gun just mowing down the opponent's characters. It doesn't seem as family friendly to me as I was told this game was supposed to be. We've got Hades sending you to the underworld.
Yeah. So we got 2 Into the Unknowns in hand with a Develop Your Brain, Genie,
Okay.
and Belle.
All right, players are ready to go.
All right, we got
Ink
that
and
Basil.
Basil. I grant, again, I appreciate a turn 1 play.
Yes, it never feels good to just ink and pass on that turn 1.
But you know what? Sometimes that's what you got to do.
There we go.
Hey, both players having a turn 1. Now we know that Barrett's at least 8 turn Basil at 3 and Develop Your Brain at 3. He's got 9 turn 1 possibilities. The main thing there is just being able to have something to play early to be able to contest opponents who are playing more characters more quickly and then be able to have more value towards the end of the game. All right, and then the turn 2 play of what we typically see ramping in some way. Is that what we saw? Or are we already on turn 3?
We are
Pretty sure that was Matt's turn 2.
turn
Right?
2 because you develop your brain. Basil, then develop your brain.
Yeah, but you know what? He must have played.
There's 2 develop your brains down there.
I
in his.
understand, but I feel like Barrett was only going into his 3rd turn there because Matt only has 2 ink in play.
Played Sail?
He must have had to play to sail into Develop Your Brain. That's the only way he would be able to be at the ink
Okay,
that he's
yeah.
at and be able to play Develop Your Brain. Okay.
He's hitting all of the ramp and,
And on his
still
turn 3
nothing down on Matt's side.
Yeah, and on his turn 3, Barrett's already got the Scrooge in
Scrooge.
play, and we can just continue questing. Probably a Donald here. Yeah, Donald getting an ink into the inkwell, going up to
Ooh.
6. Next turn, he can be at 7, start playing the haymakers of Vincenzo and Hades. And we've already got 5 lore questing ability in play. So a lot for Matt to recover from here, only going up to 4 ink on his turn. He's got a lot of work to do, and that ink's going to get stretched real thin.
He's got to get a lot of ground he's going to have to cover in a very short amount of time.
For sure, for sure.
Having to ink that bell.
And only 4 minutes left on the clock. Genie drawing a card, but not really going to be able to contest too much here. Next turn can attack into the Basil, but still, Barrett's going to quest up to 9 if he does quest out.
Which he does have Smash in hand. Smash and a Fire the Cannons could deal with that Genie, and he could just keep playing very aggressively.
Yeah.
And just get as much lore as you can and just try to beat that clock.
If it were me, I wouldn't care too much. I would put some damage out there. That's what we're gonna do here. Put some damage into play. I probably just wouldn't quest with Basil. Quest with the rest of the things. Oh, we're singing Beyond the Horizon. Are we putting Matt's hand back, getting him down to 3? Barrett's going up to 3. Now I've had this done to me, done dirty, done real dirty by by a fellow caster on here, Courtney, doing me so dirty in games in the past when I've got 6 cards in hand, going down to 3.
Listen, at least you weren't in Arkansas whenever she just was playing her Amber Steel song and just milled out people on stream.
Now
that's worse.
But I was at home cheering it on, clapping my hands for joy.
As long as it's not against me.
It was not against
your life.
Not against either of us. There was no team shots there.
Yeah, I was at home teaching children how to play Lorcana.
Oh,
but he did have a great. It was great for Barrett with Matt on that Beyond the Horizon. I saw one of the cards that he drew was that Elsa, and he only had 4 ink. That's really ideal for him because that's just going to be stuck in his hand for quite a while.
Sure, sure. Now Matt using a Hypnotic Strength to beef up the Genie, but what do you really attack into here? Because like the Hypnotic Strength gives a little bit of extra challenger there, making him stronger. Okay, inking it up.
Taking out that Donald, but
the Donald is gone, which is a pretty good choice because Donald does quest for 2.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't have had enough strength to be able to clear that Scrooge.
Yeah, he's got 5 lore sitting on board right
Here
now.
comes the
Another
Kita.
and a Stitch coming down.
Yeah, at this point, another Beyond the Horizon. And at this point, not even letting Matt draw cards. Yep, he says Beyond the Horizon just for me.
Yeah, one of them is Elsa. I don't know what the other card he has in hand.
To Winter?
Yes.
Yeah,
the big one.
Oh, the big lady herself.
Cost. But we got Dumbo, so there is a potential for him to get back in the card draw. But we got a lot of lore sitting on Barrett's side. I can't imagine.
Yeah,
there it goes.
There's the smash. He's held the smash for a Dumbo.
He's had that.
At this point, I think it's game over. I think we're just in garbage time here. Clean up, and the game's over. Taking the handshake there.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just got to do it. You can see that there's not really anything you're answering. We're getting close to time.
So in that position, Barrett did have the curve of being able to ramp very efficiently, sail on 2 into a Donald on his turn 4. It was Donald on turn 4 because it was Scrooge on turn 3, Donald on turn 4, getting up to 6 at that point. Next turn being able to be at 7, and then being able to play those big bodies or more cards to draw more cards, using Beyond the Horizon to get your hand back up, and then hamstring your opponent who's just been clogged up, unable to play too much, not ramping, not adding things to the board. Really the recipe to win here.
Yeah, I mean, he had...
All right.
Did he have lethal on board if he did not if Matt did not remove anything? It looked like he might have had lethal just sitting on board if it just went to the next turn.
For sure. Lethal lore, as we like to call it over here. Now, these players are done with their match. Barrett is shuffling up for the next round. Do we still have the backup match in play on table 7?
Let's see what we got. It's
okay. Well, we're checking with our tech side over here. Kirby running the show for us, looking to see if our backup match.
Coke herself.
The Queen of the Coke. Diet Coke. Diet Coke specifically. Diet Coke, and it doesn't have those other implications if you say Queen of Coke.
Queen of Coke.
Queen of Diet Coke over here. Now, it might be the DCI guy. I am in no way affiliated with the royalty that is the Diet Coke Queen, other than we're going to break here, all right?
We'll be back to you with round 4.
Taking a quick break. And We're back in the booth with DCI Guy, and I'm joined with the other half of Enchanted Chatter. Courtney, welcome back to the booth.
I'm excited to be back. I'm excited to be with the Diet Coke man himself.
Yes. Now, I'm on 2 Diet Cokes today. How many Diet Cokes are you on?
We don't count the Diet Coke intake that I have.
That means more. That means more.
The only person that might drink more Diet Coke than myself is our good commissioner Kirby.
Yes.
But we're a close tie on our Diet Coke intake.
Of course, of course. Okay, well, we have our players picked for this round. We've got Dennis Nadas, aka Fetty, on the left-hand side of the screen. Now, confirming here, the names, the people, and the colors are all correct.
We are good.
And they shall remain that way this round. Now, I believe the only thing that could be updated is we are now moving into round 4. Is that correct?
We are.
We're moving into round 4 here. So moving into round 4, doing the die roll here, I think they're doing odds or even.
Ooh.
That's an odd. Don't know who won. That's one of the things here. We don't know who won until they start playing.
Exactly.
But on the left, we've got Dennis playing Blurple deck, the Amethyst Sapphire. And then on the right-hand side, Trevor playing the Sapphire Emerald. Both of them playing some pretty interesting builds. So with the Sapphire Emerald deck, it even includes 4 copies of Dino, or Down in New Orleans. And Dino, I hear people pronouncing it a little bit different. Now, Dino would be the Flintstones version of it, and Dino would just be more accurate towards any dinosaur.
And I think in our realm, we would want to go with Dino instead of Dino.
I agree. I fully agree.
Due to trademarks.
Yes, I fully agree with that. I think it should be Dino,
Yeah.
and especially because we also have, what is it, The Good Dinosaur as one of the Pixar movies, right? Yeah.
Absolutely.
A real tearjerker, that one. Now, we're finishing up the shuffles here, finishing up the final cuts. I think both players are happy enough with their hands, and there is the card itself. Dino occurring in Trevor's hand. Now, both of these players are sitting in these more control positions. I know both of them have a lot of experience playing control decks. Turn 1 from Dennis, inking, develop your brain, quick to decide which of those cards he wanted to keep, which one he wanted to go to the bottom. All right, back over to Trevor, inking for the turn, getting us started, playing a Basil. Like I said last round, I gotta love both players playing a turn 1. Even if you're not playing a character, play a card on turn 1.
And I really like this Basil. The support is really, really helpful in the aggro matchups, getting characters strength so that they can actually take out some of those, 1/4 characters. So
yeah.
I really like this card in this deck.
Yeah. Now, moving into this meta, I was convinced that we would be in a mid-range meta. All mid-range, all the time, go sideways. Whoever was the better mid-range deck would win out. And I was wrong.
You were wrong.
I was wrong.
You know what? Someone clipped that for me.
Yep.
An admission of wrongness was just made, and I definitely need that clip.
You heard it from DCI Guy. Now, all right. I just got a notice from our commissioner. I'm too loud. People at home, can you believe it?
No, no one would ever believe that.
All right. Well, taking it down a notch. DCI Guy with some DCI ASMR for you. Okay. So Trevor, unsurprisingly, taking control of the board with having 2 characters in play here, and Dennis establishing his first character that draws a card. But I'm happy to see that I was wrong and that we're not in an all mid-range meta. There's plenty of aggro decks, there's plenty of control decks, and some spicy brews between the old standard of a Sapphire Steel. All my cards are going to kill your stuff. We're going to ramp, we're going to banish things over into the Emerald Sapphire. Eventually, we're going to Under the Sea. We're going to use cards that prevent you from being able to quest. That's how we're going to control.
This deck definitely feels right up your alley.
Sure.
Do you think that this would be the deck you might play this set?
Honestly, so it is interesting. I feel like I would lean more towards Sapphire Steel.
Okay.
I do like the ability to wipe the board clean with Under the Sea. And I when I was getting into this season, I did play Sea Dogs, Under the Sea Dogs, where I was able to potentially use a tramp and some other cards to sing an Under the Sea, and that felt good. Going into the aggro mirrors, that felt great. Now, using it as a fully control-oriented, getting the value from something like Clarabelle, that also feels really good. A deck that doesn't just sit there and stall out and have nothing left to do afterwards, after using it Under the Sea, feels really good. And there's definitely a lot of value in this deck. And the fact that Baymax can shift onto anything is very fun to see.
And one of my favorite things just happened. Dennis had to read what Mother Gothel did.
Now, we do love a fresh format, getting a lot of readers in here. Now, I might have to stop on down by the pharmacy and pick up some of my own readers, because there are some cards that do get played more often in this meta that I haven't seen played in several sets.
Yes, which I'm enjoying. I think a lot of people were really nervous after rotations happened that we would end up seeing, like, not being able to see cards, or just not having a healthy meta, or missing out on those cards that we really saw all the time. And I think what happened is exactly what Ravensburger was trying to do, which was give some other cards their chance to shine. And I think we are absolutely seeing that.
And I have to give credit to the deck builders that we have in the room, because Trevor comes from the team Ink Logic. And Ink Logic, their symbol is a big brain, filling forth with different ink colors. And their deck design and their ideas spill forth as much ink as you might expect this leaky, inky brain to have.
Absolutely. Trevor in particular, he has come up with some really great deck builds. He is super innovative. I know whenever I meet up with him in Set Champs, I am always a little nervous, because I know that there's going to be some spice in his build. So whatever he's playing, it's not going to be those 60 cards that you have seen every time on stream.
Nope, and we've got some surprisers here for sure. There are Alice growing girls in this list. There are going to be some Basils in this list. Now, Basil fits in with this archetype here, the big Basil. You can shift onto the little Basil, giving it extra value. But we also have the 6-cost Robin Hood that quests for 4 in this list, because sometimes you just need to have a big body that can close out the game.
Yep.
And so we're seeing a lot of things in here that you wouldn't have typically seen in this color pairing in the past, or in a list in this meta. We were seeing all 12 Clarabelles come into play here. And you know what? I like to see it. It's fresh, it's clean, and it's gonna try to draw all of the cards with their cards that are green.
Yes.
Like, let's get it going. Dennis falling into this, we're going to use cards that can control. Hades coming out here to play.
This is one of those moments where I'm like, I love seeing these nice clean sleeves, but I cannot tell how much ink Dennis has even remotely right now.
That is correct. So
it just looks like, well, white blobs. So
he's doing what's known as the Yu-Gi-Oh! Whiteout. The white sleeves coming from Yu-Gi-Oh! I believe I've heard JDZ talk about this himself. The patented white sleeves from Yu-Gi-Oh! It does make it more difficult to count ink during a match like this, which is something I'm not in favor of as a player. I like highly communicating exactly what I've had here. And there we have Dennis just spreading things out for us to see a bit more. And from that, I can kind of catch what's going on here. It looks like there's 2 ink on the left, and I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 ink on the right-hand side of the screen down towards the bottom.
That feels close enough to write.
To me, it's just because my old man eyes at age 37 aren't good enough to detect those gentle hue changes that someone with more keen eyes of either a younger age or a more artistic profession would be able to pick up. Okay, adding it up, yeah, and I am correct. That was 2, going up to 3, and then moving a card over, making it 4, hiding the Rafiki into the inkwell. Okay, there's a 2nd star on the right in the discard. Interesting.
Yeah, that was just sung.
Oh, baby.
And when we played the elephant, we bounced the Hades
The
back,
Hades, that
which
sung
is a great play.
Yeah. And we've got an Enchanted Dumbo coming into play. Now, Dennis, a player also like myself, has hunted down many Enchanteds to play. Now, I started this game never playing with foils in my decks. I came from a background of not really being able to afford to bling out my decks, and then now I have adult grown-up money and I can. And you know what? I fell into the right group of people because we like to bling out our decks with some shiny cards.
Yeah, I am definitely a shiny card person myself. I just made a fun puppy deck and was so graciously helped by you and some of our other team members to get the missing foils that I needed.
Yeah.
But Dumbo was actually the first enchanted I pulled this set.
Nice. And here we have Trevor utilizing that Clarabelle at the end of the turn here to draw up to a bunch of cards. So both players here, the second star on the right, the Clarabelle, they're each able to draw a bunch of cards, refuel their hand, have more resources like I talked about in the last round, to then be able to finish out these games here. And at this point, Trevor seems to be very far ahead in this game in terms of having characters in play. We've got the Robin Hood that quests for 4. We've got the Clarabelle that's going to draw cards. We've got Mother Gothel, a bunch of big bodies, and Dennis is kind of falling behind in the board state here. But with the amount of ink that he has and the amount of cards in hand, we can trade back and forth. We can see, just like we saw in last round, a lot of haymakers being thrown back and forth.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see, Dennis has a lot in his hand. Obviously, he has that Hades in the back. That elephant is incredibly hard to deal with. So I think the question is Trevor too far ahead that Dennis can't come back, or do we see the opportunity for Dennis to answer these? Particularly that Robin Hood, I think, is the biggest.
For sure. Now, in this position, I feel like Trevor's deck is actually more tempo-oriented. If I were to classify the way that this deck is built, it's a tempo deck.
I would agree with that.
He only has 2 Under the Seas. He's not playing any Hades in his list, so he's all about being able to control the tempo. Establish an early board, shift some of those characters into bigger characters, use things like Basils and inking to get cards out of the opponent's hands, and then continue to establish more bodies that limit the opponent's ability to either quest and challenge appropriately, and then refuel your hand with the Clarabelles, get value off of your dinos in order to then be able to close the game out. And I think that that's what he's really showing that he can do here. And just like I said, so before, I thought that Trevor was really far ahead on board, and Dennis was really able to capitalize a lot of resources that he had between that Hypnotic Strength, the Elsa, the Hades, be able to take out a couple characters.
Yeah, and that was exactly what I was saying. I think the nice thing about the Amethyst Sapphire deck is that you do have some heavy hitters, and the card draw to, even if you are behind, you can get back in. I feel like this meta in general is you have to be very comfortable with sitting in the low lore spot, even if your opponent's getting up there, because there is a lot of space to come back, depending on your build.
Now, I have heard that it is no longer a go sideways meta. A lot of people are staying in the stand-up play mode, where they are not using their characters as much as we used to in the past as either aggressively questing or challenging. You're keeping a lot of things turned up so that your opponent can't get extra value off of either attacking into them.
Yeah, I think that is very accurate. We see cards like Madame Elephant that you can move damage at the start of your turn. So it is, it takes a lot to get her off the board. So you need to be pretty strategic about how you're turning sideways and how you're handling some of these cards.
Yeah, well, Trevor here starting the turn off with a sail, getting as much information as possible at the beginning of the turn before deciding to use Mother Gothel to either sing something or challenge somewhere. I think it looks like she might be singing. Mother Gothel and Tipo, are they going to do a duet here?
It's
because
possible.
If there's, okay, we just got Dino, because we don't want to be singing Under the Sea anyway, because it wouldn't clear anything from the board. All the characters that currently in play have 3 strength.
And I think we're here looking.
Yep, looking at the cards from down in New Orleans, trying to see if there's something that we're going to be able to play off of it. And I don't think Trevor got anything. I think Trevor put everything on bottom, got no value from the down in New Orleans. Yeah, typically you'd be able to get the card for free. Oh, all right, take that back. Baymax is coming into play off of it.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. And he can either choose to shift it, or because shifting is just playing the card for an alternate cost. Even by playing down in New Orleans and getting the card from an alternate cost, you can still shift it, meaning that the Baymax will be able to challenge this turn or sing a song this turn if he wanted to.
Absolutely.
Okay, just a little bit of discussion back and forth between Dennis and Trevor about what was happening there and whether or not that play was legal, and from my understanding of the game, definitely is.
Yep.
Okay, Trevor got a lot of options, a lot of ink, a lot of resources to use here. How is he going to use them?
Looked like we're trying to decide between playing
A Robin Hood?
the
Or
John
a
Silver
Basil.
or inking, and now I think we're
Inking twice, Basil and John Silver. Going up to 10 ink remaining. Playing the Robin Hood, drawing an extra card. Okay, 4 ink left. Playing a small Clarabelle. Using a Baymax to quest for 2. Yep, pushing the lore total up to 14, having enough quest available to be able to close the game out next turn if you wanted to. And there goes the Madam Mim, beginning a turn, moving the damage over to the Clarabelle. Now, I know the players did what they did, untap, like move the damage and then untap. Technically speaking, you would untap, you would ready first, and then you would move the damage.
and I think
But it doesn't really matter.
yeah, and from Trevor's perspective, I like the play of getting that Clarabelle out there to sort of attract the damage from the Madam Mim elephant. I think that that's a nice way to keep the rest of your characters that are pretty big bodies from getting damage moved to them and forcing Dennis into having to either have some other answer for them or using his board to challenge.
Of course. So he would have had the challenge anyway to clear any of those things.
Right.
Putting Robin Hood exerted here to be able to then attack into it if he would choose to do so, or challenge into it if he chooses to do so. If he had been able to move 2 damage to something else instead, we could have 2 damage on either Baymax right now, Mother Gothel, Hades would then be able to challenge in and then clear one of those characters and still live. But because he moved it over to the Clarabelle, because likely concerned that there would be a shift Clarabelle the next turn, which is an appropriate read. That's something that could very easily happen here. Okay, now a Bell coming down, able to move 3 damage still. So still getting value off of the Mim's damage.
Absolutely.
Moving 3 over to either the Robin Hood or the Baymax, because if putting it on the Robin Hood, then the Elsa is still able to attack in, clear that Robin Hood, getting 2 lore off of the board, and then could have potentially still used other things, but does also have Dumbo and Elsa could send in, but you'd be sacrificing your Dumbo in that scenario. Okay, Madam Mim coming at Mother Gothel, finishing it off, taking 3 damage back.
And that should be 4 damage. There we
Oh,
go.
4
That's
damage, there we go.
corrected.
Yeah, she is a 4/6. Large and in charge.
Very much so.
Yes.
Just extra sassy, Madam Gothel.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Definitely. She's definitely, the pose that she has in that image, very sassy. And I believe this is one that does also have an enchanted, correct?
I believe so. Let me double check. No.
This is one that
This
does
was
not have an
not.
enchanted.
Yep.
Okay, okay.
I had to think about that.
You are the
double
you are queen of enchanteds in my world.
I try. I feel like I've had decent luck this set, but I don't know.
Should we call you Empress of Enchanteds? Or do you like Queen?
I like Queen.
You like
better.
Queen? Okay.
Yeah.
Queen's better.
I just wish I still haven't pulled an iconic, and I'm a little sad about it. I've opened a lot of packs, but
Are
no
you
iconic.
Are you willing to admit the number of packs,
No. That's
boxes, or cases?
no.
Okay. If I guess the
there's-
exact number, would you confirm or deny?
No, my husband is absolutely watching this stream, and there is no chance I admit, and in a place that he
Okay.
could see or see the recording
sure.
of me admitting to how many boxes I have.
That's okay. Keep that one in the vault. So
Yeah.
Dennis doing a really good job of being able to keep the board as light as possible on Trevor's side. But Trevor also utilizing all the resources he has, holding back those Clarabelles as long as possible to then be able to get extra value from drawing cards later once the other threats have been taken care of, adding threat after threat to play. We've got 2 characters. You can quest with Baymax, go up to 16, and then Robin Hood alone is enough to quest for game.
Yep.
But Dennis just has so many things in play. Are we worried about being able to bounce the Hades? Looks like we are. Worried
And
he
I
can
think-
bounce the Hades. And
I
if you
think
just
the other piece here is the movement of damage.
Yeah.
You do just want to get a couple of those bodies off the board so
Yeah.
that there isn't the ability to bounce. There isn't
Sure.
as much damage on there. It
He
looks
had
like
it
he had
anyway.
the Hades
He
in
already
there
had
anyways.
it. Always had it. So I guess I got to give Dennis a little bit of grief here because he's playing one Hades that's not even foil. He's playing a foil Hades, and we know that there's enchanted Hades out there.
Oh, it looks like we also have.
Oh, was this
We
Baymax
missed
making it to the discard?
No. I think we missed the trigger on Clarabelle and.
Oh, drawing cards in a turn?
Yeah.
Yeah. And let's see here. Is that a May ability?
It is a May ability.
Yeah, it being a May ability, meaning, this turn. Yeah, you may. So he forgot to do it. He doesn't get those cards as it was a May ability. Unfortunate here. And Hades removing the Baymax. Another situation where it's not going to the Inkwell, right?
Yeah.
Because there wasn't a challenge into the Baymax.
So yeah. Oh, I think that's. It looks like we have a judge there, and they are working through rewinding the play and then playing. So there we go. I think
Okay,
we're
Baymax
caught
is
up
gone
now.
because of damage.
Yep.
Okay. Because Baymax already had 3 damage on it, 2 damage from the Mim move. Now Hades being played to move a card to the Inkwell. Okay, I was
Yeah,
mistaken
I think
there.
we were jumping. I think
Yeah.
the players were jumping ahead a little bit.
Sure.
In play there, so
Yeah,
I think that's where we.
Dennis questing for a whole bunch here. If my count is correct, that's 5. Going from 5 to 10. Yep, doubling his lore. And then has an additional 9 that he can quest for next turn, as long as all those characters stay. And we know that the Elsa can't be removed by the Clarabelle. The Mem could be. The Clarabelle could attack into the Mem, or could attack into the Bell, as the Bell does quest for more. We've got a Mother Gothel coming into play. We got a second reader here. Dennis, put your glasses on.
So he is deciding when you play this character, each opponent chooses one of their characters and returns it. So it is Dennis's choice
Sure.
what card gets returned to his hand, and it looks like he took the Hades back.
I would choose the same card. I would pick the Hades as well, giving me another chance to take out one of my opponent's characters.
Yep.
It really is coming down to, can Trevor quest enough to close the game out before Dennis can maintain board control and take it over?
Exactly, and I think that's
Under the Sea.
which is going to take out just
Just the genies. Yeah, because everything else has too much strength. The genies are out, and there's nothing
Honestly-
in the deck that allows for Trevor to reduce strength of any opposing character.
And not a bad play there either. I think that was
Yeah.
a really good choice.
He removes 4 lore from Dennis's side. The Hades got bounced back. 6 lore got taken away. So now Dennis can only quest for a maximum of 4 this turn if he chooses to do so.
And it looks like he just beefed up that elephant to
Yeah.
take out. So
Hypnotic Strength, take out the Clarabelle. And the Madame M still lives, has a bunch of damage on it. So now Trevor's board is clear. On the next turn, Trevor can establish more characters, but if he establishes anything with 2 willpower or less, the Madam Mim is just going to stomp on it at the beginning of her turn.
Absolutely. But I think on Trevor's side, he did a really good job. I think he was not in a great position there and was able to make it where Dennis was not able to really quest out to sort of match him, and still a little bit behind there.
Okay. And Dennis
We definitely
just
are
playing out the
presenting.
field. Yeah, trying to present lethal.
Lethal almost, if not fully there now.
Trying to make it to
absolutely.
last lore. Okay, all right. Most definitely. 2 from the Hades, 2 from the Bell, 1 from the Dumbo, the Mim, and the Rafiki. So an additional 7 to get from here. Exactly lethal. Trevor has to take at least one of these characters out of the board to be able to survive for a whole nother turn, while at the same time trying to push for a position to set up for his own ability to close out the game. So a second Under the Sea would be able to take away the Rafiki, but he'd have to cast it for the full 8 and not be able to establish much afterwards, but does have a ton of ink.
I was like, he definitely has a ton of ink.
A lot of these Sapphire on Sapphire matchups ends up with both players having a ton of ink because Hades continues to do that.
Yep.
And as you're bouncing Hades, returning Hades to your hand, playing Hades again, it's another ink to the inkwell, more fuel for an opponent to be able to dump a bunch of stuff afterwards and come back. It's just a matter of whether can Trevor prevent Dennis from questing with one of those characters. Can he play a John Silver?
Yeah. And it looks like, I'm trying to see if I can get an eye on what is in his hand. And I keep getting a glance of it, but not enough to ponder really what he is looking to play next.
Tipo. He had double Tipo. Robin Hood. There's a John Silver in hand. So that's a path to not defeat.
Another sail.
Yeah, another sail, drawing again. I'm pretty sure I'm seeing a John Silver in his hand. Playing the John
go.
Silver. Hades cannot quest. He's got Reckless. He must challenge, cannot quest. And we're going to pass it back. And no character in play that can just easily be stomped on by that elephant.
So let's see. He's going to move it to the Robin Hood.
Oh, interestingly, I didn't think about this. With the Madam Mims and the Dumbos, that's 8 elephants. I didn't realize people were playing so many elephants these days. And that is a ability to draw the card and gain lore. The biggest thing about Dumbo is using the ability to get a card. Typically, they're on cards that when you do that, the sacrifice is you're not questing. You're not gaining lore and progressing your game state.
No,
but this Dumbo,
there's not a downside.
no downside. It's all up, baby. The only thing that can make it better is if it was free, if it didn't cost any extra ink. But for those Amethyst Sapphire players, it doesn't matter. They're going to get there.
All right, and we're
From just turning his card sideways next turn and winning the game. He needs something that can remove either by bouncing and replaying Hades.
There we go.
Step 1, bounce the Hades. Step 2,
I don't know if we have enough ink because I cannot tell.
it's hard to tell. The sleeves have been obscuring it, and I think the ink that he just exerted was to be able to play the Mim, not to then play something afterwards. So he bounced the Hades. He still needs something to be able to take out one of these characters. And without being able to also play an Elsa to exert,
I think we're digging now for another answer because
we're digging
we don't have enough.
And Into the Unknown is what we're digging for. That's the only answer left to be able to be sung by Belle. Because Belle can't Belle's ability doesn't trigger on quest, so can't move 3 more damage. Oh, I guess he does have the ink. He just has the ink. Well, it doesn't matter. Sometimes you just have it. And then questing 3 more, taking himself up to 17 from here. And passing it back. All right. Trevor at the beginning of his turn, doing what we did the game out. There's not anything I can think of that gives Trevor extra lore or even being able to come back from this.
There we go. So Dennis
Scooping
takes
it up.
game 1.
Yeah, Dennis did get there. And it was a game 1. It took 29 minutes.
Yep.
So 29-minute game one, and definitely not a mid-range battle. Definitely control versus a tempo style here. And there are definitely windows that Trevor could have closed the game out if Dennis did not have the answer. And Dennis just had the answers.
He did, and I think that's where I love Hades, but I also feel like it answers a lot, but it also gives your opponent a lot of resources to work with.
It
and
does.
in these, not quite mirror, but mirror Sapphire, I would say, decks, it is rough when you give your opponent resources.
In this matchup here, it's definitely worse for Trevor to give extra ink to Dennis than it is for Dennis to give extra ink to Trevor.
Yep.
So because Dennis can more utilize that extra ink every single turn by doing things like mim, bouncing something, returning something to hand, replaying that same thing afterwards. And especially with all the options between Hades to put something into the inkwell or to be able to play a bell to transfer damage, there's a lot of possibility in utilization from those cards.
Yeah, and I think that's why Trevor, he is not playing Hades at all, which I think makes total sense in this build. I think what really hurt Trevor in the last game was missing that Clarabelle trigger. I think that he would have picked up 2 or 3 cards on that trigger if he didn't miss that. So I think he's going to probably be a little careful this game.
Very right.
And hopefully we see we'll see what happens.
Yeah, you're very correct. Very astute analysis there. So if Trevor had been able to get more cards, be able to flood the board a bit more, because one thing that the Amethyst Sapphire deck can't do quite as well without something like a Monstro or already having characters in play is dealing with a wide board, especially when that wide board has no exerted characters and you don't have an Elsa to tap things down. Now, I've seen some players playing more cards that allow for it to be able to tap characters down between Elsa, either the 5-cost Elsa and then having some of the shift Elsas for 8 to be able to tap things down too, and having some Into the Unknown. But there's only so many answers you can have and so many ways that you can try to stop an opponent's character who isn't exerted from being able to exert to win the game the next turn. Okay, so starting us off here, Trevor making the first move of inking and playing Basil. Dennis just inked for turn pass, didn't have a turn 1 develop your brain. Or
that
Basil.
feels bad.
Feels
that
real bad
always
here.
feels bad when you miss that.
But he could just have next turn sail into inking, into develop your brain, and then it's pretty much he did the same thing.
That is true. I will say it's nice when you can find that 1 drop and play it on turn 2.
Sure.
But it is also, it hurts the soul a little when you miss it and then find it and you're like, I asked for you earlier.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
get
need
it on
you
turn
now.
3, you get it on turn 4. Yeah. And you're like, well, this card's just ink now. So we have Robin Hood going to the inkwell. We got Basil out here free to quest. Put a lore into play. You're tempoing. You're trying to get there faster than Dennis can. Okay, Dennis inking, play to Tipo, deciding what he can ink for that Tipo. So instead of playing Sail, we got the Tipo here. We still got the ramp. Now Tipo does have enough strength that if Basil does quest, it's no longer free. The Tipo can get in there and take out the Basil.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the nice thing, though, when Trevor's looking at potentially questing here is it is a trade. It is Basil will take out Tipo as well. So I think that's why I like the Basil line in this deck, and I've seen it pop into the Amethyst Sapphire build as well. Because it does help with those aggro games when they're playing against aggro. But looks like we're gonna keep everything upright.
If it were me, I would not want to be using that Basil for a trade here because Trevor does have the shift line. Right? And there's so much more value with that. And one of the ways to kind of stop Blurple from doing what Blurple does is to tax the hand. And this is one of those decks that, because Basil does that shift line, does allow to kind of tax the hand a bit and cause him to discard when you ink. That's extra value you can get going on here.
Absolutely.
And it looks like Trevor does also have some things like Under the Sea in hand, along with some large. We got a Clarabelle, and now going up to 5 is going to be able to shift that Clarabelle if choosing to do so. Can ink this turn, and then shift if he wanted to. I'm not sure if that's exactly what he's going to do. He still has tons of cards in hand too, so it might be better just to develop more cards into play and then shift the next turn.
So Remington, you are much more of my rule guru than
Sure.
I am.
Okay.
Can Trevor play Under the Sea, and would that get rid of Iago? Because it is an action.
It's an action that does not target.
So
the option here
target.
is
There we go.
you have to choose when the character is chosen by an action. And in terms of Lorcana rules, we use the word chosen instead of target. In other games, they refer to target or other things. And so Under the Sea does not choose. You don't choose the opponents. All of their characters that have 2 strength or less. The only thing you choose is the order in which they go on the bottom, and that will not count for the vanish ability.
All right, perfect. Thank you. That's what I thought that was in fact the case, but I figured maybe somebody else had the same question, so I would ask the silly question.
No problem at all. So to the viewers at home, since it is a blanket, all opposing characters of 2 strength or less get put on the bottom. You're not choosing them. You don't pick and choose. You don't get to decide, hey, that character 2 strength doesn't go on the bottom. All of them have to. It's all or none. And because of that, since you're not choosing with the Iago, it does not trigger the vanish ability. All right, Iago coming in here, getting a lore into play. We got the Genie drew a card that turn, and then we're passing it back. All right, Trevor now considering his hand. Now last turn, he decided to use his ink to do things like draw more cards with playing the Sail the Azurite Sea. Didn't ink an additional card for the turn, which is interesting. I would have thought they're going up to 5 for that turn that we would have seen something happen.
So it looks like Dennis has 3 cards in hand.
Probably the reason why he didn't try to draw any extra cards. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have thought that the. Oh, you know what? I misread that. He actually did shift the Clarabelle.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Clarabelle got shifted last turn. Okay. Maybe I need to crack up another can of Diet Coke for the stream. I finished this first one. I don't know if I should. I'm already on 2 cans.
Amateur hour.
Amateur numbers.
I know,
right
I
there.
know. I'm talking.
You're supposed to be the Diet Coke man.
But can my heart handle it? I am not a big caffeine intaker myself.
That's fair.
I've already had my coffee. I've had 2 cans of Diet Coke. I think I might be reaching my limit.
That's a lot of caffeine from 0 to a lot,
Yes,
basically,
correct,
in one day.
Correct. Typically, I'm a 1 coffee guy, no other caffeine throughout my day. Okay, so we've had a Robin Hood, and I believe after that Robin Hood was a Sail the Azurite Sea, drawing another card, taking another look, deciding what do you want to ink again. Probably not. We shifted it back over. Dennis is, you played TikTok?
Yep.
Okay, we got TikTok on the clock out here. What's that croc gonna do? Nothing to really attack into with them right now. We need Trevor to turn cards sideways for Dennis to be able to challenge into them.
Right, and I think Trevor is thinking here, I'm going to build up my board presence, and you're only questing with Iago right now.
Yeah.
That's not super threatening for me right now.
For
also,
sure.
I have no evasives on board, so he cannot.
Well, he has the Robin Hood.
Oh, the Robin Hood is evasive.
Yeah,
I apologize.
Robin
I
Hood's
forgot.
evasive on Trevor's turn. So he would be able to do so, be able to challenge into the Iago, but the Iago is a 4/6. So Iago will survive that and stick around. I think Trevor's trying to look for a position to set up a big enough board state to start either doing things that affect Dennis's game plan, or can utilize cards in hand like potentially a Dino to be able to get extra value off of it, or even maybe playing a Baymax onto something here, or just hard playing a Baymax for 6. I do think there's a Basil in hand that he could. There's a Basil shift.
Like there is a shift in hand, and that's a 4 shift, so you might be able to still do something else here this turn, and that's what I think we're just trying to decide.
Interestingly enough, so again, for that vanish ability, it must be chosen by an action. So even if Trevor were to play something like a John Silver and choose.
Oh, there we go. We use that as support from the Basil.
Yep. Yep. Gotcha. Yeah. Support Basil onto the Robin Hood. Robin Hood in to take it out. Now the Robin Hood is gone, but I think that's a good trade. I would much rather take out the Iago there than have my Iago attack into one of my things, take it out, and then move damage using a bell.
Absolutely.
All right, we're back to Dennis. So Trevor was biding his time, looking for a window, and he found that window. And yeah, Clarabelle's sitting on top of Clarabelle. I think he's deciding, do I want to play a Hades? And if I play a Hades, I'm giving 2 ink to Trevor if I put that Clarabelle into the inkwell. But that Clarabelle is going to continue to give Trevor card advantage as long as Dennis continues to have cards in hand.
Absolutely.
So if Dennis wants to play something like a second star on the right, he wants to make sure that that Clarabelle is gone before doing so. Otherwise, it's just going to give Trevor too much card advantage.
Yep, and it looks like we potentially here. Yep, I was waiting.
Here
I was
comes that
thinking
bell.
the bell was coming in there.
Yep. And a way to get rid of the Clarabelle without putting it into the inkwell. So we didn't want to get double ink into the inkwell off of a Hades. And you read it right. The bell did it. Okay. And here's Dennis finding all of his lines to be able to clear those characters and take them out. Using more challenging aspects and using some additional abilities like playing a Hades, removing cards that way, this like 1-for-1 removal, keeping your characters around, the deck being very resilient, using things like Bell and using things like the Madam Mim to really keep that damage moving.
Absolutely, and I think the more this matchup goes on, the more I'm seeing the strengths here of the Amethyst Sapphire versus the Amethyst Emerald.
Yeah. I would agree, because even here, shifting the Baymax, singing the Under the Sea, you're removing a Genie and you're removing a Tipo.
Yep.
Those aren't not necessarily that impactful at this point in the game. The Genie's going to be able to gain some extra lore, but with the amount of beef that comes with that TikTok and that bell that's there, sure, the TikTok can, at this point, challenge back into the Robin Hood, because I believe the TikTok does have evasive. Yeah, he's a 4/7 evasive. You would end up losing the TikTok at this point. But if we have another effect, like a bell coming down first to move damage, and then to be able to challenge, it'll go down to 2 and then up to only 6 on that challenge. So if we could mim here.
And Pizza just came into the studio.
Yeah,
and
they are torturing us.
Instantly smelled it, and I was like, that smells so good.
I don't know about you, but DCI guy has only had 1 meal today. I had breakfast. I did eat a Z-bar, and I've crushed 2 Diet Cokes today. So I could use a bit more sustenance aside from this little bit here. Okay, Baymax going into the discard. Monstro coming into play, the big whale. Okay, now there is enough strength back on the opposing side for Robin Hood to clean up that Monstro, or even Clarabelle, because Clarabelle has 3 strength, I believe. So that Monstro could just be eaten up. Oh, and if Trevor does choose to do that, it'll be the last card it'll be the only card that Trevor has left to have to do that, the Clarabelle. And sacrificing the opportunity to be able to potentially shift onto that Clarabelle. But you could, Clarabelle only has 2 strength.
Yeah.
I was wrong, Clarabelle only has 2 strength. Being a 2/3.
But he does have the shift Clarabelle in hand.
True. I would just hard play the shift Clarabelle if that was the line here. So we're playing Tipo, we're playing Clarabelle to draw another card. Actually, I don't think that Clarabelle drew a card. I think Dennis does not have very many cards left in hand. I think he was only at 1. So he's drawn up to 2 for the turn. He's questing with TikTok. Oh no, I take that back. He used Dumbo to use an ink to draw a card and gain a lore after playing the Dumbo with the TikTok, because TikTok has evasive. So still progressing the game state, still drawing extra cards. Okay, and passing it back after, And even though he only played one card that turn and then activated an ability for the TikTok, I think that established a lot more progress for him. He gained a lore, he gained a card.
And Trevor in a good spot here.
Yeah. Really good board position.
Going to be able to draw back up to 2 cards.
Questing for 3 more. Going up 3 extra lore. Playing the Clarabelle, drawing 2 more cards after it. So now, even though Dennis does have this card draw engine established with a Dumbo and another invasive in play, if he does choose to continue to do that without getting rid of cards from hand, he's just going to continue to feed. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
There's the answer. You
There's
know
the
what?
answer.
Like I said before, sometimes Dennis just has it.
Yep.
He just has the removal. For those who don't know, Dennis does have a lot of experience playing other TCGs. He also spends a lot of time playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I see him at a lot of locals as I play several different card games myself, and I'll often catch him at stores going, hey, there's not Lorcana tonight, and there must be a Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament. And then by the end of the night, I see him as one of the winners of Yu-Gi-Oh! Being also the only one of the few undefeateds for those tournaments. I believe he traveled to go to the CCS event and the PPG event recently as well. So often getting around, definitely loves to play TCGs. Monstro coming in here, it looks like attacking into that Clarabelle, doing duty to clean up the board. And only putting Monstro up to 7 damage. He could also choose to discard a card to reset the Monstro and finish off that Tipo, but Tipo not really that threatening.
Yeah.
I would consider discarding just to be able to protect the Monstro, and it seems to be what he's choosing to do as well. And yeah, and not even questing with it, because he could quest with it because it doesn't restrict you from not being able to quest.
No, but I think yeah, you want to keep that that momentum.
Yeah. Trevor doesn't have any way of being able to play a card from his hand that would actually be able to take out that monster this turn anyway. Like he couldn't, other than him choosing to bounce something in Mother Gothel, but I doubt he's going to choose the monster. He's going to choose the Hades in that situation. Okay, playing another Clarabelle after playing a Basil. Okay, questing with the Tipo. And end of turn draws a card. All right, back over here to Dennis. It does really feel like after Dennis playing that Hades to answer the first Clarabelle, he still has Dumbo and TikTok. He can choose to use them to search for more answers for this other Clarabelle. One of the many answers he could have between playing a Belle, moving damage, playing an Elsa to tap down to Clarabelle to attack into it with Monstro. I would sacrifice a Monstro in this position to take out the Clarabelle.
Absolutely. That feels like a very easy trade to make.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, starting
so we're
off.
going to dig for an answer. We're also going to gain that lore.
Yeah. Not losing much opportunity over here. So when we think about in TCGs, we have what would be considered an opportunity cost. Every card is an opportunity cost here in Lorcana because it's either ink for your inkwell, if it's inkable, it's a character or card or whatever you can play. When it's in play, can you challenge with it? Can you quest with it? And when you use abilities like Dumbo, you're not missing any opportunity costs. The only thing you missed out on here is the ability to challenge with it. But the ability to draw a card and gain a lore is just too good to pass up.
You know, we're seeing here that big Elsa, and I love this card. I also
a one of in Fetty's deck.
Is it a one of?
It's a one of. He only has one
Fantastic.
copy of Elsa. He has four. 5 Elsas in the deck. 4 of the 5 cost Elsa and 1 of Spirit of Winter.
Yep.
And he drew it when it was helpful. Tapping down 2 characters, allowing for it seemed like there's been damage taken off of Monstro. So Monstro must have been healed by something, right? Because Monstro had 7 damage previously.
No. Monstro was taken out.
Oh, Monstro's gone.
TikTok.
That's TikTok. That's TikTok. Yeah. It's hard to tell with the ink, with everything covered up. And that's the match. So Dennis, Trevor ends up scooping to Dennis here. because Dennis just had way too much going on there. He had too many threats in play. Trevor didn't have an answer for it.
Yeah.
And we only have 1 minute left in the round, so not enough time to really close up the backup, or probably feature the backup match.
Yeah, I think we'll probably cut to a break here for a few minutes,
and honestly,
then see you in round 5.
And honestly, this break couldn't have come sooner because the pizza's here.
The pizza is here, so we're gonna go probably get a pizza.
For sure, we'll eat some pizza, and I'll be taking a break from being on stream. You won't see DCI Guy unless you're actually at the event, and I'll be out on the floor hanging out and talking to people.
Yep, and we will be back shortly. Hello, hello.
Talk
How
a
are
little
you? We are talking a little bit.
Do.
So I am going to cut to you guys.
Wonderful.
Right.
And take it down to the table whenever it feels right. And we'll just take it down to the table whenever it feels right.
It's just you're gonna go
Yeah.
straight to the
Perfect,
table.
perfect. Okay.
Right. And we're live.
Hello, everybody. We are back for round 5. I've got Liam here. We're a little bit of a quieter bunch now. The DCI man is roaming the floor, but
I mean, I can
hopefully
try.
just as an entertaining.
I know, right? I can try to bring. I can't bring that energy. I don't have Diet Coke flowing through my veins.
But for this round, we have a Ruby Sapphire into Trevor again with the Emerald Sapphire. We thought that this would be a little bit of an interesting matchup. I haven't seen a Ruby Sapphire deck this set, so I'm excited to see it. I know I was peeking at the deck list, and it is spicy.
Yeah, you know, with rotation, I feel like the Azurite Sea was filled with the tears of Ruby Sapphire players who no longer could play their pet deck and looking for a way to bring it back. And Miguel maybe has, going X1 so far. So yeah, and we know you didn't get enough of Trevor last round, so he's back again.
He's back again.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting. We got to peek this deck list. Courtney and I have been poring over it before this match, and I don't know if we want to spoil too much. I don't know. We'll kind of go through it as we go, but there's some fun here. I don't know. I think the big question was when Popsicle left, right? Everybody's like, what replaces Popsicle as that card draw that Tamatoa makes use of and all that? And there's a couple options that Miguel has worked in here, and there's fun ways to use them. So we'll get to see. Yeah, we'll get to see if this deck works.
Absolutely. I'm very interested because there are some cards in here that I don't think I've actually ever seen played.
Same. But here we are with a familiar card this meta. It's Basil on turn 1 for Trevor. Over to Miguel. We'll see if he has one of those turn 1 items that he's worked in. Tamatoa, Happy's a Clam, into the Inkwell, and a pass. So ideally, he'd like to establish one of those. Nothing in play right now. Back over to Trevor. Now, we all saw Trevor's deck last round. I was sitting outside watching it go, and it does some interesting things.
It definitely does, and I think it's a very, very good deck. I think some of the spice he's brought into it is very beneficial in this meta.
Yeah, and hopefully we get to see, if anybody missed last round, hopefully we get to see some of what it's trying to do here. It benefits very early on from this really fun shift line, singing Down in New Orleans on turn 4. Did I say that right? New Orleans.
Yeah.
New Orleans.
I can't even attempt to make that one correctly.
I can't either. But that was my attempt. So we'll see if we get that, because it can establish a wide board pretty early if it hits that line. And let's see, there it is. There's that Basil shifting in there on turn 4, and we're going to see it.
Here we go.
Down
you spoke it into existence. You said, let's see if it can do the thing, and there you go. It did the thing.
And dumping that Universal Shift Baymax into play. So powerful turn 4 there. Look at those stat lines that we have established on the board. That Baymax, Universal, I forget what it's called. The Universal Shift Baymax, you know the one.
Giant Robot, I believe.
Robot. Yeah, there he is. So a 5/5 in play on turn 4, as well as that Basil. Basil, an ability that says during your turn, whenever a card is put in your inkwell, you may pay 1 to have chosen opponent discard a card. So fun way to put a little hand pressure on early if that's something you're looking to do.
And I think that in this meta with particularly playing against a deck that doesn't have a ton of card draw, that's probably going to be pretty important in this matchup.
Well, here we have this Moana here. The Island Explorer. She's a 4/3 evasive. Whenever this character challenges another character, another chosen character of yours gets +3 strength this turn. Fun card for a little board control here. It can probably help out Tipo if he's looking to do. And down in New Orleans again. And a couple options there. We have another Baymax. We have a Robin Hood as well. Trevor, I think, taking a look at the cards in hand, Robin Hood will give him a card if he chooses to play that one out. Because I believe Miguel has, much bigger hand size at this point. Trevor sitting on 2. So
I will say it's interesting, this Down in New Orleans card is a fantastic card, but it does come at a little bit of an expense. When he pulled the last one, he put a Under the Sea and another Down in New Orleans at the bottom of his deck, and this time I missed what he put under there, but it was 2 other strong cards. So while beneficial, it also comes at a little bit of a cost.
Yeah, not likely to see those again this game, unfortunately. And here, Basil with the quest. I like to see him getting this lore early. I did watch last round, and it did seem that Trevor had a problem, especially against control decks, closing games in the end, oftentimes stalling out at 16 or 18 lore. So great to see him scoop up that lore while he can here. But back over to Miguel. Again, we're waiting to see this deck click here, so let's see if he can establish his game plan. I do know this deck is looking like most Ruby Sapphire decks do to be fueled by some item synergies, so the fact that he hasn't managed to stick any of those yet probably doesn't feel terribly great. But let's see.
There are also a couple spicy cards in here that I am hoping to see played soon, so I'm like, oh, what you gonna play now?
Are you gonna do the thing? Please do the thing. Miguel thinking about this, and just look at that board over there on Trevor's side. I mean, 2 Down in New Orleans hit so far. That's a lot. That's a lot of stats out there for turn 5. Turn 4 even.
And we didn't get to see that in Trevor's previous match, so it is interesting to see the deck kind of doing the things that it wants to be doing. And I see Miguel there, one of the wardrobe. So with the wardrobe, this is an interesting card this was one of the cards where I was like, I don't think I've seen this played before. And he can Miguel can exert the wardrobe and choose and discard an item card to draw 2 cards. So once again, to your point of not having any items out just yet, but having that item synergy to do the card draw.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great point. And this is one of the synergies this deck is looking to go. And if you do the math, you hit the discard with the wardrobe, then recur with Tamatoa, and so you're doing the card draw but in a different way. It's not the Flavisham way, discarding it from play, but it is a way, or banishing from play, but it is a way to get that an engine running. Unfortunately, the wardrobe's vulnerable during the exchange and not as well statted as Flavisham and the willpower side, so not likely to stick around as long. And speaking of card draw, Clarabelle being shifted into play on Trevor's side of the board will allow him to refill his hand here, because I think he managed to play everything that turn. And Basil and Baymax and everything going questing here.
Go on a quest.
There it is, and just Miguel not able to establish much in the way of a strong board presence, although that Moana will allow him to do some challenges, but just perhaps a little short here. Potion of Might now. Or Potion of Might being discarded. I almost said Potion of Strength. Potion of Might being discarded here to the wardrobe, allowing Miguel to draw a couple cards. Tipo into the Inkwell. And we'll see what kind of wide removal options he has, if any.
So I'm not seeing any, to your point, wide removal, but we do have, Miguel has the Hades in his deck that he's playing, so that is an option. I think we're gonna hope to pull something here.
Yeah, speaking of which, I think he saw a Hades and a Maleficent off that Develop Your Brain, so several.
That's one.
Several big options, but not enough ink, sadly, at the moment. Unfortunately, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's a lot of lore on Trevor's side of the board.
And we're going to keep developing. So I wonder what could we potentially be digging here for a Pirate's Life?
Could be digging for a Pirate's Life. I mean, even a Bee King Undisputed is running this list.
Yep.
Just get something off the board.
Probably the Bee King.
And let's see. No, it's another Moana. If it sticks around, Moana allows you to do some great challenges with their additional strength upon the challenge. But we can perhaps see that here, augmenting Tipo to do some efficient removal. I just got to double check the. Yeah, but a little short. I mean, Basil's sitting at 5 willpower. There's 5 on the Baymax, so we can take care of the Robin Hood. But just one more strength, we'd be able to remove 2 things. Just not
quite the
quite
board
enough.
state that I think Miguel wanted to start the game off. And I think missing that 1 drop definitely wasn't a helping hand for him.
Yeah, we're just not enough here. So 8 lore on Trevor's side of the board. He'll be able to get pretty close to closing out this game, and Trevor's sitting with 3 T-Pos in hand.
I don't think that's that is what he wanted to draw.
Finding all the T-Pos hanging out together.
Is there one of the moments where I'm like, I didn't ask for you right now. Go away.
Yeah, and we're just going to see them all come out in short order. Why not? Just stacking them up there. I imagine a chuckle from Miguel. Yeah, there you go. I'll get some questing here. I imagine everything probably likely to quest out. Yeah, there we go. Head all the way to 18.
And I think that makes sense. Trevor then gets to draw a couple cards at the end of his turn from Clarabelle after playing those T-Pos. So
yeah, almost a quest out, but seeing that wardrobe over there, not wanting anywhere that card draw, it's one of those scenarios where Trevor's not sure what Miguel's running, but just in case, we're just going to prevent any more of these card draw shenanigans. Eventually finding one of your something that'll help you stick around. I don't know.
And also, I think trading, being able to use that wardrobe with the Moanas to trade into one of his larger characters. So,
yeah, just really, really tough board state here for Miguel. Another scenario where I wish there was a bee prepared around to help out, but that's going to be it. Just not enough for Miguel. Not enough available for Miguel to deal with that board state. And fun game, not as grindy as the last one from last round, but yeah, I don't know. I really wish, Miguel is X-1, 4-1 now, I believe, going into round 5. So has managed to find success today, and I'd love to see what his deck is trying to do. Probably more successful against a slower running Blurple build, but against Trevor when you're dumping 2 6-cost characters on the board on turn 4.
yeah, I think Trevor saw sort of what I would call somewhat of a god hand of, this is exactly what I want this deck to do, and it just did that. And Miguel said, this is not what I would like my deck to do. So now I'm going to just kind of sit here.
Yep. So we'll see Miguel now on the play. And let's see if he can get this deck clicking. Because again, I think Ruby Sapphire players are looking for something, anything to give them hope. Give me these color combos back. And I will, well, a lot of this deck is what you would expect. We saw a lot of cards. What are some other sneaky cards that you, or fun little spice cards you hope make it into play this game, Courtney?
In this game, in Miguel's deck, definitely the Beagle Boys. I think that card, giving that rush and resist, that helps manage your opponent's board a lot. So I think that's a really great card that's tucked in here. But Miguel needs to see his ramp early on with both the Tipo or a Sail, which he was able to see the Tipo in the last game, but I think maybe even getting that develop on turn 1 or one of those items is really important.
Yes, we'll see. Hopefully manages to. Yeah, I just want to see it. I just want to see it click. I just want to see it do its thing. It's always a bummer in any TCG when somebody builds a deck and engine to do something and you don't get to see it work, especially when a player's been tinkering with it forever and doesn't get to showcase it. So on Trevor's side of the board, I do see that down in New Orleans again, and I'm not sure if we have the shift to make it work. Well, there's a Basil, but but I don't think we have the line just yet. So we'll see if Trevor manages to find it. On Miguel's side, we do see the Tipo on turn 2. We'll get that ramp going. And that's good for him. Again, I just want to see game 3. I want to see Miguel's deck click.
Agreed.
Yep. All right, back over to Trevor. John Silver off the top. Again, a lot of top-heavy cards. We have the Mother Gothel there with the kicker. We do the ramp on turn 2 though, so that's good. Keep us on script. John Silver, instant ink. Azurite Sea, drawing a card. We'll see an extra ink here, and again drawing into I think another 6-drop Basil. So he's getting a lot of top end in his hand. And then pass back over, so not managing to establish anything else. So again, he has the New Orleans, but he doesn't have the shift target for any of his. Well, I say any of his lines, but all he has in hand is the Basil.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. Next, he's hoping to top a Baymax next turn, perhaps get that universal shift going. On the other side, Maleficent in there. We're getting that Wardrobe back into play. Wardrobe, fun fact, drawn by Julia Riva, who also originated the Wardrobe in set 1. So getting to revisit that character
that's
here,
fun. I love that.
and redraw it here. So I like to see that. So perhaps same exact Wardrobe, just in different form. Julia Riva now an art director for Lorcana as well. So
I love when you give me fun Lorcana artist facts. They are one of my favorites.
thanks for putting up with them. So Clarabelle down. Robin Hood Daydreamer being played. There's another fun artist factor around that, but I'll let that one lay until it's played. So again, back over, and this is not the fast start we saw from Trevor last game, where he was, by this point, had like 3 or 4 6-cost characters in play. So I'm stalling out a little bit and perhaps giving a little bit of breathing room for Miguel. That Wardrobe will get going. Discard a gold medallion to draw 2 cards. So there's that card draw engine going a little bit. Now with plenty of cards in hand to put something else in play. Let's see if we're on. There's that Beagle Boys into the Inkwell, and it's. Oh, I was wondering if you see the Donald deck here on turn 5. When you play this character, you may put a top card of your deck into your Inkwell face down and exert it. So double ramp now, and really powering his way into the end game. There is some really fun top end in this deck. Of course, we saw the Maleficent. We know Hades is kicking around. There's another 8-cost card that's a lot of fun, which I hope we get to see. So once that we get to the end game and all that ink is available, this deck can really do some stuff. Back over to Trevor's side, there's that Basil coming into play that can force a discard whenever it quests. And it's one of these well-stated characters. And more importantly in this scenario, it's a 6-cost card that can sing that Down in New Orleans, which has been sitting in his hand since the opening. So we'll get to see some fun off the top deck again. But that's all that's to be done this turn. Back over to Miguel. And now with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ink available, a lot more cards unlocked. Azurite Sea in the Inkwell there. Let's see what Miguel has in store for us now. All the ink being exerted, and it is the Hades coming down. Recognizing the danger of that Basil, going to send it into the Inkwell, so no singing this turn for Trevor, at least that song. And now Hades established a 3/6 body on that side of the board. So Miguel, his deck is clicking a little bit more. Had a little bit of breathing room though, because Trevor didn't get off to the fastest start.
I would agree with that. And it looks like we did clear the board. Are we missing some damage dice?
That's a good question. Probably.
Or are those? Oh nope. There might be blue dice on top of.
Oh yeah. Yep, sneaky. I see that.
Sneaky little blue.
Donald.
Yes.
Yeah, Donald D right there with the dice covering up the rest. So yeah, they're there. Just sneaky. Clever camouflage dice. Moana to the Inkwell now, and it's Maui Half Shark coming into play. One of the ways that Miguel probably can close this game down. We know Pirate's Life is running around in this deck. Becoming Undisputed. There's a couple other really fun actions. One of which I hope gets played so I can yell it. We'll see. So Miguel now taking a look in his discard pile, seeing what actions are available. But it's back over to Trevor. That Basil sticking around though, so now we will be able to sing. Trevor will be looking to get more of a board presence out there because there's a lot of characters running around, which are a bit of a problem. Of course, a decision now. Do you sing New Orleans or do you challenge into that Wardrobe to prevent any more card draw? But let's see which way chooses to go there.
And I was just doing a little Excel spreadsheet over here to see today what types of decks we have. And it does look like you know, a little. I don't think anyone would be surprised. We see Sapphire Amethyst as our top deck today, with 16 people playing that, followed by Amber Steel and Steel Amethyst with 13 and 10 decks respectively. And I know you mentioned earlier today you saw a lot of Ruby Steel.
I did.
It was only 4 decks.
I guess I happened to stumble in all 4.
You know what? It was actually 8.
Oh.
Because I see I did this quickly, and we see some people labeled it as Ruby Steel, and others labeled it as Steel Ruby.
Steel Ruby. You know, I don't think we've established the right way to refer. It's just nobody plays it. So
Exactly. Yeah.
Perhaps. Yeah. Well, there we go.
So yeah, that is a chunk.
That is actually in honor of the Diet Coke Invitational. However, I will say, last I checked, those decks were not doing too well out there.
Yeah. We did see, though, a couple. I saw while I was walking around a princess deck. Someone was playing an Amber Sapphire princess deck, which I like to see.
I do. I'm waiting for the princess meta to be a thing. Listen, while we were going over the meta there, Miguel playing another fun card, the dual color Ruby Sapphire card, Get Out, allowing him to banish a chosen character, then return an item card from his discard to his hand, pulling back that gold medallion or gold coin there, and now just questing out here with everything
And
else.
that was absolutely one of the other cards that I was like, I don't believe I've seen this played ever.
Nope. I agree, but here, seeing some play in the Diet Coke Invitational, and Trevor just not finding much, not able to close out this game. So we will see a game 3, and seeing a bit more there of what this Ruby Sapphire deck and this iteration of it's trying to do. Again, though, I think on Trevor's side, giving him a little bit of breathing room to kind of get that deck's game plan going. And yeah, what'd you think?
You know, I think that Trevor was in a pretty difficult spot there. So I think, to your point, there was a lot more room for Miguel to establish his board and get his game plan working. And I think it was nice to be able to see what this deck can do. I'll be interested to see if it's going to be on the draw here, how it'll play.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, key to this deck's game plan, I think, is hitting. I mean, you absolutely have to hit in that ramp, as every Sapphire deck does. But looking here with various cards to double ramp, you have the Donald Duck. Really wants to get into the end game, where we see a lot of these really powerful cards come online. There are 4 Maleficents. There's the Get Out available for some targeted removal. Hades, of course. So, yeah, like most Sapphire decks, this deck just wants to get past the first couple turns and kind of start its game on turn 4. So yeah, we'll see. We will see. I do wonder how much aggro Miguel has seen today, because it doesn't.
It's funny you were saying that, because I'm like, let me look how much aggro he has encountered, because I would be curious if he's missed it and that's where he's been able to sort of take the time to establish the board. Or honestly, if he's just catching people off guard.
It could be. Yeah, trying to figure out what this deck is trying to do. Yeah, I do wonder, against a really aggressive line, this deck probably struggles. But in a Blurple heavy meta, or even against the more traditional Emerald Sapphire that we've been seeing, probably has the space necessary to get, to the later game. Any deck with running Maui's and Pirate's Life 2 gives you some breathing room. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so it looks like in round 1, Miguel went up against an Amethyst Steel.
Okay.
So that was his 1 loss.
Okay.
And then in round 2, let's see. Doing the research on the fly, so I appreciate the flexibility. No. Let's see, that doesn't. He did run into an Amber Steel deck round 2 and was able to take it.
Okay. Let's see. Alice Growing Girl in the Inkwell. We do get that Basil on turn 3 here. And a dangerous card, Basil, in most decks in this meta, because it does give you those efficient trades later on in the game. But in this deck in particular, when Trevor's running that Basil shift, becomes extra, I don't know, extra dangerous.
Extra scary.
Extra menacing.
Yes.
Extra menacing. So I don't think he has it in hand, though. Again, this deck really, really wants to, on turn 3, after the ramp, hit that shift for 6 and sing down in New Orleans. I think that this deck is built mostly around trying to get that combination off. Oh, did he draw into the Basil? He drew into the Basil.
Yes.
Oh no, my goodness, Trevor. Finding that Basil, disguised detective, is it? Disguised, disguised detective, nailed it. I did that purely off art. Disguised detective, hitting that right away, or finding that off the top deck, dropping it down, but here without the song is going to quest with it rather than sing, which he'd love to be able to do. And it looks like it's back over to Miguel here for the response. Visions of the Future. And there's that Moana, which we saw earlier. Didn't see it do a lot, but it does, make Tipo a little bit more dangerous. Again, unfortunately, not enough to deal with that Basil. Of course, Moana would have to challenge to make it work, so it's still a really bad trade. Here's this Mother Gothel coming into play for a little extra. When she comes into play, bounce a character back to your opponent's hand. And there goes that Moana. So let's see, on to turn 5. We'll see if we have that extra ramp from Miguel here. Would love to find that Donald Duck this turn if you can. We see already. Oh, there's that, and the Clarabelle is in hand. Robin Hood. So just big body is going to start coming out on Trevor's side of the board. Trevor on his deck list has put Robin Hood Unrifled Archers, the D23 Expo version. I'm going to call him on it if we don't see D23 Robin Hoods in this deck. I'm just kidding.
I like to think, I don't believe, I know that Trevor is also a collector. I don't believe he has 4 of the D23. Because if he did, I would like to also have some words with him because we've traded a few times, and if I knew he had that many, I'd be asking for one of them.
Oh, and here's hitting that down in New Orleans off the top, finding Mother Gothel, Unwavering Schemer.
And getting to pop a character back into hand there.
Yeah, and this one, I think Miguel gets to pick.
That's correct, he does. So he picked the Tipo, likely to potentially ramp again, or maybe just as ink.
Picking the poor Tipo back in Miguel's hand, and Trevor finding a real fun card off that down New Orleans. And here we're going to play this Robin Hood Daydreamer. 4 lore on that card there. You can't see it too well, but 4 lore. So one of the ways that this deck closes things out. So fun fact about this card, we talked about the Unrivaled Archer from D23. Both this card and Unrivaled Archer are drawn by the same artist, John Lauren, bringing both these Robin Hoods to life. So it's really fun because you can see like the same exact character in different poses, which is a lot of fun.
The Robin Hood Daydreamer is one of my favorite arts. I just think it's a very perfect Robin Hood card.
Just nonchalant, no cares in the world.
No
just kinda
cares.
chilling.
Living its best life.
And questing for 4 in this instance.
Yep.
Which we're likely to see him do here. Miguel, though, establishing the Maui Half Shark. We'll see if it sticks around. Gives Trevor plenty of ways to bounce cards back to Miguel's hand. Trevor thinking about his lines here.
Yeah, and I think he is really taking a step because while he's at 5, not too far ahead, and that Maui can swing the board state pretty quickly.
Yeah, it really shuts down most aggressive lines, especially when you're running, cards like Bee King Undisputed, removal answers like that, or Pirate's Lives, or Get Out. I mean, there's plenty that Miguel could play and recur.
And there we go. We saw the giant robot shift, the universal shift there. This way, all the cards turn sideways. While Maui Shark can deal with them, it's a almost even trade, so it doesn't feel as bad on Trevor's end if he loses one of them.
Yeah, so there's a few cards we can get rid of here, but let's see if Miguel has the action to string with his Half Shark. I mean, it has to deal with something. That is game on board over there, but that Robin Hood is really the most tempting target. But you're going to need, at this point, you're going to need to start stringing together, some removal cards, or at least a Pirate's Life, something.
Yep.
To keep Trevor on his back foot. At this point, there's still a window back in. Trevor is very low on cards. Hasn't managed to establish like that Clarabelle for a lot of value, at all. Not getting any cards out of it. So if Miguel can find out a way to just keep Trevor to maybe squeak his lure back a little bit with Pirate's Life, Bee King. Those are really the two lines that I see would be super valuable here. At the very least, gives him a window to claw back in. That's a lot of ink there. It is Hades. So let's see which way we choose to go here. Problem is, there's two tempting targets there, but with those shifted characters, you're going to give your opponent 2 ink, which you hate to do. But we are going to do it there. Basil going to the inkwell. That'll be 2 ink off the shifted character. So tough play there. And so I do wonder, Basil's stat line is 4/5, the same as Robin Hood Daydream. I do wonder if you do that in reverse. You do give your opponent 1 less ink out of it. We'll see if that makes a difference. But now the Moana going to quest there, just get 1 lore out of it. Why not? And it's back over to Trevor for the response. There's 4 lore on the board right now. No reach in this deck, I don't think. But they're finding another Robin Hood off the top. You didn't need that much lore, but why not? That other Daydreamer there coming into play. And Trevor in full top deck mode, I think. Looks like might just leave everything upright here to avoid giving any fodder to that Half Shark, not wanting Bee Kings to be strung together here, perhaps. Nope. As I take it back, there they go. Off on a quest. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So let's see here again. There are. Oh, it's just tough because even.
Yeah, I think the downside Miguel has is he just hasn't run into enough actions to make that Maui.
Yeah, I think the out here is Bee King. You have enough. I don't know cards in hand, but if he has an inkable, if you have the Bee King, you might not have it because now we don't have enough ink. But if you had it, you string the Bee King challenge, play it again, get rid of that Robin Hood. But really need to find an answer. You need to remove 2 characters, and I think that may have been. That may have been the only out, or no, Pirate's Life. You sing Pirate's Life, challenge in, banish a character, recur Pirate's Life, play Pirate's Life. That's another line. We have the ink for that, but as I see it being expended, might be a Visions here, looking again. Yeah, Visions of the future, looking for that Pirate's Life. But the problem is, you need to get rid of that ready Robin Hood, and I just, at this point, unless you can sing it twice, which you can't, I guess the Bee King line is still there with singing with the Hades, so that is still an out. But he's thinking a long time if he found it.
Yeah. I think he's trying to find an answer here, and I'm just not sure
Did he find B
he has
King?
it.
Because B King, undisputed, I think, is the only out. Let's see. He's making us wait for it.
He really is making us wait for it.
Because I think that's it. I think that would do it. I'm like, sometimes I'm like, narrating for the viewers. I'm doing like I'm on the edge of my seat, and this time they can literally see I'm on the edge of my seat.
Yes. And this is also where I go, what? Sometimes when I'm sitting and watching a game like this, I'm like, what do you have in your hand that you're seeing the line that I'm not?
So here, okay, so the Moana's going to challenge here. It's going to give extra strength to the Hades, it looks like, which will allow the challenge on the Baymax to work efficiently. But just what do we have to do with that Robin Hood? We probably... So the B King line is still there, and if it's in hand, what Miguel's trying to do is force the B King in, the Robin Hood to be the choice if the challenge comes in on the Mother Gothel, but now you wouldn't be able to recur the B King, which you really want to do. Or you might not even have it, but that's I can't think of what else could be the out for the Robin Hood.
I'm pulling. All right, so we have a sail. We haven't inked yet this turn.
Yeah, I just don't know what the out is. Without B King Undisputed, I'm not sure what the out is here.
And I think.
Okay. Recur the Visions, but unfortunately, I mean, Visions is great. Just not enough ink. Not enough ink to do it. There, I think you found it. There it was. But at this point,
Oh, so he does have the ability, and he might be looking for gold coin, because you can ban it. He could play that item for one and would have, well, now he has no ink yet. I think that might have been the other out he was looking for. Oh no, is it still, you can't exert that Robin Hood. So I am also still trying to.
So there's the gold coin. This is the line you were talking about, but how does he have the ink to do it? How does he have the ink to do it? That's the line. You're ready the Hades. He's going to sing the B King. You called it right there. So he hadn't inked that turn, and he played Sail the Azurite Sea, so that allowed him to ink for turn and then ink an additional time.
The chat's saying LeFou and B plus B King.
Yeah, so production saying, chat saying LeFou plus B King. Yes, but we did it a different way here with the gold coin instead, which is a way around it, but my goodness.
Wow.
Wow, so I didn't count for the extra ink. All right, I didn't count for the extra ink from the Sail of the Azurite Sea. That was done a while ago. And, oh, there we go. What a line back in. And now, I mean, Trevor's sitting at 19. Miguel's going to have to find an answer every single turn here.
Yep. But did find his way back into the game there. And that's something, the Ruby Sapphire deck, I feel like you never can really underestimate it, because it can dig its way out of holes pretty well.
Yeah. I'm still trying to recover from that turn there. Let's see. We do have a Pirate's Life. Oh my goodness! If you can't get rid of stuff, just keep them off 20 lore. So Pirate's Life, play for full cost here. Going to bump Miguel up to 8, and then we're going to see double quest out of the Hades up to 12. Trevor now sitting at 17. That's 1 lore off from the game with what he's showing on board. And a potion of might coming into play. card that can give chosen character +3 strength when you banish it, or if it's a villain +4. But there's the Shift Clarabelle, finding that off the top deck. I literally okay, it's Universal Shift Baymax could have done it too, but finding that Clarabelle to finish off that game, that
was a great game. We were a little hesitant to put Trevor back on stream again right after being on stream, and I'm really glad we picked this matchup because it was really entertaining. I think Miguel definitely did a great job climbing and fighting his way back into that third game of the match, and even taking the loss at the end there, I still think he played fantastically. I'm impressed. I cannot play Ruby Sapphire, so anytime I watch someone pilot it well, particularly in a meta that's not favorable to this color pairing, very impressive job there and great deck building. And Liam is still speechless.
I don't even know, guys. I don't even know. I'm trying to figure out these lines, and then things are happening, and all of a sudden Trevor is shifting the Clarabelle, and oh my goodness. Yeah, no, really fun match there. Yeah, Miguel, really interesting lines in that deck. The gold coin line, I found a little good catch. I didn't realize he had the extra ink from that Azurite Sea. I was trying to figure that out. But a fantastic way, and I really think he's a couple turns away from winning.
Right, absolutely. I think maybe if he was able to either have another Pirate's Life, or was able to keep a Maui Shark out there and be able to get that Pirate's Life back, that could have given him another turn to be able to close the game out. So I'll be interested to see. I think that this deck, he'll probably keep cooking with it, and maybe we see, right now he's running 3 Pirate's Life, so I wonder if we see him go up to 4 potentially in the build. So I'm definitely interested to see what happens with this Ruby Sapphire moving forward, because I think everybody has been pretty much counting it out and not even attempting to build with it, and I think we see Miguel here saying, hey, it's still
viable. You can still do it. Yeah, I don't know. I do wonder about it into aggro. I'm gonna have to ask him about that.
Yeah, I would love to know how his aggro match up went. He did take it in 2 games, so he definitely has lines for it. I'm guessing, I think for him, what he's really gearing towards is the Tipo and Moana, and then kind of building out from there, because Moana can help build the strength of some of those other characters.
Yeah, and the evasive is helpful as well. Yeah, I don't know. Especially, well, yeah, I don't know. It's fun. It's a fun build. And yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and watch that turn again and wrap my head around that, because I mean, he knew what he was doing. He knew what he was digging for. He was
absolutely.
I know that he knew the line. Just needed that Bead King, and there it was. But then, yeah, and I know on Trevor's side, a great top deck there, but this deck not only has the Clarabelle, which could have closed things out, but reach with that Universal Shift Baymax as well. So,
and I think that might have been on Miguel's side. I think he might not have thought of that, or I mean, realistically, you can only do so much in a turn.
What are you gonna do?
So I think that was the best place he could get himself to on that turn.
Yeah. No, fascinating match. So there you go, everybody who's upset about the Blurple Mirrors all day. There's some fun stuff for you. I'm interested to see if anybody else cooks with these 2 builds. Both of them doing fairly well here today. Miguel a turn or 2 from being X and 1, and Trevor now, I think his first loss was last round, right? So powering his way to the top cut here, and yeah, some fun stuff.
Absolutely. And we are getting close. We'll be on to round 6. So today we're playing 7 rounds. We had a total of, I believe, 79 players at the start of the event, and then we'll go into top cut. So a healthy day.
Yeah.
for a Sunday tournament.
And a lot of for a Sunday tournament too, and a lot of very good players out there as well. Some Golden Mickey winners, some PPG top 4 finalist folks. It's not a good quick phrase for that. And then some other, I always like shouting out Bobby Break, because Kaijudo was a really fun game, and Bobby Break, the world champion in that game. So
Bobby is a wonderful person. He has Dumbos today in his deck because of me.
there you go.
And he checked with me, I think, roughly 5 times before today to make sure that I packed those Dumbos
Are
for
you
him.
sure?
And I was like, I promise, they are in the bag.
Are you sure you packed the pachyderms?
Bobby will be sure and ask you many times. Are they there? You brought them, right? You brought them?
Yeah, immediately when he got here, I'm like, here, I have them. You may have them.
It's really fun. Yeah, well, this is fun. It's a great event. Thank you all for hanging out with us today on a Sunday while we're broadcasting some Lorcana here from beautiful Fort Worth in this awesome studio. It's a lot of fun.
It has been.
Appreciate it.
It's been a good time. I know I've also maybe been sneaking in a little football on the side.
What? Yes. Sports ball?
Sports ball.
I don't know what's going on in the sports ball world. All I know is Austin FC plays in about 30 minutes, and I'm...
Are you season ticket holders?
Yes.
I need
Big
to
fan.
make my way down for a game
You should.
because
actually.
I do enjoy any live sporting event. So I'll have to make it down for a weekend game.
You should come on down. You could come. I mean, you could come where we're playing Dallas, but they're the worst team. Worst team. Second. Okay, maybe second worst. Houston is also pretty bad. So, yeah. Shout out. Blech.
We moved into sports ball. I'm sure chat's thrilled with that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Different sports ball. Soccer's, I don't know. It's not the majority. It's nerdy sports ball, I feel like. So, no, there you go. How's your sports ball team doing today?
It's controversial because I'm a Chicago native, and I am transplanted here in Dallas-Fort Worth, and we are playing the Cowboys today.
Oh. Fun fact about Dallas, it's full of Cowboys fans.
Yes, very much so. But I believe the Bears are actually doing well and are currently winning.
Okay.
So hopefully they can stay that way.
Let's go rub it in. These are they don't care about sports
Yeah.
ball out there.
A few of them do.
A few of them do, that's true. Yeah, Cowboys, the team formerly known as America's team. I feel like the Patriots earned that title at the turn of the decade. So, yeah. So let's see how much time we have left in round. We have a fun 5 minutes left in round. Okay.
All right.
So we're about 10 to 15 minutes away from bringing you the next round. In the meantime, let's maybe go to a quick break and then maybe come back and do something a little fun while we wait for the next game. Don't go anywhere. We'll see y'all in a moment.
Are we about to do some fun things, I think?
Here's the deal. Here's the deal, chat. There was a claim made earlier today by these Diet Coke enthusiasts that they could identify where Diet Coke came from, like which restaurant Diet Coke came from. And we wanted to put it to the test, so we've covered the monitor. They do not know what's in here. Aaron, do you want to go over which restaurants? We can see most of them, but...
Yeah. So we have Raising Cane's. We have Sonic. We have Wendy's. We have Burger King. We have McDonald's. And we have Whataburger, which is a Texas chain. And unfortunately, the cup didn't fit in our box, so that's why it's in a blank cup. But yes, those are our 6 restaurants we have.
So,
I'm just gonna double check.
so there we go. So we've covered them up. We've covered up the monitor while we're waiting for the tech run, and we want to see if these folks can in fact identify the Diet Coke.
And we're also concerned that potentially there's no audio.
We have no audio.
Oh,
Someone's saying there's audio double.
Oh, can they pick up my mic, I guess? Turn it off?
We only have one mic turned on over here.
no.
And it also sounds like they don't know what's going on. So in the chat here, no one seems to know what's happening. And then one person says it sounds fine.
Okay.
One person, so we're getting audio good.
Okay.
Okay, got it.
All right.
Okay.
There's just a bug for that.
All right.
Okay.
No, I think everybody.
Okay,
all right. This is what we're doing. I think it's self-explanatory if you're tuning in for the first time. So.
They can hear us fine.
All right. Let's you all.
Would you like to go first?
No,
No. You go this way.
Yeah.
I got it.
There's also extra straws if you all don't want to double. All right.
All right.
Okay.
You gotta hold the mic up.
Yeah. Do we
All right.
go? Do we like do one at a time?
No, you like.
Okay. Or
You go.
okay. Okay.
It's been a couple hours since I bought these, so unfortunately the carbonation might be bad.
This is Wendy's. Oh, it's Wendy's. This is Wendy's or Burger King without a doubt in my mind. Okay.
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 I feel like I should write this down.
I think this is McDonald's. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's Sonic. Okay. Oh! My guess is this one's Raising Cane's. But hold on. Okay.
You're like they're flat and warm. That's.
They were all in the
problem, right?
fridge.
They
They
were
were in the
all
fridge, so they're at least cold, but they might be a little flat.
Okay. Okay. I think. God, which one was? Okay, I think.
You can retry them.
Yeah, no, the carbonation may be a little off right now, so that's unfair, but
I think this one is Whataburger.
Okay.
I think this one is McDonald's. I think that this one is Burger King. And I think this one is Wendy's. And that leaves Raising Cane. Okay. I think Raising Cane's is this one.
Okay.
Okay.
And then you
By default, whichever one is left over.
Would be Sonic, right?
Yeah?
yeah, Sonic.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Those are my guesses.
Okay.
Okay.
Back to the booth. All right.
Wait,
Good luck,
hold on,
Courtney.
give me that back.
Oh, okay.
That's the list of the stores.
Don't give it away
I won't.
when you look here.
Okay.
Don't worry, nobody's watching.
Oh, this is hard because the carbonation is gone.
Oh yeah, that's such a key part of it. I know it is unfair.
You're all set.
Yeah, oh, sure, yeah. You could be in the pilot seat.
This is.
I was just
those
enthralled
those
by
matches were
of
taking
course.
too long. We were supposed
That's
to do
true.
this after round 2.
This was supposed to be between round 2. They were going so fast before. Look, chat. What did you expect from the Diet Coke Invitational?
So I made fun of her
I love
face.
how both
for it.
of you
This
made
one
a face.
tastes bad. I think this one is Sonic.
Okay.
This one's bad. It's Sonic.
I'm actually excited to try this because both of you thought this was bad.
And it also makes me think that like there's a rogue Diet Pepsi in here, which I'm concerned about.
Oh, I wonder if a restaurant got it wrong.
Well, no,
What-
because
oh,
we
that's true.
only
They
have
don't have-
contracts with
Oh, that's
Coke.
true. That's a
Yeah.
good point.
Okay.
Good point. Well, I wonder if you asked for Diet Coke and they just gave you Diet Pepsi without.
I personally filled all of these cups.
Okay, never mind.
Wendy,
You got the Raising Cane's right.
Sonic, McDonald's,
No. You got
Okay.
one right. No, look at the Canes.
Whataburger, Burger King.
Okay.
What am I missing?
Canes.
Canes.
Okay.
I feel like I'm way off because I will admit the difference is much harder now that they're not carbonated.
Yeah, I can see that. That's fair.
So that is going to be my.
That's fair.
Well, I mean, I will say that you got one more right than Kirby. Which is
Oh, Kirby got one right?
Kirby didn't get any of
I
them
thought
right.
Canes
I got
got
one.
one.
No, she
Kirby
didn't get
got
right.
Canes.
Sorry, it is a tie. Never mind.
Darn,
It
Kirby
is a
got
tie.
Canes right.
Okay.
So
Kirby
wait,
got
we're,
Canes right.
we're both frauds.
Yeah, we're both frauds.
So
Equally
the
bad.
gross one is Raisin Canes.
Canes.
We
Okay.
did a blind taste test, and we both only got one right.
Yeah.
Both only
And
got Canes
then,
right?
well, you'll have to come around because they're all
Yeah,
taped
you
in.
don't know.
Yeah, they're all taped in right now.
Worst tasting one?
All right, so McDonald's was way down here, and Burger King was the one that tasted. All right.
Worst. Yeah, y'all were like, this has to be McDonald's. It tastes disgusting.
Yeah.
At least we went down in flames together.
Together.
Yeah.
I do love. I have to taste the gross one because.
Let me taste all of them.
Oh, yeah, let me try that.
There you go.
Try it with one that like
Gotta
any of the
memorize.
other ones because that was the only one that like distinctly
yeah.
tasted different.
There is no carbonation anymore.
Yeah, there's no. Yeah, it's flat.
No, it's just completely flat.
It's flatter than a.
Okay, what would you consider to be the best? What is the
I know
best fast foods?
Kirby's
Diet Coke?
favorite is Whataburger. My favorite is McDonald's.
Yep.
Okay, so this is Kirby's favorite, and this is your favorite.
But I will say part of like the issue and makes it harder at this point is I think the reason we both like fast food Diet Coke is the carbonation.
Yeah.
The mass carbonation. Are we still on?
Yes. We're
Oh,
gonna,
okay.
we're gonna take
I
a break.
apologize.
We're gonna
We
take
are
a-
going to take a break now, and we will be back with round 6. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Welcome back to the Diet Coke Invitational. I hope you all enjoyed that fun little taste test. It was a fun little game. But speaking of Diet Coke, I didn't segue that well. I'm joined by Diet Coke man, or
DCI guy.
DCI guy.
The Diet Coke Invitational guy over here.
Also known as his alter ego is Remington.
Whoa,
Fantastic Lorcana player.
That is a lie. I said on record earlier there is no alter ego. This is the ego.
I'm sorry. Plenty of ego with Diet Coke Invitational guy, DCI guy. But no, DCI, thanks for joining me in the booth.
Thank you, Liam.
Excited for this round. So we're actually watching the top table this round. So both Ice and Matt undefeated here. Now I believe, tournament math, they may have ended up drawing into the top cut here, but are going to play this out so we get to see this green steel deck work. You were telling me something about Og and how he plays in some of his background before the round. So what's his background with green steel?
I've seen him play a lot of green steel decks and a lot of amber steel decks. Primarily in the last few sets, really mixing around a lot of different versions of different green steel or emerald steel, including pirates builds. The build that he's on today is trying to capitalize on being able to use his songs more efficiently. And you would think in a meta like this where there's less songs that work as well together, he's using Mother Knows Best along with Strength of Raging Fire and Max Goofs. The new Max Goofs, hot on the scene, straight from Goofy Movie.
Top in the charts.
Top in the charts to get the value back from those actions. So especially with this 6-cost Max Goof, being able to get back a song from your discard and play that again, utilizing that ability, very much emulating the same style of Emerald Steel from the past that was using the Ursula Deceiver of All to double sing a song. This is kind of trying to generate that exact same level of value. And then we're also seeing that he has 2 copies of Emerald Chromacon, a card that has really been taking off this set in like Emerald decks, and Purple and Amethyst Emerald decks, and in Emerald Steel decks. So I'm kind of excited to see both of those things featured in this match.
And speaking of the match, we are off to the races already with Matt, turn 1, putting out a Forceful Duelist, that reprint card from set 1, establishing the first board presence there, and it's over to Ice, who's on the draw with his Amethyst Steel build. This will be a fun matchup. I think probably very evenly matched. I do think Inevitability is probably with the Amethyst Steel deck, but I don't know. It's going to go either way.
I do think that it favors the Amethyst Steel just because they'll have more card draw. Now, there are Clarabelles in Matt's deck, which will allow him to gather cards as well when we're seeing Ice gather them too. And then noticeably, Ice has more independent removal than Matt does. And so his Royal Guard will likely stick around a lot longer than it would against a lot of other steel decks. Just because Matt won't have as... Oh, and he has Fire the Cannons. Prove me wrong immediately.
That's right. It's the commentator's curse. Like
of course.
Somebody who say this is gonna happen, and the exact opposite happens. Of course, Matt making use of the Vanish ability there on that illusion, so being chosen by him for damage doesn't stick around, even though it has 4 willpower.
Sure.
Fire the Cannon's a card that's been pretty popular this meta.
Yeah.
For a variety of reasons. It's a great answer to a number of early characters, but also there's a lot of illusions running around right now.
Yep.
Speaking of which, here's Raja, Spectral Tiger, I believe.
Yep.
Coming into play. Another well-statted character, but does have that Vanish ability as Raja is an illusion.
And fun story, before the event started,
Ghostly Tiger, sorry.
Ice was asking me if I had any foil versions of Royal Guards. And I had to ask him, I was like, Royal Guard or Palace Guard? Because Royal Guard is the octopus, Palace Guard is the man. Do you want the man or the octopus? He said, the man. I need more foils of him. Because in the past, he's actually picked up a few foils for like commons and uncommons for me. And I was like, I got you. And I ended up having 2 foil copies. So 2 of these Palace Guards in his deck came from me today.
Well, there you go.
And then he's establishing even more illusions by getting that Cobra into play.
Yeah, this Giant Cobra now, I think deciding here whether or not to discard a card to get, there it is, another Giant Cobra going to the discard pile, so we'll get 2 lore after putting that in play. We did lose the goat, but we kept White Roses, and this Giant Cobra here, also a way to get a little bit of reach in these Amethyst Steel builds.
And he does have White Roses and Cobras in his deck. Obviously you see the Cobra, but he has 2 copies of White Rose. he's actually on a lot fewer actions than a lot of other, than compared to Matt's deck, because he's only on 8 with 2 copies of Fire the Cannons, 2 of Hypnotic Strength to clear out other illusions and to give more challenging, and 4 copies of Strength, which is actually pretty standard for a deck like Purple Steel at this time, really capitalizing on having more creatures and being a creature-oriented deck, and then tempoing it out and drawing extra cards, and then using your actions and your removal on key pieces to get out of the way.
Yeah, and a little bit of card draw here off this Genie. Now, the Amethyst Steel deck does have, I think, more card draw than these Emerald Steel decks, but some conditional card draw that you can take advantage of, and Matt doing that on his turn with that Clarabelle, getting an extra card since Ice had more cards in his hand. But a little bit of card draw on each side here, and it's back over to Matt for the response to that Genie, and both players just building up board states here. That's something I think that's pretty common in this meta, is these characters just staring at each other across the board while we wait for something
Double
to flip the
Calhoun.
scripts. Double Calhoun.
Yeah, triple Calhoun actually. Double
That's
Calhoun for
true.
the turn, triple for the board state, and Matt has a very sizable board.
Wow.
And I mentioned earlier on stream that a lot of strategies currently are taking up the I'm not going to quest or challenge until my opponent does. And then when they do, they get to capitalize on their opponent's character being turned sideways. And to some people's chagrin, it's really difficult for them to deal with it because their deck strives on the opponent having to turn their card sideways. And so some people are playing effects that require that to happen, like playing Louis, which Matt just put into his Inkwell.
Yeah, and it's a fantastic point. And I think that's one of the reasons why Amethyst is so popular in this meta, because it's for a few cards that allow you to deal with your opponent's standing up characters. One of them is Elsa, which you often see played on turn 5 here, forcing a character to turn sideways and allowing you to make an efficient trade. That's one of the ways to kind of break the stalemate. And to your point now, Raja, having challenged in, is vulnerable to the crackback, and so we're finally going to see some interaction. But Elsa is one of those cards that forces it in this meta, and it's one of the reasons why it is one of the most played cards in the set right now. In fact, I think at PPG Denver, it was the second most played card behind Genie.
Now, something to note, Matt does have Mother Knows Best in hand. And if he uses Mother Knows Best to bounce one of the illusions, we have to resolve all of Mother Knows Best before we use the banish ability from the illusion. So the card would still end up back in Ice's hand and would not get removed from the game entirely by going to the discard. So obviously Matt is choosing the character that would not happen to, and is Mother Knowing Best the Genie to put back into Ice's hand, which Ice will replay and draw another card eventually.
Yeah, it feels bad to give your opponent another card, but when you're running a deck that really relies on Clarabelle, it doesn't feel so bad if you're going to hit that shift to have your opponent refill their hand, because you get some value out of that. And it really is like the primary draw engine in a lot of these Emerald decks that are running around right now. So something that hopefully he will get going here shortly.
Which I feel is something that puts a lot of those Clarabelle decks into more of a tempo-oriented playstyle. So instead of being like more of a pure mid-range or pure control style, allowing to gain advantage from your opponent still having cards in hand can be really interesting, because then it allows for them to either go wider, playing a lot more smaller characters, and the current builds, they don't have as many warded characters that give static effects like we had in the past from the Muses and Prince Johns, and so now we have these differing strategies occur.
Fantastic point. And Ice there playing that Genie again and playing a dock, not using its ability, which tells us one thing.
Yeah.
There's another dock in hand.
Yep, he's always got the second dock.
Always has a battle buddy.
Always the curse of the Purple Steel players. They seem to have their docks come together, unless they're playing against me, when their docks always come separately and dock draws them into another dock.
That is the way it goes.
That is the way it goes.
So if you're taking a look at Matt's hand, there does draw one of those new cards from Fabled we were talking about before. It's Max Goof Chart Topper sitting there. So fun card we may get to see played here shortly. On the other side, Ice playing that Diablo down. There's that second dock we knew was there. Having dumped his hand, he will get full value out of that, and managing to drop a Calhoun of his own on that side of the board to boot. So doing a little questing now with the evasive characters. Matt not having an answer for those over on his side of the board. And Matt pushing his lure all the way to 5. He is 25% of the way there.
Yeah,
so all the way
Ice is up to 8. He was at 5 before, now he went up to 8 off this quest for 3. And he has a huge board in play. What is that? 4 on top, 5, 6, 8 characters in play, compared to the opposing 5 characters, many of which have very little strength. So the Calhouns being the best strength characters here, which would be able to take out like the Doc without dying because of the resist, or banishing themselves because of the resist 1. Previously, when there was the Raja, at least if the Calhoun was to challenge in, they would go away too. But that's not going to happen when you're taking away 1/3s. And then Matt's going to be gaining 2 lore for that challenge.
Doing a little board control here, trying to get some of this down, prevent Ice from running away with it. We did see Max Goof Rebellious Teen come into play. Max Goof a 2/2. When he comes into play, you can pay 1 ink to return an action of cost 3 or less to your hand. Rather, a song card cost 3 or less to your hand. And he did take that Mother Knows Best, which I think was the only option available.
It would have, yeah. He couldn't. The other one would have been Fire the Cannons. It's not a song, so you can't take that one. So only Mother Knows Best, and the only other option is deck are Strength the Raging Fires, of which we have not seen him draw or play yet.
That's true. So this deck does make use of these song recursion effects we talked about. We just saw Max Goof Rebellious Teen, and we talked about the Chart Topper, but only 8 songs in this deck that we can pair with that. It is the 4 Mother Knows Best and the Strength of Raging Fire. So, but you know, getting it to go off there. And we did see the Chart Topper, by the way, head into the Inkwell. So Clarabelle looks like he's going to sing and send. I missed. Was that the Genie? Looks like the Genie.
It was Genie.
Back to hand, and.
Because Elsa's still in play, so it had to have been Genie. And Matt, Ice is still looking at a very big board over here. Still has 7 characters in play.
Yeah, and it's 1, 2, 3,
4,
4, 5.
6 characters in play, and then that's the discard over there on the far right-hand side.
So 6 lore, but we represent a 7th there with that Calhoun, I believe, is able to challenge into that Clarabelle. So 7 lore available, and just Amethyst Steel running away with this here.
Yeah. I mean, it does favor them in terms of being able to establish more lower cost questers early, having the evasive characters that can't get taken out by most of what Matt has to offer. And then even having the Cobra that's a 4/4. When it's 6 round, it's a 4/4. So at this point right now, Matt would have to send 2 characters in to take it out, which is a huge tempo swing.
There's that Genie played for the 3rd time now.
Interesting. Ice Matt inked a Dumbo, and I'm a greedy player. I like to draw cards, and it could really make that Elsa just, it would draw a card and gain a lore regardless whether it was questing or whether it was using its ability. And here's the reason why he has a Doc. He wants to play the Doc instead. Drawing 2 cards, playing, he's just going as wide as possible.
Wide,
So this is the thing here. We know that Matt doesn't have any large damage spreading. He's not playing a Tinkerbell. We have perfect knowledge. There's not grab your swords you have to worry about in this format. So Ice can just play a bunch of characters, turn them sideways.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, you are vulnerable to those Calhouns, but Matt just not managing to gather much lore. Matt, I believe, should be at a little bit, at least 2 from a Calhoun challenge, so a little bit off there, but I think that's really it. Just 2 lore at one point, so just, too far to stretch here, and probably going to take a look, see if there's much that can be done from preventing game this round, and I don't think there is.
No, I think no matter what he chooses, the characters that are still back are able to quest for 4 exactly. So he has to take care of all the characters that are exerted, and then remove one of the characters that's in play that's not exerted.
No, and it's the evasive character that's really going to provide the trouble, because even if you have a Mother Knows Best or a card that can bounce, you can get rid of one of those ready characters, but with nothing evasive on the board, you have to Entity Elsa as well, and that's really the one that's going to put it out of reach, I think.
Exactly. And even just with the number of characters he has in play, the math didn't work out there in his favor. So he scoops it up, and they're going to start shuffling things up and moving on to game 2.
Yeah, it's a really fun build. I think, I don't know, I've enjoyed watching Matt's build here today. This Emerald Steel deck isn't doing much different than other decks in the meta. These are all cards that are being played, except for the Max Goofs.
Yeah.
It's just you're pulling out Emerald from some other color combinations. I think Emerald Sapphire is the one that sees a lot of these cards in it with the Clarabelle line. And then you're pulling out Steel from really Amethyst Steel and pairing those together. And it's been working well for him. The problem is, I think, for me, what gives Amethyst Steel the edge is like the Elsa, and perhaps even the Belle, which have really powerful catch-up mechanics, allowing you to establish a board presence while affecting
while
your
removing
opponent's
something
standing
else.
up board. Yeah,
exactly. So it's a game that in the past we had a lot of 2-for-1s, and we've removed a lot of 2-for-1s from the game with the rotation. And more will come back as more cards get printed, but currently we're seeing a lot more of those 2-for-1s or those high-value cards in things like Purple Steel, where we can do that, like you said, in this specific matchup, versus in Sapphire, where they also have the Hades, or when you're playing Vincenzo in a Sapphire Steel deck, or in any other larger Steel deck where you can capitalize on those things as well. In this specific matchup, though, more of the 2-for-1s are going to be coming from Ice's side.
So we will see Matt on the play here. Let's see if we can get some of this game plan going.
Yeah.
I do think these Emerald deck. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I thought that Matt went first last game as well. So I don't know if going first is that much better for him in this matchup, or if it could just be that they didn't have as good of a draw as he could see for what he wanted to for this specific matchup. And now he knows. It's not blind anymore. He knows what his opponent's doing.
Yeah, I think the play helps. The play really, really helps with the Clarabelle line.
Sure. You're getting more card draw out of it because your opponent's going to still have cards in hand because they couldn't play them out too much.
Especially if you can Mother Knows Best there, pair it with the Mother Knows Best with like a 3-drop Clarabelle. Because when you can establish an early character, Clarabelle on turn 3, get the extra card out of it.
Yeah.
Mother Knows Best, Sing, Shift, yeah. But we'll see which.
He does still have the greatest disruption available in terms of play lines for the opponent by being able to play Ursula, because he is still playing Ursula Deceiver, and he is playing Pete's, so he has that disruption availability. And then by being able to clog up their hands, getting even more value off of that Clarabelle shift line. And I think that might be how he was able to get to this point of being undefeated at this point in the day.
So here we have Forceful Duelists cheering each other across the board. We have both art there, which I love to see. An early dog played out by Matt on turn 2. Probably not much else to do there, but wanting to establish a bit of a board presence. And I can't see the hand, but might have another one there. Although it is uninkable, so.
Looks like first hand is first card. Oh no, that's not. That's a Clarabelle. I see a Mother Knows Best. He just drew an Ursula for the turn, inking it. Chromacon.
There's that Chromacon coming into play.
A 2-of in the deck, which says that on an opponent's turn, I forget the rest of it, whenever one of your characters is banished, you may return a chosen opposing character to their player's hand, or chosen a character to their player's hand, meaning you might be able to return one of your own characters or one of your opponent's characters, which can really help in this challenge meta. Because it continues with that tempo, forcing your opponents to put their characters back in their hand if they've challenged into one of your characters, either by returning the one they just challenged with or a different one so they can't challenge with that one that same turn.
Yeah, it really, really makes you think.
Yes.
Because your opponent now, especially, we talked about the ability for Amethyst to have those catch-up cards like Elsa. When you're kind of breaking that stalemate, you really have to think now because your opponent is able to. It's a card that really makes you think. I'll just leave it at that.
And for one thing there, I think something that really creates that break serve here is when you can have 2 Chromacons in play. And he only has 2 in his deck. But if you were to get to the point where you had 2 Chromacons in play, each challenge from Ice to Matt can come at such a disadvantage. Sure, he might be able to remove one of the characters, but at the cost of 2 of his own, at least for tempo-wise. And Matt played his Ursula to no value because Ice did not reveal any songs, and then followed up with a Doc that looks like he discarded and drew 2 cards. I'm seeing a Clarabelle, Shift Clarabelle, and I think the other one might have been another Captain Hook, but I'm not entirely certain of that.
I think that may have been right. The Clarabelle for sure.
Yeah.
And it's interesting here. So going off on a quest, and really this is what Emerald Chromacon allows you to do.
Sure.
Without that Chromacon in play, he's keeping things back, but here able to start squeaking out Lord, being the beatdown because Ice does not want to have to send something back to hand. So I'm really enabling that aggro strategy here.
And Ice not even taking out, going for the opportunity to take out the Captain Hook while it didn't have the extra attack while it's exerted. That would have been pretty advantageous. But here comes the other Captain Hook afterwards to continue to punish if that were to the line, and then putting a character back into hand from the Best, continuing to quest down here, being the beatdown, like you said.
Yeah, and here, man, the math changes so much. This is really, this Chromacon is about to do some serious work. I mean, at this point, Ice is really tempted to start dealing with some of those characters. That's 4 lore, 5 lore a turn next time. But as soon as that first challenge happens, your next challenging character is back to your hand. And so it just changes all of the math.
Yeah, and he has 3, so you can. It's one of those things where it's like, well, what do I do? Do I quest with 1 first to get the value from it? Quest with 2, make the challenge, force something to get bounced back to my hand, one of either my already quested characters, and just know that that's the only value I'm going to get this turn. He has only 4 ink in play, so he'd be able to replay a card or 2, depending upon what else he has and does. So he's choosing to challenge with the Cobra because the other 2 characters cost less. So when they get bounced back to hand, it's really easy to reset them.
So interesting. Okay, so it could have done some control there. Instead, bouncing his own character back to ready again.
Well, it also removes an option for Ice to challenge into.
Now that Calhoun is going to come clear up that hook. Won't take any damage due to the resist.
Correct.
And Ice will get 2 lore off that challenge.
And now Matt can bounce another card. It's not once per turn.
Now let's see. Which way he goes here.
See, I'm with you. I would have been bouncing the challenging characters.
Yeah, I missed what he pulled back. I know were there 2 docks in play?
There were 2 docks in play earlier.
So taking back the dock for the card draw, most likely.
I think that you're correct there. Because he had the 1 dock that he quested with, and I think another dock that he did not quest with.
1 dock got challenged, so...
He may have quested both then. Because the only thing he didn't quest was the Captain Hook, because everything else had already been there.
Right. So I think bouncing back a dock then, perhaps for the card draw.
For sure.
I missed it. You know who knows? Chat knows. Chat knows.
Yeah, Chat always knows. And he's
knows.
only at 4 ink. So he was probably trying to get up to a point where he could either hard cast Clarabelle, or he may have bounced a Clarabelle back to replay the Clarabelle and draw another card. Okay, Elsa coming down, challenging, taking out the Captain Hook, and then Chromacon gonna bounce the Elsa. So kind of like resetting Ice's turn. He did spit his whole turn just to play the Elsa to have the Elsa come back to his hand. Now he will be able to exert something again, but it comes with the risk of also then having to bounce that card back to your hand again.
Oh, and unfortunately having to send this, I mean, because you want to play the dock, you got to send the Clarabelle down. Go-Go Tamago coming down.
I guess just to get out of the hands, you can play the dock. Trying to get through as many cards as you can here to have a board that can then keep questing and keep staying in.
I think that seems to be the game here. Just dump maximum characters on board.
Yeah.
Quest with what you can. Now, we know that Elsa's coming down. You may as well quest with the Ursula. The Elsa's coming down next turn anyway.
Yeah. So he challenged into the Captain Hook, so that if the Captain Hook challenges the Ursula, the Captain Hook will be banished. And then he can bounce something else back to hand. So that way, the Captain Hook isn't a free hit. It's just interesting that he would do that before playing the Go-Go Tamago. But I guess he was waiting to see what cards he drew first before choosing to do so, because he could have gotten extra lore that way. But he would have had to pay 2 extra for it, so he wouldn't have done that either.
That's true.
I guess the lore wasn't as good as the 2 cards.
It's just a very tempting target for that Calhoun, though.
Oh yeah, the Calhoun should definitely be coming after the Ursula. Oh, tapping down the... Oh, okay. So now there's also already 1 damage on the Ursula. You could send the Elsa into...
But then that Elsa is coming right back.
Yeah, but now either one that gets bounced. Yeah, so Elsa's getting bounced now. Ice gets 2 lore off of the challenge, no damage back, and then now the Captain Hook could clean up this Ursula if he wanted to. And then the Calhoun would get bounced too as well, which is bad. You leave Ice with no board in play, and Matt has 1 character, but at that point, when we get to the point where Ice has all of his cards back in his hand, he just starts playing low-cost cards again.
Yeah, I wonder...
Yeah, he's going to go for it.
So it's interesting. Ice seeming to be fine having the Elsa sent, because there's a line where you banish a character first, have the Hook sent back to hand, or the Calhoun, and then you're able to play the Elsa and establish it on board. But Ice indicating he's perfectly fine having that Elsa be bounced back to hand.
Well, it can always exert one of the opposing characters.
Right. But it's fun watching that play line there because it's forcing kind of Matt into that into that line.
He can get him Other Best.
Think again, only option there. Max Sweep again, pay 1 ink, and you can bring back a song card, cost 3 or less to hand. You do have that Go-Go there. Go-Go, oh, no, cost 2, that's right. So that is now Go-Go questing, that 2 evasive, and unfortunately probably not going to be around too long. That Elsa able to come down again. And, you know, this Chromacon doing a lot of work here, but just unfortunately Matt only able to squeak out 1 or 2 lure a turn. Maybe it's enough, but...
Was Max not used to return a song? Because he showed the Mother Knows Best, but didn't look like he put it back in his hand, and he tapped down 4 ink.
He tapped down 4, so yeah, must have brought one back.
Yeah, I would think so. But it looked like he showed off the cards and I didn't see one go to his hand, but he must have a Mother Knows Best in there.
Yeah,
it's in there. Okay.
And then unfortunately, drawing into the...
There's a Pete and a Doc. Is that Doc?
Yeah, drew top deck to Doc.
Yeah, which is unfortunate when you have other cards in hand.
So now paying that Mother Knows Best for...
Yeah, you just ink the Pete.
Full cost, ink the Pete, play the Doc.
Yeah, draw two cards, another Mother Knows Best, and Captain Hook. Okay, so he's got a bigger board still. He's got an evasive in play. We can still just get another Elsa out, attack in, do this whole song and dance again. And then it does, at this point, it's favoring Matt tempo-wise, if this is going to continue to happen. But it's really interesting how long this will take.
Yes, this is...
These characters do not quest for 2.
No.
They're all questing for 1 each.
All questing for 1 each. We're getting 1 or 2 a turn. But here's, I mean, Matt, what he's looking for, I think, at this point, he's happy to keep... You know, Ice has to challenge into things every single turn, keep him, you know, off that game plan, or Strength of Raging Fire, clear some stuff off the board. But that will enable him too to bounce the Elsa.
Yep.
So
because the character was banished.
So, but what he's drawing into another Doc. What he's looking for here is the Clarabelle, because that Chromacon is keeping Ice's hand fairly static. And so hoping to draw into the Clarabelle that he can dump and draw a grip of like 6 cards.
Yeah.
And that'll help establishing that low cost Clarabelle there. So questing for 2 up to 11. And that's really what's going to break this wide open is him top decking that Clarabelle.
For sure. And it's interesting, is in a mirror of this deck against the other, like if Matt's deck was mirroring itself, they can use their Clarabelles to kill each other's Chromacons.
Yeah, that's fair. But just not a lot of item removal running around out there, is there?
No, there's not a lot of items that are good targets for item removal.
That's fair, yep.
And this Clarabelle here is probably just more likely a low-cost character that can be played that can then be a shift target for Big Clarabelle.
It is.
And then sometimes you get that situational ability to then draw another card. Or not draw another card, to be able to banish an item.
Let's see here. So Matt Ice trying to figure out how to navigate this. The Elsa is back in hand again.
Yeah.
But really, I mean, you really don't want to give Matt a turn off here, especially since you establishing, 2 characters. We are going to see the Genie come into play. As soon as Elsa comes in and challenges something, one of them's heading back to your hand.
Yeah.
So it's
for sure.
My goodness, this Chromacon is doing all sorts of work here.
Yeah. What's interesting is the last card in Matt's hand is a strength. And if Elsa does come down and clears something, then Matt won't have enough characters in play, unless he top decks a character, to even be able to clear this Genie the turn.
Let's see, Ice trying to, again, Chromacon just changes all of the math. It's sneaky.
But then again, I would be Matt, and I would bounce my Doc and play with Doc again. So if we thought that Pete Repeat was bad, how about...
Doc and Redoc?
How about Doc Redoc and Pete Repeat with Chromacon instead?
Yeah.
Your opponents are taking out your characters, and then you're still recurring your own characters.
Feels bad.
Yeah.
Ice this turn, choosing not to play that Elsa again. Did have the ink for it.
Double
just
Genie,
establishing a couple Genies, trying to get a board that can clear out more than 1 character each turn.
And now we're strengthening.
Matt not going to let that happen. Strengthening one of those Genies, and again, questing for as much as he's able to, I believe.
Yeah, and he's protecting the Doc, so that the Doc doesn't get hit, so you can bounce the Doc.
Yeah, good note there. It seems likely to be the bounce target once Ice tries to clear
he is questing with it. He says, you know what, the lure is enough.
Yep. So now threatening game this turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on board, forcing Ice to respond. Let's see.
And it'll likely be responding by playing an Elsa and using the Elsa. So there's not something that like even Calhoun could attack back into. because it doesn't have evasive and can't really get evasive in this deck.
Yeah, and I think. Okay, so.
Okay. So 2 damage on the dock, so that he doesn't bounce the dock back. Yeah, and then finish off the dock, and then now you can't use Chromacon to bounce the dock back. He can instead choose to bounce something else, and in this position, I would probably, as Matt, bounce one of Ice's characters still.
Yeah, I think.
Maybe even bounce the Genie, that way he doesn't have 2 characters that can challenge next turn. Yeah, and that's the play. Because if he bounces the Elsa, again, he just gets that rush.
Right. I was doing a real quick check
Oh,
on that.
and there's the Elsa. Okay, there's another one. And a second character banished, a second character bounced.
No, you know, 1, 2. Yeah, I was doing the math on the Tamago.
Yeah.
Because you could bounce the Go-Go,
Oh,
get the
okay.
extra lore off but you only got 1 off of it, so it still ended at 19.
Yeah, it's one either way, whether you quest it there or whether you challenge it.
Yeah. So.
Or replay it.
But a fun line to consider.
And in the long scheme, it may have been better because like there's still that requirement, but Elsa's going to tap down Tamago and could attack into it if necessary. Hey, and he still got the damage.
He had the Tamago anyway.
That's why he didn't do it.
That's why I didn't do it. He's like, I got it. I got the Tamago, the Go-Go anyway, all the way to 19.
Yeah, that's gonna.
I think that's gonna do it.
Agreed.
Interesting. It's always really fun as we watch Ice try to figure out a way back in this. I don't know that there is. So we are going to see a game 3 here, I think, but. It's really fun to watch some of these decks that you're not used to seeing in a particular meta as you try to diagnose the play lines and the script of the deck. Ice here coming down with that Elsa again. We're going to banish the Go-Go. He's going to bring the Go-Go back.
Just replay the Go-Go for 3.
And that's,
for value.
That's
Don't even quest next turn.
Right? That's the game. Do it the spicy way.
Yeah, and now Ice is like, uh-oh. What can I do here?
Yeah, there is nothing doing unless you, I mean, really what you do is you play another Elsa and you hope your opponent banishes the damaged one. But
yeah, it bounces your Elsa. No, thank you.
I don't know, but I think that.
Yeah, he's rereading the Chromacon again. Wait. Let me read that card. What does it do?
Yeah, any character.
Yeah.
But it is really fun watching some of these play lines which you're not used to seeing in this particular meta.
Yeah,
I mean, at least for the last 3 weeks.
For sure.
Yeah, I see something different here. So we will see a game 3.
Yeah, I feel like Chromacon in today's tournament was probably the most red card.
That might be true.
The most red card. Even if it wasn't played as much, a lot of people assume what all the other cards do because they've seen them enough times. But even just in this match, we saw Ice pick up that Chromacon multiple times. So, he had to read it multiple times.
Sneaky little card. Been around all the way since Shimmering Skies when these Chromacons made an appearance. So it is interesting. I mean, so it's a completely different game when that Chromacon gets dropped early. We saw it here dropped on turn 3
to
change the dynamic of the entire game. Only 2 of them in this list.
Yeah. Imagine if Matt had the second one out.
Oh, no.
Just away with it.
Yeah.
Like continuing to bounce docks, continuing to refill the hand with extra cards, even bouncing Clarabelle to draw a card, bouncing 2 of your opposing characters. Like getting to the point where Ice is just spending every single turn investing 5 or 4 ink into playing a card just to having it bounce back again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes you think really, really carefully about your play lines each turn. Your play order, your challenge order when you sneak out a quest. I've played against Chromacons before.
Yeah.
And I've forgotten to make sure I get that quest in, and then they bounce a character, and you're like, I should have quested that before you bounced it.
For sure.
I knew it was coming. So yeah. Clean some of this Diet Coke up. There's Diet Coke everywhere.
Part of that was from it wasn't from Diet Coke, DCI guy.
It wasn't from DCI.
I wasn't cracking any Diet Cokes back here, all over my face, pouring them everywhere. People were asking if I was going to Stone Cold Steve Austin any of these Diet Cokes. I told them I don't want to drive home sticky.
Yeah, he sweats Diet Coke. It's a weird thing.
Yeah, I'll just be sticky anyway. It won't matter.
That's true. Yeah. So anyway, it's an interesting match. So I'm interested to see here. Okay, so. In this matchup in particular, I think the Chromacon into some of the control matchups isn't necessarily as key, but in this matchup in particular, I think the Chromacon is something he's looking for very early on. I'm not sure if we missed the altar. We didn't, so I'll be interested to see.
Altering now. Yeah, Ice is at least altering now. Matt hasn't seemed to decide anything about these cards. He's shuffling through them. He hasn't put any of them down. We may have missed his altar.
Yeah, maybe thinking about it or just keeping. There's some of the. Oh no, there we go.
Here we go.
Just
We're sending one away.
Okay, so not drawing another Clarabelle. I think he has like 5 Clarabelles in his hand now between the 2.
Yeah.
But not choosing to alter hard for that Chromacon. So interesting.
Yeah.
We do have multiple Clarabelles, multiple shift targets, And yeah, I'm actually really excited for this match.
Oh yeah,
this game.
Because game 1 went to Ice, and then game 2 went to Matt, and so it's really anybody's match here.
Yeah, I do think the play draw disparity in this mirror-ish match super important. So we'll see. There's that Diablo coming down on turn 1, and on Matt's side,
is Matt going to be able to defend it? Show us another turn 1 play. We know he has turn 1 cards, so let's see if he's got them in hand. I see the little Clarabelle. He can play a turn 1 Clarabelle or a turn 1 hook. It's just his choice.
Oh, look at all those. He's got 3 of the 3-cost Clarabelles there. So
he'll be drawing
so
cards.
Yeah, really wants to find that Floodborn, I think. So
yeah, he definitely wants that shift line.
Lawrence in the Inkwell there, followed by that Forceful Duelist, the reprint version coming out. Back over to Ice for his turn 2 play.
I do think that even though Chromacon can bounce cards back to opponent's hand, the Emerald Sapphire deck still has a really good shot at being the best deck to use Clarabelle with efficiency, because they can ramp up into it, get more cards out of their hand before playing the Clarabelle and shifting. Because now Ice has already he used 3 cards out of his hand this turn. With the Captain Hook, the Fire the Cannons, and the card in the Inkwell. And so now there's a lot less hand economy for Ice for Matt to potentially advantage from a Clarabelle in the future.
Absolutely. And there, Go-Go being established here on turn 2, the 2/2 evasive.
We'll likely get a few free quests in until Ice can get a evasive character into play.
Unless,
never mind.
Let's just remove it. Ice here, just removal after removal, keeping Matt's board clear.
Yep.
And doing a little questing of his own. So definitely the beat down here.
Yeah, he's really controlling the tempo here.
And back over to Matt. Let's take a look at one of those 3-cost Clarabelles. Would be nice. Not only
characters, one that will replace itself if it gets banished, and then removal cards in hand to be able to slow down the opponent's ability to respond to your threats. And I think I see a dock in Ice's hand. So here comes the Genie. Perfect ink to get to the Genie. Draw an extra card. Up to 2 cards again. Yep.
Removal at the right time, and Genie into a dock right where he wants to be. Drawing a dock of his own over on Matt's side of the board, but just a lot of cards to have to get out of his hand to make maximum use of it. So I'm willing to bet we may see that Genie head back to hand here in a second.
Yeah, I also think that Clarabelle that was played for no extra card draw value. And he put another one to the Inkwell because it sounds like he had 3 of them, right? And so he knows now with Ice's hand down to 2 cards, it's not going to generate any other value either, other than being able to take out this Diablo. So now Ice goes up to 3 cards. So they're at parity for cards in hand.
I think that Mother knows best, though. I think choosing between... Okay, no, we just... Okay. So challenge into the Diablo.
Yeah.
And then, okay, cool.
Yeah. And the Diablo is gone. He drew the card before the Diablo was gone, though, which is interesting.
Yeah, I was wondering if we were going to see the Mother Knows Best or the challenge, but challenge there, get that Diablo off the board. Back over to Matt for the response here. So drew into a Fire the Cannons, I believe.
Yeah.
So we have some control options next turn. Followed by that dock. I think Matt giving a hand cam peek there. Sometimes these players, when they're used to playing on stream.
That's right. They do a little flick of the cards.
They give us a little something here.
A little taste. So does Matt seem to have the Clarabelle shift in hand?
I don't think so.
Because even if it's not going to get extra value from cards immediately, it's a really big body.
And there's that dock.
It doesn't seem like he's going auto discard.
Nope.
So he could have a second dock in hand.
Nope,
It is the second dock, and he's discarding it anyway.
Yep, the value out of that. And then Hook challenging into that Clarabelle, Genie off to a quest, or Ice all the way up to 6.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't see that shift in hand. We have 2 Mother Knows Bests, I think. So able to do like full board work here.
Yeah, with Calhoun having the resist 1, the Fire the Cannons won't take out the
3.
Calhoun as it is. So if you bounce the Genie, it gives the best tempo. But then at the same time, if you're just spending this whole turn playing Mother Knows Best, yeah, you got to sing it. Because otherwise you lose out on tempo.
Interesting, sending the Calhoun back.
I agree. I feel like the only main reason to do that is because of the fact that he doesn't have a character that can 1-for-1 kill it. And
other docks. So
Yeah.
stringing them together here, just like you want to do. I think that's it's a Max Scoop chart topper, I believe, in the bottom.
it's funny how we lean when we're looking at a picture.
That's true. Like you
can't see the
Everyone
hand.
can see me do it here. It's funny how often you do
The
it.
camera's flat.
But it happens every time.
Of course.
It's really funny. Sometimes
The hypnotic strength. Drawing a new card and now giving the dock enough to take out the Clarabelle and still live afterwards, and not having to send the genie off to lose the genie.
Yeah, been a very popular card this meta. The card draw, the extra strength are very, very good. Also, it's a great banish an illusion card.
For sure.
For very, very cheap, so very popular. And here we
And
have a dock
Calhoun,
battle
dock.
going on.
Draw from dock.
Go back over to the Emerald Steel side with Matt, I think, drawing into another Mother Knows Best. Yeah, like you see me leaning.
Yeah, I do
again.
see a Max. It does look like Max Goof. This looks like Chart Chopper, like you said. The card in the middle, I think, is Captain Hook, the newer art Captain Hook. From Reign of Jafar.
It does feel like we're at a tipping point here, though.
It's
with
either that. No, it is Doc. It looks like it's Doc.
Yeah, there's Max Goof Rebellious
Into the
Teen,
Inkwell?
is it?
Here's another Clarabelle. Drawing. Mother Knows Best. And it's definitely a steel card. It looks like it's Doc, but it also looks backwards for Doc.
Yeah, it's
hard to tell.
So he did draw into another dock off the original docks.
Yep,
Some
take it
dock
out.
on dock. Actually, it's amazing how much like not having that Chromacon though changes this deck. I'm actually surprised to see it as a 2 of, although I guess in the control mirror you don't, or the control matchup against Blurple, it's not as valuable.
No.
But changes.
A bell or a Mim Elephant. It's just things you don't want to be doing. And then it ends up just being a brick in your hand. But if anything, you're able to bounce your own things still anyway. So you're not always bouncing your opponent's cards. You can always just bounce to reset or to prevent something else from being challenged. But then you're just going to let Blurple run away with it.
Here's Elsa coming into play, going to exert that Clarabelle. And now it does feel like things have tipped a little bit here. Ice having all of that card draw
Yep.
in the mid game. Calhoun can come in, do a challenge, bring Ice all the way up to 10.
He's halfway there. Elsa
And-
coming back, finishing off the dock, taking 1 damage back. And this dock just questing for 1.
Yep.
So now we're up to 11. Definitely ahead on board, ahead on lore, and still has 3 cards in hand. 2 cards remaining after this Captain Interest play.
Yeah, and I think drawing into a games
That's a
referee
Pete.
here,
Yeah.
not super helpful.
Nope.
There's that dock that's been hanging on for a while. I can dump that into play. I did draw into a Calhoun.
Calhoun
I think
and a Lawrence.
We'll be able to play
Yeah.
that this turn, so just going wide a little bit, but again, just not able to do any sort of control here. And
Deciding if he wants to quest this Clarabelle or not, or challenge the dock to put an extra, or the Calhoun won't take any damage. Challenge the dock maybe, or quest. Like those are your only options with that remaining Clarabelle there, and none of them seem that good.
no, it opens you up to that Calhoun crackback, and just don't care for it.
Nope.
There's that genie. I think replayed again.
Card drawn.
And drawing into a
and-
giant Cobra.
Oh, it's a Cobra.
I think so.
Hard to tell with that foiling too. The full card foiling does make some cards.
On the card.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So yeah, it's that dust cloud that kind of
There you go.
tips it off. But Diablo coming into play here, and it's just way too wide here for Matt. I think he does have some cards able to challenge, but Ice will go all the way up to what 13, 14, 15 here.
15 here, and he has an evasive back that quests for 2, a card that if it does get removed still draws an extra card, an evasive that can't be challenged in the Elsa, so at least 4 lore in play that is not going to be challenged right now. Mother Knows Best back to hand.
That's a start.
4 cards. Character.
and
Is he
that's-
just questing with these?
I think that's going to be it. I think Matt knows he can't do anything
Yeah.
about it. Just going to maximize his lore
Sure.
and back over to Ice with 5 characters on board. The 6 lore with the Calhoun.
And
we get
the
the
fist
fist bump.
bump.
There it
Yeah.
is. So in 3 games, Amethyst Steel takes it. I think Amethyst Steel is favored here again. Inevitability with that deck. I think Matt's game plan for this mirror is get that Chromacon in play. We saw it in game 2. It did work. Not able to find it, in game 3 or game 1. Also, we never saw Matt hit the Clarabelle shift at all.
Nope.
Never saw the Clarabelle
No
in action.
Clarabelle shift. I didn't use that at all. I feel like they were just playing too fast and too tempo oriented. It got to the point where by the time he may have had the opportunity to, Ice was already at such a low hand count and it wouldn't have mattered so much other than having a big body. And at that point, you had to contest all of Ice's evasive characters. So the second game was the game that had the strongest showing from Matt's deck, showing the power of the Emerald Chromacon, even being able to force those cards back into Ice's hand that cost so much ink and require him just to reuse those every single turn, which is really tough on a player that also wants to maximize the use of their ink.
Yeah, and play draw disparity here also huge. I mean, the Chromacon is fantastic, but in the early game you have to take a whole turn off completely to play it.
Yeah.
And on the play, you can sometimes you have that space to do it.
Sure.
On the draw, it feels a lot harder. I feel like because you've already seeded, your opponent already has tempo, and you're just seeding a little bit more of it. So
you typically want to be able to play it after you've already played cards into play that you're already taking advantage of advancing the board state, and then you play it afterwards as the protection.
Yeah.
And so definitely a lot better whenever you're going first. All right,
and here we are, bonus Lorcana here. We're going over to table 7, where we have a Blurple Mirror. Javi and Max here trying to battle their way into the top cut. And I mean, this is what you expect from Blurple Mirrors. But one card I see that I love down there is Monstro, which has been worked in as a 2-of in a lot of these Blurple decks.
For sure.
Clearly done some work here. What do you see?
So what we're seeing here is it looks like Max is ahead on board in terms of characters. You can actually more clearly see what amount of ink Javi has. They're all spread out. He has 4 towards the bottom. It looks like 3 or possibly 4 on the top side. So he's either at 7 or 8 ink at this point. Max is all piled up, so we can't see his. And then the characters in play are Elsa, and what's the one down there towards? That is Monstro.
There's a Monstro, yeah.
The big whale Monstro, like the 6/8
giant 6/8 rush.
Because just from this angle, it's not familiar to me.
Yeah.
But I think it's because I'm not used to seeing it in that orientation that way.
With the dice on his face.
That's what it is. The dice on the face. And I also put the dice on the face of a lot of cards because it doesn't obscure the text.
There you go.
And the text is always important to see for a lot of things, and the faces aren't as important. But here we are in the booth suffering from that. Okay, so back on Javi's side, adding in a Scrooge, McDuck, and Iago, a couple big bodies.
Yeah, that Scrooge McDuck, well statted for the cost, so just trying to rebuild board state here. Both of these players haven't managed to push their lore super high. Into the Unknown coming in here, sending one of those Elsas to the Inkwell.
Yeah.
And it's back over to Max here for the response. And I mean, look at that. I'm trying to see how much damage is on that Monstro.
Hypnotic strength. Yeah, Monstro, it looks like it's hard to see. It might be a number versus it being pips.
Yeah, that's
otherwise,
not
if
fair.
it's pips, it's 2 pips or 1 pip.
I can't tell. I can't tell.
It's low.
I can't tell. That monster has been.
I mean, you can hold up to 7 before it's dead.
That's true. It's a 6-sided die, so we know it's at least 6 or less.
It's 6 or less for sure.
Yeah, that might be a 6.
It could be a 6.
Anyway.
It does look kind of like either 2 lines or 1, which is weird.
Oh, and then
a second star on the right, singing it with Elsa and Monstro.
Yeah, Monstro not known for his singing voice. Kind of a different
More
tune when he sings it. More of a bellow, perhaps that under. Maybe he's beatboxing while
he's a low baritone, I think is what people will call that.
That's fair.
I don't know enough about music to actually be correct on that, so.
I'm trying to think of a good whale pun there. Nothing's coming to mind. But singing second star to the right, that really is one of the mirror breaker cards in this matchup. And with this board state and Max managing to hit 5 cards off the second star, it does feel like the writing's on the wall. But a lot of catch-up cards. Let's see what Javi manages to find on his turn.
Yeah.
It does feel like, though, Max has got this well in hand.
And although Monstro is not known for his singing voice, there is a song about Monstro, and there is such a thing as whale song. Whales communicating through song.
That's fair.
Over long distances through the oceans.
That's fair. That's fair. I speak whale,
You speak whale?
Yeah.
I know that this is a setup. I know it's a setup.
It's
so
just a Pixar reference.
That's right.
Finding Nemo reference.
That's what it is. Isn't that what Crush says? He speaks whale?
Dory.
Dory says she speaks whale. Okay, my mistake.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so Max dumped several cards on his turn. I think it was the Bell, the Rafiki, and the Genie on his turn. Sent it back over to Javi. But I don't actually. We may not have gotten to Javi's turn yet, because all of his ink is still turned sideways. Yeah, it's his turn. He's using his.
No, it's just the exerted, unexerted piles there. So
Sure,
let's see.
sure.
Bell, Accomplished Mystic coming down. We're going to slide 3 damage counters over.
Yeah.
Remove that Elsa. But again, I mean, we're doing a little bit of removal every turn, and there's just a lot over there on Max's side. So.
And Max had just played second star on the right. Fanned out his hand for us to see. I caught 2 Hades in there. He's got a lot going on here. We got a Genie. Hey, more cards. More cards will never hurt anyone, right? And a Hades to take out that Bell. So I feel like Max is clearly in the driver's seat at this point. It's going to take a lot for Javi to be able to come back from here. Javi and Max, both actually very accomplished control players, known here in the local area to previously played a lot of Ruby Sapphire decks. So very comfortable in a Purple decks. I know that last set, Javi was really up on this build, this color pairing, and so not surprising to see him take it into this set.
Yeah, and there it is.
Yeah, they're wrapping it up. Do you think that we are set up for an interview with Ice from who had just won the last match? So we'll be bringing Ice in to speak with us.
Yeah.
Let's do it. I'm gonna pass over We're gonna do this live.
Sure.
I'm gonna pass over the mic here.
Right.
The interview.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can just hold it up. It's a pleasure. Come on.
Come on in, Ice.
Let's do it. Take
Come
a
on
seat.
in.
In the seat. Watch the wires.
You can take my seat if you want.
Oh my god, you can share a seat.
Jump on in.
Watch
We
the
can't share a
wires.
seat.
Share a seat.
I gave you cards. I give you my seat.
You did. So,
I already mentioned that too.
you did mention it.
Hamilton did say his
cards.
cards were
They
filled
won
to victory.
me the game.
They won you the game, yeah.
Games today. Yeah.
Awesome.
Palace Guard, by the way. I think that's what it's called.
Palace Guard, yeah.
Palace Guard,
'Cause
everyone.
we were talking about the difference between Palace Guard and Royal Guard.
think we're live now.
Okay.
Sorry, everybody.
Yeah. So you were saying that there was an Emerald Sapphire deck that was really interesting you played against?
Yeah, of course. I played against an Emerald Sapphire deck today, and he basically ran the higher shift line, which
Yeah.
you don't know at home. He has all Bloodborne characters that have a Shiro underneath it, the basic and ward, which I wasn't ready for the ward part.
Yeah. So, and because you happen to have songs that can deal damage and target, you weren't able to target them with that. Either with those or even using Elsa's ability to tap something down, right?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Once it gets to that point, I just have to quest out, and hopefully my opponent doesn't have under the sea.
Did it feel similar to be playing against that build as it was in the past of playing against a lot of those Emerald Steel decks that also had a lot of characters for war, like Prince John
pulsing real bad.
Is it?
It's pulsing. Yeah, it's like.
Do you want to try to go back to the regular mics now that the one seems to be working?
I don't know.
We are live. We are live. Are mics working?
I mean, it looks like it's just a USB port, right?
It might be a charging cable, or that might be a USB. I'm not really sure how that works.
I mean, that is USB.
But this is a transistor that comes with it.
There's also like a minimum.
So, but I'm not sure how to.
Yeah.
Not
So like.
yeah.
All right, let's ask the chat.
The problem is we're like a long delay.
You're also on.
Oh.
It just takes a minute.
There's no audio there.
Oh,
is
it's
picking up.
It's picking you up.
Oh.
It's picking you up.
Me?
Yep.
Hello, welcome back to Chatter.
Mics are working. We're having a little technical difficulty right now. We have the round 7 up, but we're having a little technical difficulty right now. We have the round 7. I apologize. I need to confirm who we have on stream right now.
We should have Dane Nelson. Yes. 5.
Please don't. Guys. So right now, it is going to be, this is, we're going into round 6. 7, round 7, yeah. Round 6, we're okay. So, we're getting that all hooked up and ready. And we'll have that up for the game shortly.
Okay.
There's a vibrating sound as well. All right.
Is there like?
So it's been pretty fun today. I have enjoyed hanging out with the community here. Right now we're into our last round, and then we will be cutting to top 8. So for this next matchup, we have 2 of the X2s playing into each other, trying to get that last spot into the top 8. Bearing with us as we try to fix our technical problems so that we have them all sorted for the top 8. Yep.
I'm gonna. There.
Absolutely. So right now we've got some Dumbo presence on
With a shifted hero.
oh yeah, on that side. So they're probably running, and let me pull this up in the Sapphire Emerald list. Yeah, so we got Ihiro Hamada. We have the shift line in this deck, which is a very interesting shift line. I haven't seen a ton of this. It works really well with the Baymax giant robot.
Yes. Who's just a universal shift, which is just crazy to me. Every time he hits there, I'm like, wait, you can do that?
Agreed.
Like, oh.
It's been a blast. Yes, casting all day. Have you had fun?
It has been fun.
Yeah.
Like to seeing the community going around, and we had some people very much dressed in theme for Disney today, and it was very fun seeing all those from around the community.
I appreciate chat letting us know that they are seeing the Blurple Amber Steel matchup. I apologize. We have a different one on our screen. So that's why
That is why we are confused.
we are
Okay.
confusing you all.
You should be seeing
And now
the
we're
Amber Steel,
seeing
the same one.
almost the same thing.
Brief pause. All right. There we go.
I'm invested now. Don't change it. I appreciate that, chat. You like to see us suffer, and I respect that. Sometimes we all need to be a little humbled, and that was one of those moments. So I appreciate it. We have quite the board presence.
Wow. Yeah, that's a lot going on over on that side of the board. Ice, who we actually just had on. It's not that one? Okay, different one.
Just focus on the cards, not any of the other.
Okay, cards only. Got it.
We're working on getting the rest updated. I apologize, guys.
We're getting there. Technical difficulties. But there's a lot happening over here. So we got 3 genies at house.
That the Amber Steel list was supposed to be the aggro build, but it does not feel as if it is the aggro build right
Yes,
now.
we missed some very key points of this matchup right here. And Elsa coming down.
They
yeah,
are.
yeah,
we
we're gonna-
are working on getting that all updated. I promise, chat. All right, perfect. So we are going into game 2 now.
Yes. So it looks like we can just maybe hit a reset. There we go.
And I will just give.
It looks like we're gonna get a good shuffle in,
We are.
and then get going into game 2 of this matchup. All right, so Courtney, as my co-host and one of my favorite people that plays Lorcana, even though you play Amber Steel,
Rude.
Amber Steel in this matchup, have you played the aggro one much?
I have not played the aggro build yet. It is on my list to build actually this week. I really liked Sky's list from PPG. I think that it is a fantastic build. I also like that in this meta, there is a lot more strategy in the aggro build than just, hey, we're going to turn these cards sideways. You have to be very particular about when you turn the card sideways, or it's very easy for the opponent to basically clear your board, and then you have not only no board presence, you also have very little draw in your hand at the moment. So I am excited to try it out. I have been on my list right now, and I know that's probably like
Hot take.
sacrilegion and a hot take, but we do now we're going into game 2 here. We have the players on their correct sides. They match the top, so we are
good to go.
Good
into
to
game
go,
2.
chat. Remington was trying to get me to admit 2 things I will never admit, and that's how many Diet Cokes I've drank in a day, and
none of your
how many
business.
boxes
Also, none of your business.
I opened. And I said, my husband is watching this stream. We don't need to share those numbers.
He'll change the locks, and then we're both locked out of her house.
This is
okay?
true. We will be finding somewhere new to stream Enchanted Chatter from.
No more packs. Well, no more of him running to go get us packs so we
Yeah.
can open them while on stream.
I know he's a good one. He was also giving me live updates from the Cowboys Bears game that he was watching at home, and I am missing because I'm casting. And the Bears, did finally do something good in their lives and beat the Cowboys, which I am very happy about. I'm probably making chat, or at least some of the local players, upset because most of them are Cowboys fans, but that's fine.
So we got Aurora out, and we're developing our brain on our right side.
Which is, I think, the biggest thing. Matt has to ramp so that he can start answering Dane's. Tiana out there is very good.
It's kind of why that's why you play the Aurora turn 1 is you want that Tiana on too. You want to make it as difficult as possible for your opponent to have to deal with.
Yeah, one of the first times this set that I played against Amber Steele, my opponent got 2 Tianas out on me, and I was like, well, that was a good game.
Yep.
I don't have enough things I can ink.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this as the Blurple player. You're gonna really want that into the unknown to try to deal with that Tiana. I feel like as early as you can.
You pretty much need that right off the bat to answer that Tiana. Oh, I think I might have spoke that into existence. I am very sorry,
What
Matt.
did Matt do to you?
He did make my husband have to drive over from our house here today because he was supposed to be bringing some cards for another local player, and he only brought 1 of the 3 cards he was supposed to bring.
That's why Cameron was here. Because
Yeah.
I was putting the child back into the car to go to grandma's because he was upset, and Cameron went. What do you need? Where are you going? Don't do that.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a tough board to deal with on Matt's end.
Oh, and really, just that Amber Seal is doing what it does best right now.
I believe someone in the chat asked if this is game 3. I believe it is
This is
game
game
2.
2. This is game 2.
Yep, game 2. It is confirmed.
Who got game 1?
Matt took game
Matt
1.
took game 1.
Okay.
Dane's coming back with a vengeance in game 2. So
Very much so.
I feel like we're gonna see game 3.
Yeah. I think right now Matt is realizing, hey, you have 2 Tianas exerted.
Why? Why do you have 2?
This is gonna hurt.
Like,
And a bodyguard.
you just made this very difficult for me. Especially because I did not see that into the unknown in his hand. But God, if you could draw it though and have Iago sing it,
I manifested
we're gonna have
the
some
meme
we're gonna
stuff,
have 5
so you're
ink.
gonna try to help. Yeah,
Yep.
we're
Let's read
reading
the
the card.
Yeah, we're gonna do some manifesting for Matt right now. We're gonna be at 5 ink. I think it's hard to tell with the white sleeves, but I think we're gonna be at 5 ink. So he's gonna be able to play an Elsa and sing into the unknown, and it's gonna be okay. But Amber still, when it goes off like this, it's very hard to manage. 2 Tianas exerted with a bodyguard.
Yeah, this is
And then other things that are just there to be there. trying to dig for that.
Oh, interesting. I
Play the
Who did he target?
He just targeted Iago with that hypnotic strength.
Hey, a quick judge in our panel. Matt just targeted Iago.
When an opponent chooses the character.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
have
This
it
is
pulled up.
why Bree and I are not judges.
Honestly, I did have to step in for a judge call earlier because they were yelling for a judge. And
Okay.
I was correct.
This is why Courtney is not a judge. Just ignore me. It is opponent. I forgot that.
It was also lucky for me that it was, I knew the card that they were having the questions about.
And I feel like Dana's asking the exact same question I just asked.
Yeah. Wait a second. Yeah, he just realized that bodyguard is still out there. Sitting on Dane's side of the board right now.
Yeah, so going up
Son.
to at least
2, 4,
17, right?
6, at least, I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't see why you
assuming-
wouldn't. With 2 Tianas out, I feel like you can pretty much quest and not feel too bad about it. Play a dock, draw 2 more. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna go to
we're gonna
game
go to
three.
game 3.
So we're 1-1 here. Yeah, when you hit two Chat's point, yeah, when you hit 2 Tianas,
It's really
you
hard.
can in fact turn whenever you want.
Yeah, imagine playing someone though they had 2 Tianas out and 3 Nalas. I cried.
Yeah, that's.
I was like, we played it out. This was a friend. So he was like, I was like, I'm gonna concede. He was like, can you just pass a turn so I can do this thing? It's gonna be really cool. And I was like, okay, I'll pass a turn, let you do the cool thing, and then I'll concede. And then he went Nala. And I was like, yeah.
Yeah, it's rough. That's for sure. To draw in to top 8.
There's too many tabs. I can't see it. All right.
So we, after this match, we will most likely be ready for to announce our top 8 decks.
Yep, we're getting there. So we'll be able to have a brief breakdown of all the different colors that we were seeing.
Yeah,
in
we were
here.
digging into Liam and I when I was on. I was kind of picking through what our meta was, and I should have.
I've seen quite a few interesting decks today, for sure.
Yeah, it's been really fun. I think that's similar to any large event. You'll always get a few spicy decks thrown in there, but I think we saw a good representation of different meta decks and decks with like a few spicy cards that I think are very good.
I really already told Og this, but Matt Hunt, his Emerald Steel deck list, like we had him on stream whenever I was on here last, and as soon as it ended and I got off stream, I went up to him. I was like, "Hey, I'm gonna need your list for me. I need it."
Yeah, and that list is spicy.
All right, going into game 3, we're gonna ink that TikTok and play a Rafiki Challenger. He's definitely got all the ramp. He's got 2 sail in his hand and a T-bow. Hit the ramp. We found it. Elsa's in there. I can see Matt's hand. I can't see Dane's.
Yeah,
And
so
Daisy.
I think this is great.
Which
Seeing, I think Matt really is happy with his starting hand this game, going into game 3, getting a character that he can challenge well into Dane's board with, I think is going to be really helpful. And then being able to get
And
that
Basil
out is
so
great in this
you
matchup.
can get 2 lore from the Daisy, but then with Basil's support and Rafiki's Challenger, in theory, Matt should maybe get 1 card out of it. Dane gets a couple lore if he exerts it. Would you exert the Daisy if you were in Dane's position? Would you risk it? Would you be greedy?
I don't think I would be greedy, because even though Matt can trade too well into it right now. So I think you're gonna. Dana's likely going to wait until he gets a Tiana out there.
Just hold off on
But,
anything really.
you know,
Which
it is
what
a little-
Matt wants to do. I mean, you have to have threats out there to be able to slow them down.
Yep. And Dane
Have threats, get the ramp, check the boxes.
Dane's probably a little sad in this matchup that he's having to ink that Sven,
Yeah, that's definitely
particularly
not-
on turn 3.
Turn
But
3.
getting Pete out there, that's really good here because that's protecting both the Nala and Daisy from getting into the unknown.
Yeah.
Which I'm thinking, and I don't know, you said you saw Matt's hand. Did he have an Into the Unknown in it?
I don't think he did,
Okay.
but he's drawn a few cards since then, so we could have gotten it. That Daisy trigger. And Nala. I mean, he could just swinging. He could take out both of those.
Yeah, that's I mean, Dane
And he's
obviously
got
wants
Elsa.
to start pressuring the board.
I mean, Matt's already at 5 ink. He can play. He's got 2 Elsas in hand at the moment.
So he's about. Is Nala? Oh shoot! Yep.
Yeah.
She's got that resist on her.
And then trying to decide he's gonna hold on to those Elsas in hand for when it's a little bit harder to deal with, when they're not turning things sideways. And he's already going wide, which is going to be really hard for Dane to deal with.
Yeah. So it's funny. Chat right now is talking about Tiana's, and when I tell you, there aren't many cards I regret. You know, when I give a friend a card because they need it for their play sets, it's usually not something I feel bad about. However, I gave away so many Tianas.
You gave me a foil one for Arno Touchy.
I don't even remember that, but I know I gave some people that I play with their Tianas, and now I'm like,
Oh no.
I have made a mistake. I should have kept those in the box for trades down the road.
Oh yeah, that just kind of goes to show with rotations. You never know
Yeah.
what sleepers are out there, because that definitely was not on my bingo card.
Mm-mm. Not on my bingo card either. There we go.
So yeah,
Gonna trade in there.
and then if he gets a bell in hand, he can move that damage over.
Yeah,
It'd be
but
very
I think,
nice for Matt.
I think that's probably what he's hoping for here.
Which,
Also, I think, you know, having that big body Iago, that's probably where I would put the most damage as well right now.
oh yeah, especially too because you are playing against steel. So if they do get like a fire the cannons or something and they do target it,
Yep.
at least the thing that's taking all the damage is something that would disappear no matter how much.
Yep. Absolutely.
We got Penny and the Inkwell.
Penny in the Inkwell.
We got 2 cards in hand from that dock.
Mm-hmm. Mulan trying to
Looks like he's just
dig
trying
for
to
an
dig
answer.
for any sort of
probably any sort of action to try to deal with that Iago, which is just big. Because Iago's a 4/6. He's still got 2 health left on him. That's enough to chomp, to bonk one more thing. Just
To bonk one more.
bonk it right off.
Clearly, we've gotten to the end of the day, and we're saying bonk that card.
Another Elsa, take out the other lady. And I didn't see what he drew for turn, but so wasn't the bell. Because if it was the bell, it probably would have moved the damage
Right
over.
away, yeah.
That's one of those where I would have picked it up and before it even actually got to my hand, just immediately laid it down.
Yep.
Got 2 Basils out, giving support to nothing because there's nothing to challenge.
Yeah, I think he was
questing.
trying to decide whether
It was worth.
it was worth questing with them because of the fact that they can be easily taken out. But I think Matt made the right choice there, questing. He has the board built up, and
He's
the
got the
presence there.
presence to. There's no reason for him to just not start turning things sideways because he has the bigger threats on the board.
And, you know, alternately, even if they do get taken out like that one just did, he's making positive trades there. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. I was like, Oh, and we got a Hades.
Yeah, so great answer there.
Yeah, that gem deer. 04. Challenge there. Saving that Hades, it looks like, for a bigger threat.
Mm-hmm. And just pushing for...
It's smart. I mean, whenever you're in top deck mode, you don't always want to just instantly play whatever you're grabbing.
Someone's telling us in chat that... I think we are potentially having some more audio issues, but are we live?
Yeah, yes, there was a pulsing happening.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So you guys haven't cut out.
All right, good to know. Good to know.
All right. Yeah, looks like
Someone in chat is saying that
Oh,
they
he's
want
got the bell.
Kyle McGinty to play more Lorcana, and we happily will make that happen.
I did. His wife did make him come up here to say hi on their way back from the airport.
This is true.
Because they were driving by.
Okay, and it does. Oh, did we? It looks like we missed a discard off of a Mulan trigger. Yeah, to be fully transparent with chat, we don't have a dedicated judge on our stream tables, so there is a possibility for some mistakes to happen. We have 2 judges for the event today. This is very much a community. It sounds like somebody opened an iconic.
Production is gonna go grab them.
Yeah, could you, if they did, can you bring them in here?
We got an iconic.
We got an
confirmed.
iconic confirmed.
Go pull them.
Yeah.
Yes, bring it. Okay.
You can't scream because you
I
have a
forgot.
mic.
Sorry, guys.
Woohoo!
Woo! We got a Mickey. All right, so we got Belle, Iago, Elsa, Hades. These are all very big threats on that Blurple side.
And so like I was saying, we
This is a community-run event, so everybody is volunteering. The TOs that are running this event.
Yeah, we got Melanie coming. She just opened one.
We will, the TOs. They spent their money to buy all the prizing.
All right.
Oh, and we have
What just
the real winner of the tournament,
Melanie.
I got the Mickey Mouse.
She
Yeah.
got Mickey Iconic. She's the
I
real
love
winner.
So for
Mickey
today's
Iconic
event,
for a low cost of a pack of Diet Coke.
yeah, I think you're winning today for sure.
It was worth it. Yeah, I went 4-3 today, so nothing too crazy. But I opened 2 of the 4 packs, and then I went over to a friend and I was like, "Is this what I think it is?" And
Yeah.
we started yelling.
I was like, everyone heard the yelling and the cheering, and we're like, oh, there's an Iconic somewhere.
I love it. Congrats.
Thank you.
I love it.
Yes.
All right, yeah, and it looks like we have scooped, and Matt took it.
Yeah. So great matchup here. So I apologize. We were very excited about the Iconic poll. So the TOs spent their own hard-earned money to buy all the prizing for today's event. They so graciously were able to run around the city of Dallas-Fort Worth and the Metroplex to find enough cases for the event. Everybody, it was a pack per win, per round win.
Pack per win, lots of prizing for top 8.
Yep.
Enchanteds, more product.
Yeah. So it.
All just for a pack of Diet Coke. I mean, you can't beat that.
Nope. Yeah. Top Cut will be after this round. I think we're going to go to a break now, work on some of
Our
the
technical
audio issues so we can make sure that for the Top Cut, we can come in loud and clear.
Yes.
So we will see you shortly.
Happy birthday to you. I think that. Are we live? Can you guys hear me?
Check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. We're having a great time here at the DCI. We just celebrated Liam's birthday. We all sang happy birthday to him. It was really fun. Had somebody open an iconic Mickey, which was really great.
So we'll just have to do that, I guess.
A lot of fun. No matter who you are, you're going to think this is a lot of fun because that's what we do. We have
With the Vandal of a
Hello, everybody. We are going to be chaos right now while we test to make sure this mic is working and do some Slammer Jammer pack openings.
All right. So, DCI guy, why we explained it earlier today. I give you packs, I give you shiny things.
Ooh, Mickey.
So, explain a Slamma Jamma.
A Slamma Jamma is a Team Incredibles here in DFW tradition. Started all the way back in set 1, where you rip your pack open, don't look at the cards, go all the way to the last 3 cards. You take your QR/puzzle card, you get it out of there. You take your last 3 cards without looking, and you flip them over and go Slamma Jamma. We'll count this down.
Oh.
Count it down before the reveal. You separate them. Okay, Liam's getting it. The last 3 cards.
Liam's getting way prepped for this.
You take the last 3 cards, separate them, and then I'll go 3, 2, 1, and we flip them over on Slamma Jamma, okay?
You
Yeah.
slam them?
All,
Yeah.
all
Slam them
3
on
of
the
them get
table.
flipped over and slammed onto the
Imagine
table.
you are a 2-year-old.
Yeah.
You have cards, and you're just
yeah.
gonna.
I can be a 2-year-old.
I was about to say, he doesn't know what a 2-year-old's like.
He knows all about those trios. So, okay, so 3, 2,
1.
The audio down for the table slam, so just
Okay.
All right.
back up.
Production has turned the audio down.
All right, you're good.
3,
3,
2, 1.
1.
Slamma Jamma.
I got a Maldragon.
Foil Pirate's Life.
I
Which
think I got.
I will actually
Oh,
take
hey,
it for
you guys.
Hey, she's so
Hey.
pretty.
I feel like a foil Cusco llama is a pretty good hit.
That is a pretty good.
I got a
hit,
foil
yeah.
Montanui.
I got a foil Aurora.
Funny thing
Say-
is that could have been an epic Cusco.
Well, Courtney won.
It's
My
true.
my
That's
foil queen, but then I just got a Maldragon.
Oh,
Just-
well,
just
I mean,
a Mal
actually,
Dragon.
just
Just
a
a Mal
Mal
Dragon.
Dragon.
That's a
Yeah,
beautiful
no big
Aurora.
deal.
Just a Maldragon.
And Meta Relevant is being played in some decks.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Sure. This entire pack is old cards.
She's not seeing.
What,
play.
the Aurora?
Yeah.
Definitely more play than Gonchu saw.
Well, look how the
Turntables have turned.
A whole pack
I
of
would agree
reprints.
with that.
You got a beaching.
There you go.
Oh, that's a good one.
Look at all this removal.
That would be a terrible limited pack.
Yeah.
So
You-
bad
you
for
would-
limited.
So bad.
You would not do well with the Smash and a Beaking in your deck.
Yeah.
I just played a pack rush against Rebecca for a video series that somebody's working on. And, not to spoil
Spoiler
anything, but
alert.
spoil it. Like Rebecca ended up with an Under the Sea in her hand at the start of every game. Every game, she's like, no.
They're inkable in Pack Rush.
They are in pack
You can
rush.
ink everything in Pack Rush.
Yeah.
Okay.
It looks like they didn't know that, folks.
Yeah. Should we talk about top 8 decks?
Yeah. Let's bring
Ooh,
it
yeah,
down.
yeah.
What do we got?
Let's move into the real content.
People don't want to just see us open packs. That's not what the show is.
I was
I
gonna
would
get.
love
I was
to
gonna
just
run
watch.
into
That-
packs.
I was gonna say we can get more.
It's not.
The
Their
The
prize
rest of the
packs are
tournament's
just
canceled.
open.
We're just opening packs now.
The time's already going. We must talk about this.
Gosh, okay, sorry.
All right.
So we have Max and Eric in
mirror
seat
match.
1 and 8, and they are both on Blurple. So Amethyst, Sapphire. Eric is playing some of my cards today. Full transparency.
Like your actual cards?
Yes,
And
my
her
actual
physical
cards.
cards.
So
And
she's
Max-
not biased at all.
And Max is playing a foil card that I opened
Just
mere
opened.
moments
Moments
ago.
ago, yes.
Mere
Just handed
moments
it to
ago.
him.
I opened it. He said, "Oh, can I play that in my deck during my next match?" I said, "Yeah, sure, go for it."
Where are you going?
Goes to show that it is a community
just like
event.
leaving.
Liam's like, I got cards. Bye, guys.
He's like, I'll take that Maldragon. Thank you.
That's where the other pack went.
I said, "I only counted 4 packs with the cards."
Yeah, I was like, there's only 4 foils there.
Somebody's hiding theirs.
And
It's the end of the day,
Things
folks.
have devolved.
Matt and Tony are in
Sounds like we had to
seats
crack a
2
couple
and
more of
7.
They're all warm from my body
Victory
heat.
lap. Mine is nice and cold.
From
From
this
my
era
body.
of my body.
From my waistline. Courtney, would you like?
No, I would not.
I think she would
This
share
is the
mine
one
for
time
mine.
I will decline
A Diet Coke?
a Diet Coke.
To the viewers out there, we're running a special deal.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Liam has been watching the Austin FC game, and they just scored, and I think won. So there you go.
Real life reaction.
Let's go.
for his sports team.
He does
Reaction
go
live.
sports ball.
He does get this excited about Lorcana sometimes too. So
We've We've
I
seen
remember
the
him
Josh.
popping
I'm short.
popping off just like this during the finals of Worlds.
It's true.
Hello, everyone. I'm exceptionally.
You're exceptionally short.
We got this.
I'll scooch down to make you feel more.
Spectacular, Remington. I appreciate this. This is going so well. This is why I don't cast, y'all. This is why I don't cast.
Well, luckily,
So
the
we
just
could just
resolving
kick the
mulligans
boys out,
here,
just have all girls.
because Max is top seed, he will get to choose whether he wants to go first or second. My
wonder
guess
what
is he'll
they'll
choose
choose.
first.
Yep.
No.
I would.
I
Yeah, I,
would
think that's a
think-
smart choice.
Yeah.
I would choose that.
Yes.
Unless I were playing a different game where it would benefit me not to choose that, I would choose that.
Ugh.
Liam, what do you think?
Yeah, first is good. Going first is probably the right choice in this scenario.
The professional caster here, everybody.
Yeah, I would choose to go first if it were me.
Both looking at their hands here, deciding their mulligan. Eric's got plenty of good cards over there.
We do go.
King or Rafiki. All right, mulligan's pre-decided. We got a turn one,
All
play
right,
one.
we are on the board.
Alright.
We have done it.
Oh, seriously, taking this because okay, Basil is a card that I really like in this meta. Those who watch PPG know that I raved about this card. The ability to set up that favorable trade on turn 4 or 5 with the Elsa is fantastic, and it's a card that I really think makes a difference in this mirror. So I love seeing established on turn 1. You're gonna watch that Basil's gonna sit there like a little tool for like 4 turns.
He's
A
just
little
gonna sit
tool
there.
for 4
Just a little
turns.
guy.
Like
He's like a little
item.
mouse.
And then you're gonna watch him get used on turn 4 or 5 for a fantastic trade. So anyway, big fan.
See, what he's doing right now is he's doing his dexterity warm-ups because he's about to really pop off and make that violin sing. And when that happens, that's when you get the final support from the bard that is Basil.
I agree. I also am a big fan of this card, and I agree with the.
Game's over.
I think it is awesome when it pops off and makes the favorable trades.
Okay. Just a Tipo ramping up. Business as usual for Blurple. Monster into the inkwell. Hey, Tipo again!
There it is. That Elsa's coming down sooner than we thought.
Which this just means that Eric has the better start because he has Basil and Tipo, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, this is. I mean, the turn 2. I mean, we all know Sapphire decks. If the turn 2 doesn't hit the mirror or the ramp on, golly, if the
If they
Sapphire
don't-
deck doesn't hit the ramp on turn 2, like it's oftentimes it's a tough hill to climb. So both decks on script here. However, don't like seeing the Dumbo 1 curve in this deck at all. It's a card you definitely want to hit on turn 5 or later. This tells me that that Max doesn't have the genie and is not the best hand here. Hate to see that on curve in this deck.
Yeah, because playing it here means that once the Eric does get to 5 on the next turn, so Max is not clear just to quest with or to use the ability, because then Eric could respond by playing Elsa and tap, or even if it's not tapped down, tapping it down anyway, using Basil to quest to give support to that Elsa and just straight up clear the Dumbo before Dumbo gets any advantage.
And I was trying to take a look at these 2 decks since this is the mirror, trying to see what the variants in the decks are, and it's looking like Eric is on 2 Elsas, 1 Monstro, and we see that Max is on 1 Elsa and 3 Monstros.
Okay.
So we see
Also
a little
one
bit.
less TikTok.
Yeah, and 1 less TikTok. So that's where we're kind of seeing the variance in the builds.
But still a lot of the
That-
same cards.
Yeah.
Just
And Max is using the Dumbo to draw a card and gain a lore. Now on Eric's side, in hand, he does have the Elsa 5th Spirit, not Spirit of Winter.
he has both actually.
He has both in hand?
Yes.
I saw Genie and Elsa, but I didn't.
I
think
saw
the-
Spirit of Winter. He had it on top of his hand when he
Yeah.
had it
Okay.
earlier. See, there
Oh
she
yes,
is.
it is there now. That's
Yeah,
right.
Spirit. So here, and here exactly is that Basil coming into play.
Yep.
Elsa able to challenge in. Basil will quest, get that support, and get that demo off the board. So just a fantastic little card to have there on turn 1. I'm really interested by the 3 Monstros. I'll talk about them in a second as we hit there's the Elsa.
Yeah.
Let's see
Ready?
if
Yeah.
that Basil.
Exert the Tipo.
There's the Basil. Gonna
Basil.
go on a quest support to Elsa and taking out that elephant there. So again, Basil on turn 1, such a fantastic card in this mirror.
Sure.
And love to see it.
Using the
and
Mem to clear up the Tipo.
Elephant
Yeah.
cleared up that Tipo, so doing a lot of
Getting
work
some
through it.
damage on there to be able to move it too at the start of the turn.
The 3 Monsters are a card I find really fascinating in this build. Monsters a card that's been working their way into this deck But oftentimes I see them as a 1-of or a 2-of because it's a card that you don't necessarily want in every matchup, and you definitely don't want to find more than 1 a game. When you have 3 of a particular card in your deck, that tells me that you want to see 1 a game and just 1, but that you want to see that card.
Yeah.
And the thing is, in this particular deck with Visions of the Future, with cards like Develop Your Brain, you can usually find the 1-of or the 2-ofs. 1-of is a little more of a gamble. But seeing a 3 in there is really fascinating because it tells me that this is a part of this deck script no matter what in the end game. And that I find interesting.
I would agree with that. That I think is an interesting play that Max really wants to see that. A fun fact that I do have about Eric. So Eric is local, so is Max. But Eric is a new dad. So doesn't get to play locals a ton, which is part of the reason he was borrowing some cards from me.
Sure.
And he is just a fantastic player. He played in the Ink Invitational a few months back out in Arkansas and did very well. He was in the top 8 there. So just one of those players that can go to an event even after not playing and
Like
pick up
cold,
pick up a deck and just
Still
Just
top.
roll with it.
roll with it. And I find that absolutely fascinating. It's not a skill I have, so I'm always impressed when someone can just pick up a deck and understand it inherently.
Yeah, and he really must have picked this deck up cold. Just he didn't even have all the cards
Yes.
to be able to pilot it home.
He may have been doing some form of practicing without actually having the cards.
Right.
Printed the proxies or.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of cold, Into the Unknown coming into play there and sending a card into the Inkwell. Sorry, I look for those segues. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. A little bit of control there.
Yeah, with this specific matchup here, it's going to be a lot of turns of back and forth of either being able to answer what the other person just put in to try to work their way to the point where they can then turn the corner. But I feel like the Monstro in general is a huge concession to how much of Max's gameplay is based off of being on the board and challenging into opposing characters. Something that, as I mentioned earlier in our casting, Max is a person who's very used to playing decks like Ruby, Sapphire that have board wipes like Be Prepared and Big Sisu or Sisu Empowered Sibling is the big one, right? Yeah, Empowered Sibling. And not having those, leaning into having 3 Monstros is still of a way to clean up a big, messy board with all these characters that are turned sideways. I think it just fits more into his comfort zone versus playing multiple Elsas instead.
I think that makes sense. That's a good way to think about it. I did not even think about that. Yeah, he is very much, before this deck, he was a big Ruby Sapphire player, so I think that fits his play style, having those Monstros in his deck.
Yeah. It's what I would do if I was playing Blurple. So that's how I thought of it.
Yep, that was very smart.
Yeah, Hades coming down, sending that monster into the Inkwell, and I think, seeing that monster stay upright, I think, one of the Mirror Breaker cards in this matchup, or perhaps the Mirror Breaker, is that second star to the right. Perhaps Max setting up for a Sing this turn. Probably very sad to see that monster sent to the Inkwell there. But it is one of the things that I absolutely love about this mirror. Some mirrors can be miserable, Ruby Sapphire, but this Blurple mirror I find a lot of fun because it leads to some very swingy board states. This color combo has a lot of catch-up cards like Hades or Elsa Spirit of Winter, which you see coming down there, which allow you to take control of the board while establishing a big body, and you just find these haymakers being flung back and forth with cards like Monstro and Elsa and Hades coming down. It's a ton of fun.
Yeah, previously I've heard people describe the evasive matchups as more like a dogfight, like an airplane dogfight, because that's what it is. It really comes down to, do you have the answer at the right time? And with them being evasives, if you don't have those, you have to have something else that can deal with it. That's very much what it is. It is, okay, you take ground, I take ground, you take ground, I take ground. But that does what ends up leading to our matches taking the full 50 minutes. is some of these Blurple mirrors or Blurple X mirrors, Blurple against something else.
And the impact of that Hades being played a turn ago is really coming into focus here, as we pointed out. That second star to the right possibility and one of the mirror breakers in this matchup. Max not able to establish a board state to Sing it, having to spend a full turn to hard play it for full cost, and would have loved to be able to Sing that with that monster previous turn. But now ceding the board back to Eric, who can push his lore total a little bit higher. Hopefully Max drew into some answers there because things are starting to look a little dire.
Yeah, being up to
Yeah.
10 ink, though, having an extra 7 cards in hand, you can typically capitalize on a lot of things. But it's just a matter of whether you're too far behind at this point with the board state.
Big quest there for 5.
Yeah, that big Elsa is going to be putting in work and closing the game out really quick for Eric. There's, again, no board wipe here. If Max did get to another Monstro, it could help clean up a couple of these characters, but you still have the evasive Genie here.
Courtney, to be fair, there are 2 Maxes in top 8.
No, I am joking
Oh, okay.
with the person.
Okay, good.
At least if I hope it is the person I think it is. Otherwise, I apologize in chat.
We all know that
Enchanted
there's,
Chatter stays in the chat.
we all know that there's Max on stream, and there's another Max. There's an Ice in top 8.
Yes.
So there's truly only one Max in top 8.
That's true.
There's Max and there's Ice.
Yeah.
Whom we saw on stream earlier at the end of during round 6.
Yes.
Yeah, so Max, the only Max in the top cut here, playing a Genie, his first action of the turn. Unfortunately, it's a great card to have in the early game, and now establishing a Dumbo, and just not a lot of answers to the board here. So I have a feeling we're going to be going on to game 2 rather quickly.
For sure.
Would love to. Well, there's one bit of control there into the unknown.
Yeah.
Which is a real flavor foul being used on Elsa there.
Sometimes Elsa goes into her own unknown here.
That's fair.
She
That's
is.
fair.
It turns out, guess what? The cold did bother her this time.
I mean, thematically from the movie, she is technically the one that did go to the unknown.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is,
So
that's
I
true.
mean,
That is
yeah.
fair.
So it
Definitely,
could be just very on brand.
Okay, flavor win. I stand corrected.
Flavor win,
Yeah.
not fail.
Flavor win.
Okay.
But
I'm
yeah.
just sitting here looking at the typo of Max H. It's definitely supposed to be Max G. And
For
that
Max Goof?
Yeah.
Oh. Touche.
I got it.
Thanks, Remington,
See,
for not leaving me. I mean, sorry,
It's because
DCI guy.
DCI guys had enough Diet Coke to keep his brain hot and ready all day.
Someone in the chat asked what the story behind Diet Coke is, and the story is
Kirby's obsessed.
Kirby loves Diet Coke, and
Kirby is the DCI commissioner.
Correct.
Yes, for those of you who don't know.
and
Also the production team.
the
Yep.
production team. Yep, she is a one-woman
Production team.
showstopper, and she wanted more events locally because the first time we had the Diet Coke Invitational was in the lull.
Between big announcements for big events.
In the dark times.
In the dark times.
Dark times.
And we decided to keep it running. Kirby was like, "Hey, I liked that. That was fun." And
they're
was
running out of Diet Coke.
Yeah,
So,
and
exactly.
Well,
She's running out.
She'd scammed all of her friends for free
She-
Diet Coke at Christmas.
So for
She invited
so to
Courtney
finish-
over, and then they ran out of Diet Coke. We're like, "Hey, wait, we need to restock."
Yeah.
So to finish this off, to enter this tournament, everybody has to pay with a 12-pack of Diet Coke.
That's it.
So that is
That's
that.
it.
that
That's
is
the
your
entry fee.
So there's your Diet Coke story.
That's it. That's all you get.
And now Kirby has more Diet Coke.
You get
than
insane.
I don't.
And most
Insane,
people
absolutely
could
insane
drink in a
buck
lifetime.
payout.
But she can
You'll
drink in a
finish
year.
less than 6 months.
There is a Diet Coke throne, like 20 feet that way.
Come to us.
So there you go.
Wait, y'all aren't moving the throne into this room. That'd take a lot of work.
That would be amazing. Remington's
We're
like,
gonna
wait, I
commentate
had to
on
build
the
that. I don't want to do
offer.
this.
DCI guy.
DCI guy.
I can carry 4 cases at one time. That's where I top out.
Trying to keep it light here. I usually think, so Max is trying to stretch this out.
Yeah, trying to stay in here.
He's bringing that
He's hanging in
Elsa
there.
down. We got a couple elephants on board. That bell. So we'll see what
Yeah.
he manages to do with this.
Eric's already up to 17 lore though, and being able to take out either like the genie plus Bell to be able to. Okay,
Okay.
a second
Second
Elsa helps.
Elsa.
Yeah.
Everything
all the
is
bases, though. So
sideways.
there's enough to stretch this for another turn.
You gotta take out both of those 2 questers.
Yep. And I think we can do it. Just gotta.
Everything's
Dumbo
going
probably
into.
into Genie, would be my guess. So the Dumbo lives. Dumbo and Genie into Genie.
Yeah.
And then both Elsas into Belle. And they all live. Well, I guess not the Genie, because it already had 2 damage on it. The rest live. Mims come back. But then at the beginning of the turn, Mims can move some of the damage and end up taking out either the Dumbo and the Elsa.
Mims don't
actually.
have any damage to move, but I guess they can
They
move
move
it from
damage
the Dumbo.
from the Elsa to an Elsa, and then
Oh,
from
yeah.
Elsa to Dumbo and everything.
Oh.
Only from themselves.
Oh, it's only from themselves? My mistake. Yeah, y'all are right. I was wrong again. You hear that? Clip that one, chat.
Clip that one.
Add that one to the clips.
What?
We're getting a picture of the throne.
The throne coming in soon?
I think the
Ignore that.
the
Oh,
throne-
okay.
We can't see.
We
the
can't see.
game.
Okay, there we go.
We can't
There
ignore
we
it. It's
go.
all we see.
I lied, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Okay.
good. All right.
There it is.
We need the commissioner on the throne for a photo.
No card preview, just the throne now. Okay, still the two Elsas. We're back to Max's side. We had Eric.
We
cracking
now
back
have
with
the thrown is live.
Now,
Everyone
is this
can
a still
see.
picture, or could people go jump in that throne and then be brought up? I imagine it's a still picture.
It's a still picture.
All right.
If anyone could jump into it, it would be the DCI
That
guy.
was the plan. If I found out that it was a live stream, I was going to run out there.
Could have just told him it was live.
Then I'd run. You get a few moments without DCI guy.
You just hear the crash.
All the throne falling over.
That one really took Brie out.
I'm turning as red as my jacket. Okay.
Is there a game of Lorcana going on right now?
There is.
Maybe there might be.
There's a lot of ink. All the cards are coming down.
What had happened was, on Eric's turn, he quested with his Mims, and he was able to play an Elsa attack into the Dumbo that was still there, and play a Tipo, passing back to Max. Max has since then, nothing really seems to be happening then.
Yeah, I don't even think
Because-
he's readied his Elsas yet. I think
Yeah,
he
his
might
ink
have
is
just
up.
drew to see if he even has an answer. Trying to see if he can get into something to help him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which is interesting because he hasn't readied his Elsas, but he's already playing Develop Your Brain.
He might have already accepted it and is just trying to see what
for
he
sure.
could do.
So it is interesting because you look at this and you're like,
Closer,
okay,
sweetie.
game. Sorry. You look at this and you're like, game is over. No chance. And it's true. It has a long shot. But I'm looking and it looks like, is Eric in top deck mode? Because if Eric is top decking and Max does manage to string together a decent amount of removal here,
It's going to require exactly Monstro plus. So Monstro plus something to take out the Tipo.
Yeah.
Because you can use the Elsas to take down the Elsa, but you need Monstro to take out both Mims, and you need something else to take out the Tipo.
yeah, and we may be short on ink already because that.
Yep. With the
Yeah.
visions, I think we ran out of ink.
Because you'd need without it
He
being
hasn't inked for turn
exerted,
yet,
you need
It's only
but-
9 ink in play currently. You have to ink for the turn.
you need a Hades
to
or another
10.
Elsa.
Yeah. It's Hades, another Elsa, or Into the Unknown. Some combination of those to be able to take out the. Yeah, but you still need a monster to take out the Mims definitively.
Yeah.
And you're gonna have to deal with the Tipo. That's
Yep.
not.
Yeah, he doesn't have the answer for everything, so
Yeah.
he's scooping it up here.
There we go.
And we're going to
On
be
to
moving on to
game
game 2.
They got this.
Austin won.
Tell us the
15,
tale.
like 1 minute left in the game. In stoppage time, Austin scores the winning
Because-
goal. I'm sorry, Seattle fans.
We don't know how to score during standard.
That's right.
We only know how to
Right.
score during stoppage time. That's the way we do things.
So there, yeah, we have to leave it for drama. For drama.
So as a person who doesn't understand FC, can you explain what stoppage time is? Is that time where you can, if you score then, you can essentially stall out the rest of the time of the game?
See, kind of. So this is the beautiful part about soccer is there's an element of it that just gets made up on the fly.
Okay.
Stoppage time is the amount of time that the referee decides
Oh, okay.
we should be added onto the game.
Okay.
And it's
It's a very accurate way to describe it.
That's right. It's about a certain amount of time. So you get to the end of the game and you think you're done. No, it's like somebody, a baseball umpire saying, "Hey, so 9 innings are up. We're gonna play another 3 1/3 inning."
Wow.
About. And then you get to the end of the 3 1/3 inning and you keep playing until
the umpire says.
the umpire says stop.
We're
I'm
done.
imagining this is a coach saying, "You're gonna run until I'm tired."
Yeah.
That's
Yes.
exactly right. That's exactly right.
I'm gonna watch
That's the
you
best way to describe stoppage time is we're gonna play about this long.
Interesting.
So it's 90 minutes plus a bit.
We interrupt this Disney Lorcana game to discuss soccer.
The game wasn't being played.
Oh, that's true.
They're
Yeah.
shuffling.
That is
We,
true.
we were waiting
Shuffling
for the
hands.
moles
Yeah.
to go through. So
It was the mole. We all know
Yeah.
what it was.
The
mole. I like that.
Hashtag Molo.
That may make an appearance during DLC.
Mole.
You all heard it here
Back in the
first.
molo.
Yeah, we're in the mole right now. So while we're in the mole lull, Katie, what do you think about this matchup? Yeah, that's how it's gonna go. So
Everybody tweet out hashtag Molo during all of DCM
Yeah.
walking.
Make
DC
Molo happen.
walking.
Yeah.
yeah, we need buttons now. Mole.
Don't tempt Jonathan and Kirby. They love making good
They will
buttons.
make a button.
Yeah, they will
They
make a
won't make a
button.
button. They'll make a
They'll
lapel
a
pin.
button,
Exactly.
a pen. Merch can be made.
All of
easily.
it.
Mole buttons.
You'll get it. You'll get an email and it'll be links to hats, shirts, jerseys, pens.
Bucky! We got Bucky in the chat.
Oh no!
No,
No
who let
way,
that?
No way!
Who let that scroll
What's
in
with the
here?
rat?
It's not even the good Bucky.
A lot of people triggered right
No,
now.
it's the worst.
It's
Bucky.
the,
Oh, yeah,
it's the
it's-
legal Bucky.
It's not on Inkwell, okay?
Ah, they cut the Bucky. They cut the Bucky that couldn't be played.
All right,
So
we've
the-
got a little
All right.
action happening here.
Molo is
Turn
over,
one.
and we're in turn one.
Alright.
Tipo heading into the Inkwell, followed by Develop Your Brain. Oftentimes, that is the only turn we play. It also tells me sometimes you're missing that ramp and you're looking for it.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, you had the TPO, so you had the ramp.
That's
He
true.
had
That's a
it.
fair
TPO,
point. That's a
which
fair
tells me
point.
he probably has a second
Probably
TPO
has
or
another
already has a
TPO.
sale.
That's true.
So he's looking for something else, something that can progress the game state later, maybe like a genie, or in this matchup specifically, probably more or less the Elsa or the Basil,
Oh.
because you have the Basil for turn one.
Eric did not have any ramp for that.
And
turn
I was,
one, though.
if stream could see my face, I was making a really pretty face because I saw Eric's hand there, and
Oh,
it
is it?
is
Is rough.
not looking great.
We got Dumbo, Hypnotic Strength, and
He inked a hypnotic strength already.
Okay. Monstro for the turn.
Some elephants in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Max is getting all of the ramp.
Flooded.
it is a rough hand. Do we have the ramp on? I don't see any. Did we have any ramp on turn two?
Yeah, no turn
No,
one.
no turn
no
one.
Okay,
Oh,
we do have
Tipo,
the
We have
okay.
Tipo.
Turn two.
So game is saved for a little
For now.
while. No, it's actually not terrible. Like Tipo there, you have the elephants you can play. Bounce the Tipo as long as Tipo sticks around, which he will. So still on script, but it is a little bit rough for Eric right now. That Dumbo may come down on curve, which we don't like to see. But at the very least, both players able to start the game. A lot of people like in this mirror, especially in these Sapphire builds, it's like the actual game starts on turn 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or,
Turn,
you know,
Yeah.
So Ink 5.
Yeah.
When you get
Ink
to Ink
5.
5, whatever turn
Yeah.
that is.
That's when the game begins.
Yeah.
So both players just going through the motions here, and then do you have the Basil or not? Yeah,
Right.
So
This is
got
the setup.
Genie.
We're first to Genie.
I mean, Max seems to have the hand where it's like, okay, ideally, this is how you want your first few turns to go.
Yeah.
He had the second best choice on turn 1 in the matchup of playing Develop Your Brain to be able to create the better hand moving forward. Other than having Basil, where you could make those favorable trades with the Elsas, which definitely made an impact for Eric last game.
Basil, here's the thing I found. Basil always makes an impact.
Yeah.
Like every time Basil comes into play, very seldom have I seen him like cannons off the board before he gets to do something fun. And even if he does, you've taken the cannons.
Sure.
So Basil just so good. I love that card.
Yeah. But
I love that card.
In this matchup, if Basil takes the cannons, there's nothing else that's going to take the cannons. The cannon's going to be used to maybe put additional damage to finish something off. Otherwise, it's pretty dead until you can do that.
Good thing Cannons isn't in this matchup.
No, exactly. Not this matchup. We don't have to worry about it now.
So Giant Spectre Parrot again, you want to be playing the Genie here, but Spectre Parrot not a terrible card to play. Shut down that Genie if it does decide to go.
Hypnotic
quest.
Strength is going to go right away, though.
Yep,
Yeah.
Hypnotic Strength says
Later,
Immediately
bird.
gone.
Just saying, never mind.
Bye-bye, birdie.
Draw
Let's
a
get
card,
outta here.
banish an illusion.
He flew down and out. He just kept moving.
Yep.
The other difference in the builds are we're seeing Max is running Royal Guard
Mm-hmm.
and Eric is running the Rafikis.
Interesting.
So Royal Guard or Palace Guard?
Royal Guard.
There are some purple decks playing Palace Guard
Mhm.
over Royal
Yeah.
Guard. Okay, so we have the Octopus Royal Guard in here.
Yes.
Good, good. Because Ice is playing Palace Guard. Okay.
There, speaking of Basil, there he comes. A couple turns too late, but if you have the ink form, you may as well play him out here. And Genie now going to go off in a quest after taking care of that pesky Spectral Giant Parrot. Back over to Eric.
Liam, do you want to tell us how much you love Basil?
I love Basil.
What if Elsa comes down right now, tap down the Basil, clear the Basil?
I mean,
Then Elsa still has 3 damage on her.
I much prefer Basil on turn 1, to be fair. But
Elephant.
no Elsa here. We're going to have the elephant bounce the Tipo.
Mm-hmm.
Tipo
Ink it.
immediately ink. I find that's often what happens with Tipo
Yeah.
later in the game. When
Hey,
Adam
he's done
sets him
double
down.
duty.
That's true.
That's his job, is to give you ink,
Yeah.
whether with it being himself or something else.
Something else, yes.
The thing is that in other decks that aren't playing purple, he never makes it into the inkwell unless you're playing him to play another one. You ink him to play a second one.
Some people run like Pleakley.
Yeah.
Pleakley's
yeah.
fun.
Yep, that's true.
Pleakley the Tipo
Listen,
for that double ramp.
it's very fun in Sapphire Steel.
Yep.
And here we have Demo coming down where you want him, a little bit past curve, able to use that genie immediately to draw a card, gain the lore. And again, it just feels like Max is pretty much on script. Wouldn't be surprised if he even had the Elsa, but just nothing really to use it on.
Not,
So he's
not
just
a
like,
great
all right,
target yet, so just
hang
gonna
on to
wait.
this. And yeah, Eric just feels like on the back foot here.
It's because the DCI guy gave him that foil Hades.
That's true. So Max getting the foil Hades from me earlier. Now he's got the power of that Hades, and hopefully Hades will
it's the
make it into play.
vibes. We're gonna see the foil one hit. We're gonna know.
We're gonna know where it came from. So we know there's at least 3 Blurple decks in top 8. Do we know what the full count is for our top 8 color pairings?
There are 3.
Okay.
Then we have 1 Steel Emerald deck,
Okay.
Matt Hunt, who's been on a few times.
Yep.
2 Amethyst Steel decks,
Okay.
a Sapphire Steel deck,
Oh, I'm a liar. Ice is not Blurple. He was playing Sapphire, Amethyst Steel.
Amethyst Steel.
Yeah.
and then Emerald Sapphire.
Is the Sapphire Steel player here? Is it Barrett?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Who we saw on stream during round 3, I believe.
I believe that was
Round
one
3.
that we did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a year ago.
So that was today.
It was the first round I was in the booth for.
I was gonna say it was me and you.
That's right.
Because it was the one their name got flipped.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Really interesting top cut. I'm very surprised that we don't see more Emerald Sapphire.
Yeah.
And I think even the one that we see is the weird bouncy one.
Sure.
And not
Yeah.
the build a lot of people playing. Also, no Amber Steel unless
No
I
Amber
misheard.
Steel.
Nope, you did not miss here.
There's no Amber Steel.
Which is fascinating to
Which
me.
I think kind of goes to speak to the DFW area. I feel like you see a lot of it around here, so a lot of the players around here kind of know how to play around it.
True. True. And there were a few Amber Steel players who were on the bubble last round playing to make their way into Top Cut and ended up losing their match. So,
Yeah.
in fact, Max was previously playing against an Amber Steel player in their final round of Swiss, where they had determined, based off of the way the point breakings were, that they had to play each other. Otherwise, if they chose to draw out that round, somebody would be bubbled out. So they chose to play. Max won, progressing into top 8 and first seed, and the person that ended up losing that match was on Amber Steel.
Personal opinion, but I love to see him always just play it out.
Yeah,
Like,
for sure.
It's a game. We're here to play.
More
Let's just-
games.
Let's just play it.
They don't have to get into all the weeds of the tournament math and everything. It's just like, well, if I just win, then I'm in.
That also might be why, because I'm like, more math? No thanks. I'd rather just play the cards.
I'll just play Lorcana. There's enough math there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so on Eric's side, just has the Genie in play right now. Attacked into Dumbo and then played the bell to move the damage back onto the Dumbo to keep Genie strong and to take Dumbo out of the game.
Basil does have support with the Genie on the other side, though, so he can still deal with that
Sure.
Genie.
Sure. Genie back in.
And they're all going to sing Second Star.
Oh, yep.
Star.
That is the
That's
move
a very
here.
good turn.
Keeping all your ink open can go up to 7 now and potentially play that full Hades we talked about.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can we have manifested
Can we manifest
it
it
again?
again?
That's
See.
a cool Hades.
Have we manifested it?
If it is a foil Hades, I think that everyone's going to believe that the matches are rigged.
They're rigged.
And
We scripted all of them. This has all been a play. Thank you for coming.
Everyone, thank
joke's
you.
on you.
Is,
We just wanted more Diet
Is
Coke.
it's the fabled foil version and not the cold foil version?
It is
It's the
fabled
fabled
foil.
version. Yeah. So opened just recently.
I do really enjoy the
opened
new
it
treatment
today?
on the legendaries.
I do too,
Yeah.
and I love the new legendary symbol.
I would say that's my favorite part.
I don't know
of it.
why I get like so much more excited now.
It's
to get a
extra
legendary.
shiny.
Yes,
the goblin
it
bit in my
is.
brain is like,
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, sparkly.
like, I need it.
Yes.
The goblin
I
bit.
need it.
We are at 7.
Yeah.
Max making some room for some cards.
Let's see that.
The foil Hades. I don't know.
Any Hades.
I just wanted to be the foil one out
Purple
for
always-
thematically.
looks like
Then
it's
maybe an
Elsa.
Elsa.
Elsa, okay.
Tap down the bell.
Interesting choice.
Yeah, I mean,
Huh.
99% of the time they have the Hades after the second star. So
Right.
Um,
Just draw so many cards there. Hypnotic Strain.
there it is. I was like, how are we gonna clear it? That
Yeah.
will do it.
That does it.
And in this scenario, to be honest, if you have the choice between the Hades and this
Genie?
play line here, I think you
I'd
take
probably,
this play line
Yeah,
for
for
sure.
You get a
Sure.
card draw off of it.
Yeah,
It
absolutely.
replaces itself.
And Elsa Spirit of Winter, Monstro. There's plenty of other things that Hades feels a lot better used on. So
Right.
great sequence there.
The Elsa can't be attacked back by the Bell. The Bell, if it were to challenge back in, would have to go against something like the Basil or the other Bell.
Yeah. Yeah, great sequence.
And definitely big board swings here. Again, in this specific mirror, playing characters to board, attacking in, playing more characters to board, and really going back and forth without a ton of lore changing hands during that process. Unlike with the Steel matchups like that, where Calhoun grants you that extra lore as well, or Stitch can grant you the extra lore, or even the Robin Hood.
Let's see what the answer
There's
is.
that Hades.
Wrong side of the field. Not the foil we talked about.
You're not the droids you're looking for.
No,
Eric said you manifested Hades. You just did it on the wrong
Wrong
side.
side, yeah.
And I also find in these mirrors that 75% of the time when you see the first Hades played, the other one is coming right after.
I will Hades your Hades, and then I'm going to Hades that
I don't
Hades.
want you to mim your Hades to
Yeah.
get it back to Hades my other stuff.
Yep. Yeah.
We
that's
saw a
true.
couple
Yeah,
Hades
that-
memes today.
I think we saw, a total of like 6 Hades in one round between one card, just because they kept just bouncing. It was the same card.
It was
Just,
the same Hades.
it was the same Hades. They just got to play it like 4 different times, and we're like, okay, great.
Plus, statistically, I feel like Blurple, this color pairing is just the most commonly featured deck that we're seeing.
Yeah.
That's true.
Over
Yeah.
all rounds.
Bell
Not-
gonna take out that
Not letting that Basil stick
Basil.
around.
Nope.
Basil's a problem, unless he's yours.
It's a
That
little-
girl is a problem.
If it's your Basil, he's their problem.
Exactly.
Yeah, let's see it. I think statistically, like Hades, like 25% of all Hades are played on other Hades.
Yes.
We're gonna
Vision.
vision.
We're
the
looking for
Hades.
that foil
We're looking
Hades.
for the
Hades.
We didn't just immediately grab it, so I have to think we didn't get it.
This joke better pay off.
25% of the time,
Well, it
it
is a-
happens every time.
Either that or he had it needed something to ink.
It's the foil one. I think that's the one.
It is.
Specifically-
It's the only foil one that was in his deck.
Yeah, that's true. There we go.
It's in the script for this mirror. You have to.
You're welcome.
Somebody leads with
Script
the
for the
Hades.
mirror, not for
Yeah.
the show.
Yeah, for the
right.
for the mirror, and then Hades right back. Now the triple Hades is rarer.
Yes.
You have to have the double hanging out, but it does happen.
You just draw it off the top, and it just immediately hits before it even touches your hand.
I always put it in the hand first to make them think I always had it.
Oh, I know. I'm like, oh, this is the cards. I did not plan this. I'm sorry.
Unless it's a be
The
prepared.
fates are against you.
Yeah. Yes,
The cards are
exactly.
against you. It's not just me.
The heart of the cards say, "It is not your day. It is mine."
And
Oh, there's the third
Hades
Hades.
for
There
us.
it is.
So it could have been a quadruple Hades.
Could have been.
And looks
And
like we're
looks like-
scooping
yeah,
and going
scooping
to
it
game
up.
3.
Eric says, I don't want to play anymore. I'm taking these cards and going to game 3.
Yeah, it was the foil Hades that did it.
It was.
Yeah, it really put him over.
He said, I see DCI Man stink all over that card. It's just wafting right off of it, and I can't handle that.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
what do we do
man.
now in the Molo?
Oh.
Welcome back to the Molo, guys.
How much Diet Coke can DCI guy chug in
Oh,
the
no. I think if I did that, that'd be bad for the remainder of the stream.
Yeah.
As I would be full of very frothy, warm Diet
So
Coke.
he would get home and Cora would call me and be like, why did you tell
do?
him to do
Why
this?
did you do this to my ass one time?
Yeah, I do enjoy the idea of figuring out though what the liter volume of a molol is.
Ignore this. Give me 2 seconds.
Ignore this.
Nothing to see.
There's nothing to see. They are going back.
Pay no attention to the man behind
Behind
the
the
curtain. Sorry, we are seeing something that the audience is not seeing right now.
Luckily,
The
Courtney's
audience is
on
seeing
top
cards
of
being
it.
shuffled.
There we go.
There we go.
All right, so we are gonna get to see the.
How mulligan? What are we going for?
That's
How many
it.
cards are they going to mulligan?
So our
Quick.
commissioner, does that mean that the backup
How many
match
do
is
you think they're
already?
gonna do?
How many are they
completed?
mauling?
Oh, he's like, he's
Okay,
not paying
got
attention.
it.
All right.
Let's go.
I
All
go
right,
four.
think
How many are they
4.
mulling? I think
5.
that Eric's gonna mull 3 and Max will mull 4.
I think Eric's gonna go for 5 and Max is gonna go for 3.
He's
I just
already
said
got
4.
down,
I didn't.
so-
I didn't specify who, but somebody was mulling 4.
4.
I'm committed.
Oh,
Keeping your options open there, Courtney. I
It
like
froze.
it. I like it.
Looked like
it could be a.
Eric went for 3.
Maybe.
Yeah, he put 3 down, put 3 back, and drew 3 off the top.
Yeah.
So Eric did do 3. Did Max do 4?
I mean, he's got 3.
He's
Max is
deciding.
still deciding.
Yeah, he's still deciding.
Huh?
He puts his 4
Max-
cards
He did
away.
3.
1, 2, 3.
Max went for 3.
It was 3 all
3
around.
and 3.
I was off by 1.
That tells me
I was right on
they
Max.
both have their ramp.
Yep.
So,
They're not taking.
both have not lost the game before it started. But who has the basil?
Yeah. Who draws?
Ooh,
Eric
we
has
see
Eric
it.
it.
has
We
one.
can see it.
And Eric is going first, so we'll see a turn 1 Basil.
That card is so good in this.
Oh yes.
Turn 1 Basil. Let's
Turn
go.
1 Basil.
And he put a cheapo in
I don't know,
meaning he has
Liam.
a
I've
second
heard that
grand
card's
style.
really awful, and
Yeah.
you should just not play it on turn 1.
He's got a develop. He's got Rafiki.
Can we set Liam off? This is the worst card I've ever seen. I don't know why anyone plays it.
No, it's not the
I mean,
worst
honestly,
card.
it's like
There's
the
got to.
ugliest blue color.
Oh, wow.
Them are fighting words, Bree. Them are fighting.
He's like, he's like, those cards you already gave me? Yeah, those are mine now.
Oh,
Oh,
lovely.
no.
Oh,
Was
no.
there a cord issue?
Let's check that.
We had a momentary audio issue. Let's see.
That's what happens when you insult Gantu.
I love
power of
I think the
Gantu.
flip back of
The
the
Baymax.
Baymax really was like a hair flip of like.
That was like that looked like my
It's like flipping
earlier.
your cable.
Liam doesn't have hair to flip, so he's
He's
got a
a
Baymax.
So with Max doing the develop on turn 1, we know he wouldn't have had a Basil because actually having the Basil there going second means that it's less good for Eric to start questing with things because at any point then Max there could have just answered with his own Basil and Elsa. So when both players get to that Basil, the person who is going first has to really slow down and it really changes the tempo of the game there. So we do have a Tipo extra ink for Max.
Yeah, both players on script so far. Let's see if the genie hits. Yeah, again, turns 1 through 5 in this deck are really well scripted if you're on the game plan.
Inking the elephant.
Elephant coming down, and there is the genie. So I mean, full script here for Eric. He's right on track.
Looks like he's got a Dumbo in hand.
Dumbo and Hades in hand for sure, and a bell. I'm not sure what else.
And there's that parrot, which will answer the genie nicely.
2 Hades
Unless
in
there's an
hand.
hypnotic strength, then it won't matter,
It's true.
like we saw last game.
He's got 5 in hand.
I think Max hasn't passed the turn back yet.
Trying to decide if he wanted to quest with Tipo or not, I guess. Not sure what's
Or
happening.
It's potential that we are already on Eric's turn, and so we looked at cards in hand. He counted out his cards in hand.
Yeah.
he's
Trying to
inking.
decide
Yeah.
what to
I
ink.
do not. don't like first thing, but one, no, I do not like readying ink at the end of your turn.
Sure.
And it's for one very important reason. Like one, it is information for your opponent, but the biggest reason is in tournament play. If there's some sort of judge call, it's helpful for the judge if the ink is exerted, so you can rewind the turn.
Right. So you can see what was done.
Yeah.
And I think actually currently with the rules, you're not supposed to.
Yeah.
So in the actual official rules, you're not supposed to ready your ink at the end of your turn. You have to wait till the beginning of your turn to do so, and you could be told to not do that because you're misrepresenting the board state.
It also confuses commentators.
Yeah.
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 Because
Be
we
kind-
don't know whose turn it is.
That's the important.
Be
part.
kind
turn is
to the commentators. Is
Very good. There's Elsa coming down there, exerting that Dumbo. Not gonna let that hang around. Iago, Giant Spectral Parrot, making short work of that elephant, and then it's back over to Eric.
A hypnotic strength would not be bad.
Always welcome.
Always welcome when Iago's out on the other side.
So you mentioned earlier about the danger of exerting cards in this,
We
in this
both
matchup
noticed
here.
it.
Because the
Sorry.
Elsa can always come down to tap a character and attack into something and utilize that. That's what happened back on Max's turn. Got the Dumbo out of there. Eric only got one extra card and one extra lore out of playing that Dumbo, and it took him 5 ink to do so. And expose his genie.
I was thinking these through. These mid-game turns here
Sure.
are.
And Eric's only on, what is it, 5 ink right now? Going to 6?
Correct.
Yeah.
She go back. I don't know why. Just the two who are talking the most are not talking into the microphone.
Oh, are people yelling at us?
No.
Yeah.
We're just being proactive.
Yeah.
You can also just say talk less.
Into the unknown.
No.
Into the unknown.
Bell into the well.
Passing it back over.
Hmm.
So into the unknown on the spectral parrot. Kind of a slow turn there for Eric.
Eric must not have much going on.
He
in
has
his
2
hand.
Hades and a monster.
So,
Yeah,
okay,
dear,
so
yeah,
It's
just
all top
He
end.
needs ink.
No ink. He didn't even ink that turn,
Mhm.
right? No, he went from 5 to 6. He didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
We
he,
Need more cards.
He got to 7. We know that's his only Monstro. So if he wants to play the Monstro ever, he has to keep it. But at this point, with 2 Hades in hand, you just play that. You just ink that Monstro and play a Hades out here.
Yeah. But I mean, he's at 6 ink. Ideally, I think he's hoping he's gonna top deck
Another
anything
ink.
else.
Yeah.
Anything else that's inkable in his deck.
I mean, facing down 2 evasives over there, do you really want to keep the Monstro for stuff? Like the real battle is between the Hades and the evasives in this in these lists.
Yeah.
You need to hit something because you're at 2nd star.
Yep.
And that's the real critical part of this turn here.
Yeah.
You have to get something off the board.
Yeah, if Max untaps, he just sings 2nd star, draws a million cards, has a bunch of ink left over, can play more stuff afterwards, and then you have a really big board to face for Eric, and he won't have the tools to deal with it. He did draw another inkable. It's a Dumbo, and
end
he's
up
probably going to
inking
ink the Monstro, send out the Hades, take out a card that would help sing.
He does have another Hades in hand.
Yeah.
For that nice little triple Hades.
Triple
play.
Daisy turn.
Triple Daisy.
That would be a surprise for Max.
It's like sneak attack.
Yeah. And here's
Yeah,
Hades.
there's Hades
And
on
it's the
Hades.
foil one
Hades.
back on stream.
Every time. Hades on like
Hades on
literally
Hades, and then now
Hades.
there's gonna be another Hades on Hades.
every time. Hades is there to deal with Hades. Like
Well, he is the infernal schemer, and if he's scheming about stuff, he'll even scheme against himself.
that is true. So
You are your own worst enemy.
That's true.
same scenario here though. Have to get something off the board. 2nd star is looming. Hypnotic strength into the inkwell. And Max, he had to hard play that 2nd star at one point. Just every turn, I'm going to ink a little bit. Get to the point where if I need to, I can.
Passing back, doing nothing else.
Yeah, I think he's just setting up that 2nd star play.
For sure. Showing that he did actually use the 7 ink for the Hades. Thank you. He must have gotten our memo.
Yeah.
Judge is on it.
Yeah. Joey told him, don't write it at the end of turn. There was a comment from my wife.
Yep. Hades now. Now 66% of Hades have been used on other Hades in this matchup. If we get a Hades back, I'm gonna, I don't know. run
we can all
around,
just-
run around the TV.
It just hurts. So once Max does pull his non-foiled Hades out to play it, he's just gonna ask, "Can I get my foil one from my inkwell?" And the answer is
For
no.
Genie.
You have to deal with the unfoiled Hades in your hand.
Yeah, a Hades in the hand is worth 2 in the
In the
discard
inkwell.
pile. All right.
Definitely making sure they're thinking through these turns.
Yeah, and I here comes a Dumbo, and again
Going to.
Now there is a clock
Okay.
running, and it's been running at 50 minutes, down from 50 minutes. So is it true that we were doing 50 minutes for our top cut, or
60 minutes.
It was
60
60
minutes.
minutes,
Oh.
yeah.
started at 60? Okay,
Started
got
at
it.
50, and then I got informed and I added the 10 minutes. So.
Oh, we've already added them in.
Yes.
They're already
Wild.
60
Yeah,
minutes. So
okay,
we've been
gotcha.
playing for
Okay.
almost 50 minutes at
Yeah,
this
yeah,
point.
yeah.
So-
Doesn't feel like it.
So
We've just been. Time
Listen.
flies when you're having fun, DCI guy.
Come on.
So looking again though at the second star math once again, I mean choosing to exert that Elsa right away, which is totally fine, getting a card off of it, but leaving 10 ink worth of characters up. One of the reasons why in this matchup, I mean you mentioned this earlier today, Remington, that Tipo is preferred as the ramp in this build is for this exact reason. Tipo hanging around there all game long, but now could be the critical third stinger that you need to get that second star off next turn. So that Elsa is vulnerable, but losing her doesn't feel bad if you can sing that second star next turn. So Eric now going to think about taking advantage of that exerted Elsa if possible, but also, again, needing to remove one more thing to prevent that mirror breaker 5-card draw card from being played.
For sure. And on top of that, too, in a lot of matches, Tipo plus Basil can be really helpful for cleaning up the board as well. You can get a Tipo to trade into a Bell favorably and end up still having your better cards in play.
Only 2 hypnotic strength and a Rafiki, it looks like, in hand for Eric.
For Eric.
Well, one of those cards is useless right now.
That's true.
Oh, Iago.
Oh, Iago. Okay.
Iago.
I was going to say, Rafiki's still ink, so it's not that useless.
That's fair. So it looks like Hypnotic Strength, I'm guessing on the Genie is going to be my...
Yep, on the card that can attack the Elsa.
Drawing another card.
Yeah, he already had the
Still
Basil
having
to be able
3
to
in
potentially
hand.
Genie in, but in that situation, you're losing on the crackback.
Yeah, this way you can save that Basil for whenever you don't have another answer in hand.
Sure.
But I think knows that second star is looming, hoping to draw into a Hades there perhaps, or
Hades, Into the Unknown.
or an Elsa.
Elsa.
Would have been great as well.
Yeah. Instead,
And-
we've got 2 Iagos and a Dumbo, is that right? No,
Yeah.
2 Dumbos and an Iago.
So still haven't inked this turn, so another Hypnotic Strength into an Elsa would be a great out to prevent that second star. And again, if the second star goes off, it's not game over.
No.
But
It's a
it
big
doesn't
advantage
feel
at
good.
that point.
It doesn't feel good.
No,
Yeah.
it doesn't.
You know?
I mean, that Genie can go into the Elsa.
Yes, but the
But
Genie has to
still-
first do, because it's only Challenger 2 from the Hypnotic Strength, not Challenger 3? Or is it Challenger 3?
What's that?
The Hypnotic Strength?
2.
It's 2, right? Yeah. So,
Yeah.
So
you use
you'll
the Basil
quest-
plus
yeah.
the
Mhm.
quest
Quest
the
the
Basil,
Basil, give
and
it
then
to the Genie.
Right. So you take out the
Yeah.
Elsa, but then on the crackback, the Genie goes into the Genie, takes out the Genie. The Tipo goes into the Basil unless you happen to have the second star. You just sing second star and then play other things. And then so you'll end up losing 2 things on board compared to the one thing that you've removed.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if the second star goes off here, it doesn't feel like the end. It's not the end of the game. It can still come
No.
back, but it's almost
Right.
like, if Seattle goes down by 1 goal with 50 seconds left in stoppage time, like it's technically possible for them to come back, but
Yeah.
the odds are really, really low.
Very low.
It's very low.
Sports ball references.
Yeah. And Eric just going to questing with that Hades.
Yeah, because again, you're expecting the second star at this point, so if he's
Yeah.
challenging in, they're not singing, feels a lot better. Just kind of opening it up for it there.
And if I'm correct, that's a foil Dumbo. It's a pretty Dumbo over there.
That is.
But many
Yeah.
people have even prettier Dumbos, such as the enchanted variety.
I've got one. I need some
What?
more.
Oh my
She
goodness.
does.
Only
Yeah,
one.
that was my first enchanted of this set.
Oh, you don't do anything halfway, do you?
No.
Courtney is the goblin of all goblins.
No,
Courtney needs all
she's
of
like-
them.
she gets-
She
Courtney's-
opens most of them. That's
Court-
the part there. It's just like I bought 4 packs because we were allowed to buy 2 packs per person. I'm like, oh, Courtney, I'll go grab your packs really quick
Yeah.
while we're up there. I grab all 4 packs. I hand her 2 packs, and then she opens up a shiny. I'm like, I hate you.
So Courtney has graduated from beyond goblin status to dragon status.
Full
Because,
dragon.
she's building a horde.
I'm building my horde.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there we go. As I'm going on and on about Second Star and how it's singable and all that, we don't see it played, but there's a
Hades
Hades
on
coming in.
Hades.
Is it going to be on the Hades? Yep, there it is, on the Hades.
Yeah.
You can always take out the genie. And the Tipo
Um,
takes out the Basil, and we have a clear board on
Yeah.
Eric's side, and Max has Temple in play, and Eric has very few cards left in hand. 2 cards left in hand.
Ooh.
Even if he gets a second star, he's going to be hard
He's
casting
gonna
his
hard
second
cast
star.
it.
At this point, you'd rather just get a Finder's Keepers, get a few cards into hand, play more stuff into the board.
Yeah. Yep, it's rough going. It does feel like Eric was just really terrible draw this game and just
Yep.
never quite
Yep.
managed to.
They didn't have to mulligan too much, crafted pretty decent hands, and then after that point, it came down to who was going to draw what, and how, the quality of the cards you to draw afterwards. Mim Dumbo.
Feels bad.
Don't love
Rough.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You spent all that ink just to have a Mim in play.
Yeah.
Yep.
And expose your hand.
Yeah.
Yep, Dumbo's gonna do Dumbo things over there.
Oh yeah.
He's got free draws off these Dumbos and the Genies just because there's not much left that Eric has left in hand. Because it's only the card that he bounced back the Dumbo. He'll have to get something that can rush in or something else that could deal with the exerted evasive characters, build up that hand health, and then be able to claw his way back into a very favorable position.
Yeah.
Yep, it's rough going.
Yeah.
And
He's got 2 in hand, at least. 'Cause he's shuffling.
It seems like he might have
Aside from
another
Dumbo.
Hades in hand. I thought I saw another blue card in his hand. There's only so many blue cards that they're playing. Okay. It's a develop your brain into the inkwell.
Yeah, Eric's got another elephant and
Oh,
2
it's a
elephants
sail.
in hands.
Sail into the inkwell.
into the
Into the
unknown. I
unknown.
love
Unknown.
it's a combo we
Oh.
see all the time in this meta. The exert with the else and the into the unknown. Great combo. One. I've actually seen an Ursula voice stealer exert a card in order to sing into the unknown on itself.
Interesting.
Fantastic play.
Max spreading out his ink.
TikTok. Yeah.
Yeah, TikTok like the clock, counting down Eric's turns left in this game because I think it's gonna be tough.
Not many.
Yeah,
There's too
one
much
card in hand.
advantage on Max's side.
Say one thing for Eric is that at least we are looking still at some pretty low lore counts on both sides. So at least it's not getting too terribly close, but they're going pretty wide.
Yeah, but for 3 ink here, Max can draw 3 cards and gain 3 lore at the price of just exerting his characters, which isn't bad, even with there being a TikTok on the other side. If you're going to end up getting something that'll clear that TikTok.
Yeah.
It's interesting to start with using the Dumbo to draw with and not draw with something that wouldn't immediately die to the TikTok.
Also, TikTok is one of those
All of
cards
it.
where I feel like so many people were like, "Why did this get reprinted?"
This
and
is
now,
why.
now
This
we're-
is why. We're in an evasive meta, that's why. Okay, and a Mim, bouncing the Elsa back to hand, using the Elsa to tap down either the Dumbo or the TikTok. Probably the Dumbo. Take out the Dumbo, that way he can't use his Dumbo and TikTok to draw extra cards next turn. Or really just to really starve Eric out of any extra card advantage and value you can get.
Yeah, you get nothing.
Yeah.
Good day, sir.
No soup for you.
I said good day.
TikTok
I
in
said good day.
hand.
Another TikTok in hand here.
Yeah, a little too late, in my opinion.
TikTok and a Madam
Madam Mim,
elephant.
yeah.
Yeah.
Not what you want to
Not
see.
what
Not,
we were
Eric.
hoping
not the
for, I
elephant you
think.
needed in this scenario here.
Well, that one's gone.
Yeah. Now there's
That got
no more
cleaned up.
little elephants on either side.
Down to the last 4 minutes in the game here, and although the scores are low, I do feel like Max will be able to close this one out within the time allotted and extra turns,
Yeah.
if necessary.
Now, Liam, is there stoppage time in Lorcana?
There's 5 turns of stoppage time.
Those are
Not
as
arbitrary.
undetermined as those referees have stoppage time in soccer.
That is true. They could take however long you want. Yeah, the turns themselves are not timed, so indeed. I do love the game though sometimes of like if you think you have the edge, like trying to close out your turn fast so you can pass it like real quick.
There's that second
Sure.
star being saved.
To either be turn 0 or turn 1.
Yeah, there we go.
For sure.
There we go.
Max saying that second star,
Hades
dropping
again.
another Hades.
Hades again. This will drop the Hades ratio to now 60% of the Hades have been played on other
Sure.
Hades. We were at 75% in case anybody's keeping track. So there we go.
We were at
Dumbo.
66
Another
last
Dumbo.
Hades.
Max is going awfully wide.
Okay, another Dumbo. Elsa to gain lore and draw a card.
Oh, I like Max's pen. He's got a cute little Mickey pen.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
I have that
I have the
same
same.
pen.
Yeah, I was like, I have
That's
the
how
same
you know?
one. Yeah,
I have it because she got it for me.
Very cute.
I don't see how Eric can come.
No, I don't see a possible way for him to
With
come back from this.
Tipo
With the
in
pure-
hand, and that's it?
Yeah, there's just too much value on Eric's side. Too many lore pips over there, and too many cards that say draw a card, gain a lore.
Yep. I mean.
Yep, and there's the fist bump.
Yep.
Not enough.
He knew it was happening. Well, he made that top 8, so
That's true.
there we
He's
go.
still gonna go home with some pretty cool stuff.
That's
That
true.
is very true.
He'll
That's true.
he'll be winning some nice pricing, including some enchantments. Just everybody in the top 8's getting enchantments.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That is very true.
So yeah, great, well done by both players.
Yeah,
Great job, Eric, winning some awesome prizes. But Max also going in the top 4, not only getting some awesome prizing, but the top 4 are all getting buys in the first round
That's true.
of the Waco 10K weekend, or the Nexus Gaming 10K weekend in Waco,
Yeah.
coming up next weekend.
Yeah.
So if you're in the Central Texas area, or you can fly to the Central Texas area, make sure to check out that tournament.
Yeah.
The Nexus Gaming.
Fun fact for you:
Next
the
weekend.
judges for this event are going to be the same judges for next weekend in Waco.
There you go.
Yes.
It's like
So-
one giant event.
Yeah.
So if you didn't like them here, too bad.
You're stuck with them.
Yeah, and if you loved them, you're in luck.
Congrats.
Significantly less Diet Coke at that event, though.
There'll be a lot less
There'll
Diet
be a little.
Coke and as equally less Diet Coke guy.
Oh.
Unfortunately, DCI guy will not be there next weekend.
Will he
I will
be hanging
here.
up his vest hoodie until the next DCI?
So DCI guy is on is very exclusive for appearances, and probably won't make another major appearance until the next DCI. That's where DCI guy thrives.
I heard that Kirby had to book DCI guy like 18
In
months
Way
in advance.
Yeah, way in advance. Yeah.
All the budget.
She
All the
booked,
budget.
Kirby booked DCI guy before DCI guy even knew he existed.
And DCI guy is gonna be even more booked
In the future.
In the future.
Yeah. Sorry, just double check and make sure Seattle didn't do any shenanigans in the last couple seconds there.
Is it in double stoppage time? Is that what
Yeah, I
we're
mean,
Stoppage
Double
time.
stop.
you never know shenanigans in soccer, man.
Okay.
You guys want to take a break before the next round?
Yeah, that
we'll
sounds
take
great.
a
Take a
quick
break.
We are
The
gonna
top
take a
four.
break, and then we will be back with one of the top 4 games.
See you guys there.
All right, everybody, I'm back. DCI guy has drowned out the other commentators with a flood of Diet Coke. And although Liam and Aaron had to make their way back home down to Austin, I'm still here, happily giving you commentary on this first match of our top 4. Courtney just walking back into the booth area. You got some packs. Bree's here as well.
I was told that this goes to Steven, our good friend Steven,
Okay.
and then I collected my Dumbos. My card's back from Eric.
Oh, okay. Because Eric was done.
Yeah.
He's out heading home.
He's
Here's
gotta
your
drive
Dumbos.
an hour to get back home. So.
Okay. And does he have a proxy for his pricing and stuff too? Probably.
Yeah, me.
Probably. You're the proxy.
I'm
Okay,
the
great.
proxy.
Perfect. Okay, and you'll see him at locals and stuff probably at one point.
Yeah.
Yeah, he borrowed cards from you. We're good. All right, and then the top 4 matches already started. Do we know who the top seed is here between Zach and Barrett?
Let me
If we don't, that's
take a
okay.
look.
We'll figure it out soon as they start
Max.
playing. Max.
Oh no, Zach.
Zach.
Or Barrett.
Okay.
Just kidding.
Zach on the left over here is playing a Blurple deck. Very, and then Barrett is a person
They're
that.
both bottom.
Zach, I think, would be the higher seed.
Yeah,
if
technically by
yeah.
1.
Yeah, is it 4-5?
7 and 8.
8.
Oh, 7th and 8th place here. So then, yeah, 7th place would be. Yeah, Zach started us off. He had the first card played. Nope, take that back. Barrett did. Barrett's got a Basil in play. Another Basil in hand.
Basil and Basil.
Yep, Basil on Basil over here. Hypnotic Strength into the well for a Tipo. Tipo getting an extra card into the well. And Zach's got everything he needs to get through these first few turns. And then offering up the trade of the Basils here. Is it worth it for that extra lore? Okay, oh, got the Stitch back in hand over here. Stitch making his way into the Inkwell likely. Or possibly that... Oh, a Vincenzo into the Inkwell. Which I feel like a Vincenzo is a really good card to hang on to for the late game, but we might just not have the ability to get there.
It is, but typically, at least, let's see. I'll pull up Barrett's deck. If
He has
he's,
4.
Oh,
Yeah, he's
then
on
you're
4
not really
Vincenzo, 4
worried.
Hades.
Right.
Yeah, he'll get another one.
You can get it whenever you need it later.
For sure. You already have a big Scrooge in play over here, a 5/5 quest for 2. And then back over to Barrett, inking and playing his own Scrooge.
Hello.
It's a Scrooge mirror.
Sounds foul.
All right, Zach with the Dumbo in play here, starting that evasive battle off where Zach will have more evasives, but as we saw, Barrett made good, easy work of the other Blurple player he played against on stream, being able to have just enough things to take out the evasives and maintain pressure on board and really playing more in the tempo side of things, where he was putting more things into play, getting more quests, getting value out of things like Kita to be able to stay on top of the just pure card draw advantages that the Amethyst decks can build. Okay, he's establishing a Kita over here. Okay, it's kind of his way to maintain advantage. Dumbo gets you a card, gets you a lore. Kita gets an ink into your inkwell, and he tells you the next card coming up. So you're not really netting a card, but if you think about it realistically, you are, because you're getting a card in your inkwell that you don't have to put from your hand. So it's saving you from having to ink from your hand every turn. Okay, it looks like that's a hard cast Finders Keepers to draw 3 cards.
Yes.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. And then a Rafiki to follow it up, along with the Dumbo quest. Just a quest with the Dumbo, not even to draw a card. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
I'm guessing not enough ink to.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had just enough ink. Oh, Tinkerbell making a come and show up here.
Making an appearance.
Making an appearance. Those are the words.
Got you.
Is the caffeine's dwindling, and I can't have more because bedtime's looming. Only DCI guy for the day. Okay, and using that Kita's ability.
Yeah, and chat mentioning both of these players are teammates.
Oh, they are? Okay.
Oh, friendly
Oh,
fire. We hate to see it.
Okay, now I know who Zach and Barrett are. Are these the llama dudes?
Yes.
They're the llama dudes. Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Which is why they were requested for stream.
Yeah.
It was their team.
Oh,
They were,
cool.
like, friendly
Okay.
fire.
Their team was like, stream team, show them. That's cool.
And they drove here from Oklahoma.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I got to briefly talk with them earlier. They got paired up. It was after round 5. They were asking me. They found out that I was the person who was good with tournament math, and so they asked me at X and 1 right now if they could, if an X1-1, so like a draw, would be guaranteed in. And I said I wouldn't start doing draws this early in the event. I would play the next round because I think they were hoping that they could go X1 and then draw the next 2.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, the math for that's not going to work out right now. And they both made it into the top 8, and now they're top 4, and unfortunately only one of them can make it to the finals.
Yep.
They couldn't fight in the finals, and sad to see it happen here, but that would have been an interesting finals match. See,
It would have.
team on team.
Hades on the Dumbo.
Hades taking out the Dumbo.
No, Hades on Hades action this round.
Now, and although some teams do show up at events like this all playing the exact same list, same deck, these two players definitely favor into the Sapphire, saying, hey, playing Sapphire, getting extra ink, playing Hades is really good right now, but two using different play styles with the Amethyst versus the Steel.
Yep.
Another
And I
Dumbo.
think that this Sapphire Steel is something that we're going to start seeing a lot more of.
Mm-hmm.
I think that this deck is just starting to get cooked out of the kitchen.
It's very
It's-
fun to play.
It's
Yeah.
very fun, and I think it's really starting to see some good conversions. So it'll be interesting to see more people start playing this and seeing their spins on it.
For sure. Definitely found enough of the right cards to go in there to kind of match that. I definitely remember seeing a lot of people cooking in the beginning. People on our team were cooking up lists and trying to find things that could fit that right area of being able to handle the early game, get to the mid game, and have that really strong top end of Vincenzo plus Hades to be able to deal a lot of damage and spread out the ability to fight back the rest of the game.
Not looking super hot for Barrett with in top deck mode.
Ooh, a Baymax on Zach's side. I haven't seen a person play Baymax on stream yet today, although I have not watched every single round.
Yeah, I have not
Yeah.
either. I do love this card so
yeah.
much.
Yeah, I'm on the. If I'm not in front of the camera, I'm just going out to talk to everyone.
Oh yeah, I was out there watching people
Too
play
much
theirs.
socializing.
Sure. And here, the Baymax, this Baymax is great. Being able to heal 2 every turn, gain lore if you do, is very good, especially when you're also using things like Bell to move damage around. And in this specific matchup, playing against Steel, that's going to be putting damage, spread damage on Tinkerbell. That Baymax is actually going to be netting quite a bit of lore here.
Agreed. Yeah, I think that this is really a good tech card in this matchup in particular.
Sure. Especially against other purple steel decks that
Yeah.
are also doing really well, and amber steel that happens to have that incidental damage too. It also just means that you're free to attack into something, get some damage on your character, and then quest, heal it, and then get some extra lore off the process as well. So closing your game out faster once you've played that whole early setup phase.
I'm gonna go ahead and throw Kita and Hades into Hades.
Yeah. It makes me wonder if Zach's build prevents him from getting into those really long, drawn-out games nearly as much as some other Blurple decks do. When we can see that in the end there, once we start having Baymaxes in play, along with Dumbo and the Evasives, you have a lot of ways to get that extra lore, kind of making up for the loss of having things like Merlin Goat.
Absolutely. I think that's a great call out there. Definitely a good piece to close out the puzzle
Monstro.
quick. And there you go.
Hey,
Just-
it finally happened. Monstro finally showing up into play to take something out, got the damage, questing with Baymax, and then healing off of it. And Monstro can hold some damage. And having the
And he has
Baymax,
Bell in hand.
yeah, Baymax and Bell, you're going to be using a lot to be able to slow those things down.
Your text is on.
Oh, nice. Ah! Don't look at those. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
I'm reading everything. I'm reading all of it.
Oh my God. Don't seriously look away.
I'm not actually reading it.
Oh my God.
Oh,
You
production
guys,
is
I'm
having
dying.
some technical difficulties. We apologize.
All right.
Oh my God. Why will they go?
I'm not gonna mortify her more, but the best is that none of us actually read it. We're too tired to read that, and
I was trying to see everything behind the words.
Yep.
I was trying to see the game being played. The game wrapped up.
Wrapped up.
Zach
Looks like Zach probably took it.
Either Zach already had the win in play wrapped up, or Barrett saw it coming and said, I am done. Let's move on to the next game. I will go first, and we'll see who is the person who can actually quest faster and harder. And that makes sense as to why in other games when we saw Barrett playing, he really could play into that tempo strategy of being able to establish things, quest a lot, and then kill off or banish the cards that opponents is playing and get them off the field to then be able to close the game out quick, because he's used to playing against Zach. And they're used to play testing it together, and it seems like they both built versions of these decks that can be quick and close the game out quickly when they need to.
Absolutely.
Okay, deciding their mulligans here. Now, for those at home who don't actually realize, I do have a photographic memory. And although I did not read any of those texts before they're on the screen, they're all memorized in my brain. I'm going to go and read them later.
Shut up, I hate you.
I'm just joking. I have nowhere near a photographic memory. I'm just teasing Kirby.
For those who are wondering what happens since you are not in the booth with us, we have a screen in front of us to watch the match, and Kirby accidentally threw her text messages up onto the screen. We did not read any of them, but she was very concerned that we did.
She tried to come up and block our view. Instead of moving the window away from us, she tried to stand in front of the TV to block our view.
Physically block it.
I apologize to Jonathan, okay? I was being very vulnerable.
Okay. While we were still also trying to watch and commentate on the match.
And we really didn't read it.
I didn't. I was still trying to figure out what it was for a while.
All right. Looks like
I was
we
like,
have
what
thrown
is
our
this?
cards back, and we are ready to get into game 2.
Yeah. And that took us right through the mole lull, too.
Yeah.
Right through the mole.
Right through the mole.
Making that smash, playing the basil.
Oh my god. He's joking, right?
Was it visible to everybody?
Was it on the...
Was it really? No.
I have no idea. Did you see it here?
No, it
Okay.
wasn't on. No.
There's a disclosure that you could not see it. That you could not see it.
Yeah.
There
I
we
saw
go.
some of the text. Very spicy.
Yeah, no.
Must have been except for us. Someone's dead.
Guys,
it's Kirby.
you're mortifying.
They're joking.
Kirby.
They're clarifying. They clarified they are joking. Llama
Um,
Cody is joking.
Okay.
We are joking. All caps. All right, we are 2 turns in. We've got a Basil and a Teepaw on one side, a Basil on the other. Both players conceding that Basil is very important in this matchup.
Yep.
So important that you can also use them as ink to play Kita.
True. You're only gonna need 1. You don't need 2 Basil. You just need 1.
Listen, if you had to.
I mean, if you need to take out Vincenzo, then you definitely need 2 Basils.
Vincenzo, you need
Vincenzo is
everything.
wonderful.
That boy is a 2/8.
And deals 3 when he comes out. He's just boof.
Now imagine him in a control version of a purple steel deck where you can bounce and replay him.
That'd be
Sounds
amazing.
wonderful.
I
would
wouldn't
love
do
it.
it though. I would not do that.
Do you know who Bree would put in Barrett's deck? Bree, what card would you put in Barrett's deck?
Oh, you need our good friend Nathaniel Flint.
Of
course.
No, please no.
We need Nathaniel Flint. It's a
No.
2-drop. Actually, honestly, I played Sapphire still. It's not going to fit in this build. It fits in.
It's inkable. You can't.
I don't
you can't
have
play
turn
it.
1 Cindy to sing anything
To still
be able to
damage.
play him on turn 2.
Yeah. All right. Kita
We have
using
lots of Ketos and
Kita
lots of
doing
T-bone
Kita
here.
things, being able to get the extra ink from Kita. Another Tipo coming into play, putting more cards into the inkwell.
Gonna have all the ink on Barrett's side.
Yeah. So he's ramped his way up to already being at 6, 7 for the next turn in Hades and Vincenzo
One card in
territory.
hand?
Yeah, only 1 card in hand though, and that's the thing here. So the purple Sapphire decks definitely have the advantage of being able to get card advantage, way better than the Sapphire Steel decks do.
I will say I did see a Beyond the Horizon earlier, so if he still has that in hand, he does have some card draw
Yeah, if he
available.
hasn't T-poed it away, then he could sing Beyond the Horizon. Now he can't. He doesn't
Yeah,
have the
he
ink for
can't
that.
sing it.
He doesn't have the.
Or he can't. He doesn't have the singers for it.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
That's a card you love.
I hate it.
Hate it. He was about to do the Courtney special, which was sing it to give yourself 3 cards and effectively make your opponent discard 4 or 5 cards. Because Zach was still going to have cards in hand above 3 and lose those cards to then only be able to draw back up to 3. And coincidentally, probably draw into the worst possible cards for that specific time in the game.
I hope. One can only hope.
One can only hope.
So in hand, he's got Hades and Dig a Little Deeper.
Ooh, yeah. Dig can't be played yet. It's an 8 cost on its own, or to sing it. If he does have the Hades, he can play the Hades, but he can't play the Hades because he doesn't have any inkables. Both Dig and Hades are uninkable, and now he's up to 7 because of the Kita. So Bell taking the Kita out, recognizing how powerful it can be, getting Barrett out of this stuck in the no inkable position. Barrett now knowing the next card off the top of the deck, knowing that he's going to be starting the turn at 7, is it just going to be a Hades pass? Take out one of those Dumbos, or is it going to be something else?
I feel like you have to answer one of the Dumbos. 2 is too many.
Yeah, 2 is a lot. I do feel that we're going to get a Hades taking out a Dumbo here.
As long as we have the...
Yep.
Yeah.
We did it. We had the ink because we used the Kita before. And then there's 2 cards left in his hand again. Not inking another card, passing the turn back over to Zach.
That's one thing about the Sapphire Seal. Really, once you hit that 7, you don't necessarily have to have it.
Sure.
It's nice, but ideally
And
you're
that
wanting
Hades
to...
just went right into the inkwell.
And he's on Hades action.
The numbers are going back up. Liam's gone, so the stats are gone.
I'm gonna go ahead and quest.
Okay. Yeah, and now at this point, with the amount of cards that Zach has in play, the amount of willpower that they have, it's going to be a lot for Barrett to be able to clean this up. I think that's going to be potentially closing the match out in Zach's favor. There's just been too much built up on board and too little back on Barrett's side at this time. So the game's not over yet. Obviously, there's a lot more to it, but that's going to be a very quick top 4 match compared to our previous top 8 matches.
Yeah.
Donald Duck.
And he's
Beyond
not
the
looking like he
Horizon.
has a great
He does not have a great
hand.
hand at the moment. Beyond the Horizon, Dig a Little Deeper, and
He's full casting,
Donald.
Dig a Little Deeper, looking for a Hail Mary for next turn, but there is not a there is not a Sapphire Steel Be Prepared in this set, unfortunately.
yeah, there's not one.
And so on Zach's next turn, he's going to be able to quest for 2, 4, 5, 6,
And just
7 is
draw
the
cards depending on...
Basil's in discard. That's where he keeps his discard.
Correct.
Which is confusing because it could be easily confused for in play if there's only one card over there.
One thing I will just call out, because it isn't... It's seen some meta play, but just for those at home that aren't familiar with Dig a Little Deeper, you get to look at the top 7 cards of your deck and put 2 into your hand, and the rest go in the bottom of your deck in any order. So a pretty good card there.
Just questing and drawing on
And the Rubbins over here, as we see a Finder's Keepers being played. It's like Zach says, yeah, I know I've got all these, but how about more?
What if I have more cards out?
What if I have more cards? Which I can't disparage because that's how I always feel.
Also, you have to ask, because I know we do this when we play each other on our team, are they rubbing it in each other's face a little bit?
Oh, I do remember the time that I quested for 20 against you in one turn. I do think that was necessary on my part, even though you tried to get up and leave before the game was over.
There's also, though, the time whenever I beat you and I literally just jumped up from the table. I was
That's
like,
true.
I've done it!
I beat Remington.
I've done it! I'm good!
And now it's been more than once. That was just the first
twice.
time. Yeah.
Twice at important events. It's also, I think, we generally try to... I've been lucky enough to stay away from team kills.
There was the one we did do a draw.
Yeah. Yes.
We did do a set champs where we did choose to draw in like the second to last round into that set champs. It was kind of weird, but we did it. And I think we both got a top 8 from that.
Yep.
Yeah.
We both did. We were feeling very confident that day.
I did bad though. I got a bad matchup. I played into my worst absolute matchup.
I think we both lost the first round of it.
We made the top 8, scrubbed out from there, didn't get our stitch that day.
Did you pull anything fun? Because my favorite thing when I scrub out of a set champs after making opening Enchanted Elsa
from the set 1
D100
whatever that was sitting on the shelf for 6 months.
It was a first chapter gift set.
Yeah, that they had for about 6 months.
There were 2 first chapter packs in it, right?
She just
ripped it.
Yeah, Kirby witnessed that.
Yeah, it was
I was in my feels. I was first seed going into top 8,
Wow.
and then lost my top 8 game. And then I was like, I need some packs to make myself feel better. And I opened an Elsa.
Sure. I get
Looks-
that.
Looks like this is gonna be it for Barrett.
Yeah, at this point
Yeah.
here, Zach's already at 18. Barrett does not have the Sapphire Be Prepared, so which does exist. It's called Under the Sea, and it's actually an emerald. So
Yeah, so it's actually not here, but who knows? What is our other color pairings for other top 4? Maybe
Yeah.
we'll see it over there.
do we have the backup match playing at table 7? No,
we do not.
So
All
once
right, so
once
we're
this
gonna
match
get
is over,
30
will-
minutes of DCI, guys.
no. Does that means that the backup match is already completed? Is that what that means?
No, we didn't set one for
It
this.
means we could view it, but we don't have this the lore and all that connected.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So it would just be playing in the background
I mean,
without
So
understanding.
if you guys want to commentate on it and talk about it,
We can still talk about it
Yeah.
we
if
can
you're
still
streaming
talk.
okay.
it. It's better than Dead Air, I'll tell you that.
True.
We can figure out from there. Won't necessarily know exactly which game that they're in unless we get an update.
No, that game is not available.
Never mind, that game's not available.
It is
It looks like
unavailable.
both games for our top 4 have finished up, so we should be moving on to the finals very quickly. So after an hour-long top 8, our top 4 completed in just over 23 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah.
we love to see it.
So very quick, and then we'll be going into a finals, which potentially the finals could wrap up just as fast, meaning that our top 4 and finals could complete in less time than the top 8 did.
yeah.
What was our other top 4 match?
Our other top 4 match was Max versus Tony.
So Sapphire Amethyst versus Amethyst Steel.
Okay.
So would not be a mirror match.
No.
Which,
Would you say Sapphire Amethyst and then Amethyst Steel?
Yeah.
yeah.
So
Sapphire.
then there could be
It
a
could be.
mirror
It
match
could be a
if
mirror match
others Amethyst
depending
Sapphire
on
won.
who.
Yeah. So depending upon who won the other match,
My brain translated that to Sapphire Emerald. I was like, oh.
yeah, it happens. That would have been cool though. We didn't.
are gonna. They're actually playing next to it, and so we're gonna see if they'll.
We could slide them
down.
over.
Oh, okay.
So
Just slide down to here and
Alright.
change the numbers and stuff, right?
we'll
If
slide
they're
to-
able to,
Yeah.
right? No.
Yeah.
Yeah, or we could at least wait until that game is ended and then
And
move
then just
down.
start to the
Yeah.
whole
At the next
game.
game?
But we'll
Alright.
we'll see.
Sure.
Alright.
Are these? What are
These
these?
are promos.
These are promos.
Should
I'm
we
gonna
take
peek.
a look at?
Ooh, this is the one that Liam wanted.
All right, so we're
is the
gonna
one I
just
wanted.
have to take a break until
Sure.
the game's over.
Yeah, let's take
Yeah,
a
We're
break.
gonna take a quick
We're
break.
gonna take a quick break, and
we take a quick
then
break?
we'll be back.
Woohoo.
Bye.
How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing pretty great. Every day that starts with Diet Coke is a great day for DCI Guy.
So speaking of that, what is a typical day in the life of DCI Guy?
Wake up in the morning and I crack a 6-pack of Diet Coke. Pour it all over my face, ice cold, right before I go for a 12-mile run. When I get home from that 12-mile run, I pass out for about 2 hours. Then I wake up again, eat 6 eggs, and start my day.
Wow, and that's just the morning.
That's just the morning. Yeah, I
That
wake
is
up at
pretty
4
incredible.
a.m.
Okay, let's put ourselves in this hypothetical DCI Guy. You are in the finals of a DLC. You are about to go to the North American Championship, and there is a Diet Coke emergency. What do you do?
So Diet Coke emergency for me would be they're all out of Diet Coke. Well, good news is DCI Guy's always packing Diet Coke. I come prepared. A freshly chilled 6-pack and a thermos belt. I see someone out there thirsty for a Diet Coke. Grab one, toss it, and they chug it down. Emergency averted.
Now, do you think there's ever going to be a day where you reveal your alter ego to the world?
There is no alter ego for DCI Guy.
Just
I am
DCI.
always DCI Guy all the time.
And can you tell me a little bit about what your relationship is like with Coke Zero Guy? Are you friendly? Is it a competitive nature?
I see Coke Zero Guy as that cousin that no one usually talks to at the parties, but sometimes when you're having a good time, he kicks out a really good story and y'all have a great night. The way I see it, Coke Zero Guy is okay in my book.
Well, that's so nice that you're so welcoming to other Coke varieties. Well, it was so nice to meet you, DCI Guy. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and thanks for being here, making sure everybody's got Diet Coke.
Oh, you're welcome, Aaron, and have a Diet Coke on the DCI Guy. Once I can get it out.
It's very secure in there, sir.
Maybe I should leave it in?
Yeah, I think that's okay. I'll get it later.
It's coming. It's coming. Maybe grab from the front.
Maybe, yeah. You
They're
need
too
more leverage.
slippery and wet.
Here, let me hold your microphone so you can. It's
Oh, wait.
very important.
I got.
There we go.
I should have practiced before coming.
Well, I'm excited.
And it's just going to be us, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
You guys,
Great.
you're live.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. So we have an update for the group. So because it is Sunday night at 10 p.m., our final match, Zach conceded to his opponent. Max, thank you.
It's Max.
So that he could hit the road and drive back home because he's got a bit of a drive.
4-hour drive home.
Yeah.
Zach came with one of his teammates down from Oklahoma. They just played each other in the last round, and they have to go back to Oklahoma tonight and probably work tomorrow.
Yep.
So they decided to do that, and Zach conceded to Max in order to be able to do so, and we'll be hosting our award ceremony for them here.
Yep.
I don't think that we have the capability to stream any part of that. So thank you for tuning in with us for today.
Yeah, thanks so much. We hope to be hosting the next Diet Coke Invitational in approximately 6-ish months. So everybody stay tuned for more news on that. And we hope you all enjoyed the stream today. And thank you for everyone who tuned in.
Bye.